Welcome, my friend, to the Director's Treatment Masterclass course, where I am going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your ideas to clients via director treatments. Now, if we haven't met before, my name is Robin Piré, and I have over a decade of experience creating treatments and directing projects such as documentaries for some of the world's biggest DJs, commercials for brands such as Adidas and Absolut Vodka, and music videos for artists like Hardwell and Snoop Dogg. Now, to be honest with you, I sucked big time for many years when it comes to creating director treatments and selling my creative vision and ideas. So that's why I decided to create this course, combine all my hard-learned lessons so you won't have to go through the same struggles as I did. I have a lot to cover. I will go through each chapter step by step, click by click, and teach you how you too can create pitch-winning treatments. Without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into the first chapter of this course. We are in my computer in the first chapter, the introduction, and here is a quick overview of what I'm about to cover. So first I will talk about what actually is a treatment, why treatments matter, why is this aspect of the job so important, why I have created this course, a course overview, who this course is for, my goal with this course, some important things to remember, and a quick summary at the end. Now, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, robinp.com/newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. And a little pro tip: if you want to save yourself some time, watch it in double speed. So first off, what is a treatment? So to understand what a treatment actually is, let's metaphorically change to a different job. Let's say you saved enough money to build your dream house, then you most likely will not design it yourself. So you go to an architect and give them your wish list and your dreams and your hopes and what each room has to do for you. The architect will filter all your input and then present you with a design of what the final result could look like. And this is exactly the same for a film job. So an artist, for example, wants to create a music video, and then they will go to a visual architect, which is a director, and they will gather all the input and then combine it into a design for what the music video could look like according to them. And this is pitched via a treatment. In short, a treatment is a digital document created by film directors to share their creative vision and ideas for a movie, commercial, or music video with clients to give a better visual understanding of the yet-to-be-made project. Now, for some reason, treatments requests always arrive last minute at inconvenient times, and there is always a lot of time pressure involved to have them delivered to a client. I don't know why it works like this, but you always have to come up with cool ideas and present them in treatments very fast. So that's why I believe it is very important to become very good at creating treatments so you can actually be very fast and deliver on time, because usually first in wins the job. Now, how this actually works, I'm going to break down a music video treatment process. An artist will create a song, send it to their music label, and then the music label will create a brief, and a brief can be a phone call or a document or an email, and that says, well, this is the budget, the artist has to be included or not, this is the dates on which the artist is available for shooting, this is when the treatment has to be delivered, this is when the final music video has to be delivered, and they will send out that creative brief to freelance directors, or they send it out to production companies. You have to see production companies as, so the architect can design a beautiful house, but they still need a contractor to bring their idea actually to life. And that is what a production company is. It is a film contractor that can facilitate all the logistics, and they will hire all the specialists that are required to bring the vision of the director to life. But there can be directors who exclusively work with production companies. So in this case, for example, the music label will receive 6 treatments and then will have a conversation with the artist and align on which treatment best represents their vision for the song or for the music video. And they will choose one director, and that director will then be the music video director. So all the other 5 directors have lost the pitch, and one is the lucky winner. Now, for a commercial treatment, it is a bit more complicated because there usually is a lot more money involved and a lot more decision-making layers. So with a commercial, it usually starts with a brand who will develop a new product or service, and then their marketing team will come up with an idea for how to put this new product or service in the market. Then the marketing team will contact creative agencies, and creative agencies will develop a campaign to help the brand achieve the goal that they are looking for. So let's say the brand is a beer brand and they have just launched a new 0.0 bottle in a funky color and they want to reach a new audience. Then the creative agency will come up with an idea with a commercial and a social media campaign and TikTok campaigns, and maybe do some branding on airplanes or train stations or buses. So the marketing team will then select one of the campaign ideas from the creative agency. Creative agency will contact production companies will contact directors, and in this case, 4 directors Usually it's around 3, but it can be even 20 or something. Within the music industry, this is actually how it works. They just send out a ridiculous amount of treatment requests to directors. So it's very, very, very competitive. Within the commercial space, it's a lot more selective because there is a lot more money involved. So they, in this case, for example, they will probably work with somebody who has done beer commercials before, because then the risk of fucking it up is a lot less. So anyways, for director treatments, one director will be selected, and that will be the commercial director for this beer commercial. Now, why do treatments matter so much? Why is it so important to master this aspect of the job? Because treatments help you to get more clients. In the filmmaking business, people present their ideas to clients using pitch decks or treatments. If well made, they can help the filmmaker persuade the clients to award them the project. So you have to see it as the key to open the door. If you can create a pitch-winning treatment and convince the client that this is the thing that they are looking for, then you will get the job. And if you get more clients, you make more money and you build a sustainable career. So getting good at treatments, you create more work. Getting better at creating winning treatments and winning more project pitches helps boost your portfolio, which in return will attract new clients who like what you are creating. This cycle of adding projects and drawing in new clients helps build momentum, increasing your industry visibility and work opportunities. So you have to see it as a flywheel, or like a snowball you throw down the hill. Once it gets momentum, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's how you have to see this aspect of the job as well. So the treatment will get you the job, then you will create work. Then this work will attract new clients who like what you've done for the previous client. And then it becomes like a drop of water and you get the wrinkles and it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So the treatment is the first step to getting the work. And as a result, improving your pitch treatments can help make more money and build a sustainable career as a filmmaker by continuously attracting new clients and new projects. So as I mentioned, it is a flywheel. Get the thing rolling, the thing will lead to the next thing, and then etc., etc., etc. So why this course? When I started creating treatments, I struggled for so long because there was little to no information online, and the stuff that was to be found online was so vague. It was like, yeah, create an original approach or an original idea. It was like, yeah, but how original is enough original? How many slides does it need to include? How many images? Where do I pull my images from? And I just for once and for all want to end the vague resources. So creating winning treatments is the key to a successful film career. But funny enough, nobody gets taught how to do that and everyone relies on vague resources. I want to change that once and for all. So I hope that this course will be like the go-to source for people when they want to create a pitch-winning director's treatment. So skip the rest, and I hope this will be like the thing. So the end of not knowing, I've created dozens of treatments without knowing what I was doing, wasting a lot of time and energy, and I want you to avoid the same frustration as I experienced. Therefore, I created what I once needed, a simple guide to creating winning treatments. I do want to highlight that I am no filmmaking guru. I'm by no means a filmmaking guru. I have no Emmys or Oscars on the shelf. So you don't have to agree with everything that I'm about to share with you. But if you can take away one simple thing from this course to help you win your next pitch, I consider this masterclass a success. Because if you can win the next pitch with a nugget of knowledge gold that is hidden somewhere within the course that I'm about to share with you, and that will get you the first job, then it's highly likely that you can get the ball rolling. Yeah, you don't have to agree with everything that I'm about to share with you. I experienced myself when I really dove into the thing of sales and selling ideas to people, that I even found some resistance from my ego, like, no, this is not how it works. I'm a filmmaker. I don't have to do this stuff. Yeah, just be open to everything that I'm about to share. I just hope that there's one thing in there, one thing in this entire course that will help you get to the next level. Then I have done my job right, I believe. So who is this course for? Aspiring filmmakers, film students. If you are just starting out in the film industry, this course offers a foundational guide to pitching and selling ideas. So even if you have never created the treatment before, even if you have never heard of a treatment before, or you had never pitched an idea before to a client, my friend, this is for you. This is also for directors, producers, creatives, photographers, and cinematographers. If you find it hard to land desirable projects because your pitches frequently fail to secure project approvals, this course is designed to refine your approach. As I mentioned before, this is the guide that I wish existed when I was struggling so hard to get my projects greenlit. So yeah, even if you do have some experience, or and you're just looking for a single tip or a tool or a resource to refine your approach and get more success, so the flywheel gets rolling, this is also for you. And this is also for content creators, marketing directors, and brand strategists. for those who craft narratives for brands but struggle to get their ideas accepted, this course provides you with the tools to develop pitches that resonate. So even if you are working for a company within the marketing team, within the creative agency, I will share the foundational layer of pitching ideas to your superiors, to the people who are in the decision-making chairs. And hopefully this will also help you get to the next level. What is the goal of this course? The goal with this course, I want to help as many creatives as possible to bring their ideas to life without the struggles of not knowing the how. So as I mentioned before, I struggled for so long because I had no idea what I was doing. I couldn't find what I was doing, how to do it, because there were so many fake resources or no resources. And I want to end that once and for all. And so you have a foundational approach or a strategy or a framework that you always can fall back on. So I will share a success formula. Pitching shouldn't be about how hard you try, but the strategy that you use. The better the strategy you follow, the higher your chances of winning the pitch. To help you succeed, I will provide you with a repeatable and scalable formula to win new business based on the foundation of pitching ideas. Course overview, the basics. So in the first part of this course, I'm going to talk about the basics of the film industry, the basics of pitching ideas. So the first chapter, introduction. The next one will be film business basics. So how does the film industry actually work? How does selling ideas to clients work? And how does pitching fundamentally work? Then I'm going to share the winning formula. So what is the approach that you need to pitch ideas the right way? And what is the formula for winning a pitch? Because there is a structured formula that you can use to win every pitch. Then I'm going to talk about creating treatments. So how do you actually, once you understand the formula, once you understand the basics, the theory behind it, how do you actually write and design a document? And more important, how not to design one. I have created so many mistakes, and I've seen others struggle with this as well and make big mistakes. As a result, clients will never contact you again, and you will hear nothing regarding your treatment, which is a heartbreaking experience. I'm also going to dive into submitting a pitch. There are a few tactics and sales techniques that you can use to make sure that people actually reply to your treatment and when you submit one. And as a bonus, I'm going to talk about winning without pitching. So how do you actually get into a position whereby pitching is no longer necessary and clients will award you the project no matter what. Then some important things to remember. Every video comes with additional resources, which I have listed below. Also in this video, in the description. This can be documents, software, templates, etc. So if I talk about something, you want to get access to resources, the links in the description, and you'll find everything you need. The ideas in this course are easy to understand, but hard to put into practice. But if you can take away one simple thing from this course that will help you land your next project, this will be worth it for you. Finally, it is all up to you. The outcome depends entirely on you. I will equip you with all the knowledge and resources I can provide, but your success depends on your willingness to take action. This course will not take away the hard work, but will provide you with a structured framework that will take away some of the chaos, stress, and anxiety when creating treatments. I cannot create the treatments for you. I can provide you with templates to help you, get the process started, but you will have to do the hard work yourself. I can show you the door, but you will have to walk through it. So let's summarize this episode, this first one. So the key treatments are digital documents used by filmmakers to pitch their creative vision and ideas to a client. Treatments are the key to getting the work. So getting better at creating treatments is the key to building a successful career. Master this aspect of the job and you'll never run out of work again. Get the flywheel rolling, master the first step, and the rest will follow. So what I'm about to share with you will be a universal approach. So the strategies I'm about to teach you will help you win the pitch regardless of the software you use, the country you're in, or whether you're a complete beginner or an experienced filmmaker, as long as you put in the work. So no matter if you use Photoshop for your treatments, Keynote, PowerPoint, it doesn't really matter. It's all details. What you need to learn is the foundational layer that will allow you to pitch an idea and secure the deal even without the treatment. And the first step in this process is to forget everything. So my goal is to help you succeed, and the first step is to forget everything you thought you knew about pitching and creating treatments. What I'm about to tell you will be a mental reframing to cleanse the canvas, can help you transform your passion into a thriving creative business. So forget all the vague resources online, forget what they are saying about how to approach it. I'm going to teach you the foundational principles of pitching ideas and sales in the film business. And let's start from scratch. So I wanted to finish this first episode with a beautiful quote that sometimes life is about risking everything for a dream no one can see but you. And I think pitching sort of works the same. Is you have an idea in your mind, and the goal is to translate those ideas into words and visuals so that everybody else can on board with your vision, and you can all start creating a beautiful film project. And I can assure you that there is no crazier feeling in the world than to be on a film set and all those people are there to help you as the director bring the ideas that you have in your mind to life. I've had it so many times that, I had described a beautiful scene or a beautiful shot and used beautiful references, and then all these people help me bring that image to life. And it's just... It is goosebumps, and I hope that you will be able to experience that yourself as well, many more times than you are used to. Or, if you are starting, then I hope that you will be able to get into that position as soon as possible by mastering this aspect of the job. So I hope you have learned something by now, and I hope to see you in the next one. See you there. Welcome, my friend, to the Director's Treatment Masterclass course, in which I am going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients via director treatments. Let's dive into my computer and get the second episode started. So we are inside my computer, chapter 2, Master the Basics. Here is a quick overview of what I'm about to cover in this second chapter. So first off, a business mindset. Then I'm going to dive into the business basics, because a business mindset is necessary to win the pitch. But to understand what a business mindset is, we first need to really filter down the business basics. So what is a business actually? What is the purpose of a business? Yeah, we'll go from there. Then the pitching basics. When you adopt this business mindset and you understand the business basics, how can you use that in your advantage when pitching ideas to clients? And then a quick summary at the end. So if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, robinpire.com/newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Then as well, if you want to stay up to date with all the ins and outs, make sure to subscribe, the drill, follow for exclusive content on my YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. The handle is @robinpire. And a little pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch it in double speed. All right, a business mindset. So let's dive into a business mindset and why this is so important to master. So an artist mindset. Many people, myself included, start filmmaking as a hobby and enjoy the creative freedom to create whatever they want to create. However, when you transition from a hobbyist to a professional, the goal shifts from following your own creative desires to meeting the expectations of those who hire you. Now, I personally have struggled with this for so long, because I basically saw clients as financial donators for my creative vision. I thought, well, you hire me as the artist. I know what is best for you. So I'm going to pitch you an idea, what I think is the best creative solution for whatever it is that you're looking for. It was absolutely very arrogant of myself to approach it like that. And as a result, I also lost a lot of pitches, of course, because I approached every job with an artist mindset. And I have seen so many filmmakers do the same as well. Like, I want to change how people perceive this. I want to change this and that, and I want to bring more of this in the world. And I think that is a very good starting point. But if you want to succeed as a work for hire and you want someone else to give you their money, then you need to look at the opportunity from their perspective. Just like it, otherwise it's just like, if you, let's say you have saved up all the money in the world to create your dream home, and then the architect just says, well, this is just my vision, my ideas. You can take this or go somewhere else. And then you'll be like, but dude, this is my house. I have to live there. And this works like the same for filmmaking as well. It's like when a client gives you their money, they want something that serves them and not just serves your portfolio. And yeah, so it is important to shift from an artist mindset to a business mindset, because the film business is called the film business for a reason. It's not called let's make art. Like Nike and McDonald's, you are here to make money and thrive. To succeed as a work for hire and win the pitch via treatments, the first step is to adopt a business mindset and think of yourself not just as an artist or freelancer, but as running a business with one employee, yourself. And when you see what you're doing as a business with yourself as the CEO, then the whole game changes. But if you don't approach it with a business mindset, then the consequence of not doing it. If you don't approach filmmaking with a business mindset, pitching for jobs via treatments will cost you a lot of time, money, frustration, and sleepless nights, speaking from first-hand experience. But if you approach pitching with a business mindset, you'll understand how to win the pitch and have a lot more fun, peace, and success along the way. If you approach it with the right mindset and see yourself as the business and approach it as a business opportunity, then everything is so much easier. Instead of being a very needy person who needs that job or needs that specific client or that brand name in your portfolio, because then that will lead to the next thing. And that is basically how I saw it for a long time before I started to succeed. And if you don't change this, if you say, well, Robin, this all sounds stupid, or this is not me, I am just a filmmaker, I'm just a creative guy, I just make films, I just have a camera, I don't want to approach it as a business, just see everything as a creative outlet to the world. And it happens to be that I lose a lot of pitches, but I take that for granted. If that is your thing, totally fine. As I mentioned at the beginning, you don't have to agree with everything I'm sharing. I just want to give you a new perspective, a new way that might help you succeed in the long run. So if you don't do this, if you stick with your same old thinking, then that will result in the same old results, and you'll be stuck in this loop for forever. And I hope from the bottom of my heart that we can change that loop and cut the circle and get to a new level. So what is the business basics? Because it all sounds fun, like, okay, cool, I move away from the freelance and the artist mindset. I see myself as I have a company, I am the CEO, I work for this company. But what actually is a business? So I believe a business, in essence, is one thing, and that is money in. That is what a business is, money in. Because if the money only goes out, then the business cannot exist, because you always have costs. If you have an office, you have a lease, or a mortgage, or you have electricity, or you have water, you have employees, you have gear, you have depreciation of the gear, insurance, you have maybe a car, you have so many stuff that costs money. So if there's no money coming in and only money flowing out, then the business cannot exist. So the only purpose of a business is money in. So I'm not talking about all the other stuff, not the hobby stuff, just for a business, assuming that you want to do this as a work for hire professionally. The goal is money in. Now, what has always been funny to me is that we always say, let's make some money. But when you think about it, we cannot make money. There's only like one institution that can make money, and that is the government. The government can create money. So how do we make money? How do we get money into the business? That is the big question. And I started looking at my own life, how I spend my money, and when would I give a business my money. And I realized that I gave people my money when they solved my problem. And so the goal of your business is other people need to give you their money. The question is how? By solving a problem. So every time, for example, when I was hungry, a business would sell me the ingredients for food so I can cook the food, and in return, I gave them my money. So then the business made money. But if I didn't have time to go to the supermarket to buy food, then another business would sell me a prepared meal. And in exchange, I would give them my money. Now, if I didn't have time to pick up the meal myself, the prepared meal, a delivery service would bring the meal to me. So again, they would solve my problem and I would give them my money in return. And to summarize this, so solve someone's problem and they will buy your solution. Now, why is this so important? And how does this translate to treatments and filmmaking? To achieve success as a work-for-hire filmmaker, it is crucial to understand that clients don't hire you just because you have won lots of awards and used the latest and greatest tools. They hire you because they think you're the best person to solve their problem and get them the results they are looking for. If they knew how to solve their problem themselves, they wouldn't have asked you to pitch a solution. So think about it. If they knew how to create a music video themselves, why would they ask you to make a music video? Or if they could make a commercial themselves, then why would they hire you to create a commercial? Or if they could create a new horror movie themselves, why would they hire you to make a film? See, there is something there. They cannot do it themselves. They don't have the expertise, the skills, the knowledge, the tools to do it themselves. So that's why they search for someone who has the expertise to solve their problem. So we need to make mindset shift. So if you only see your work as art, creating winning treatments and selling your ideas will be hard. The real value of what you do is not in the images you create, but in the solution that those images provide. When you buy a coffee, you most likely don't buy it just because you like the taste of coffee. It is probably also because you get a caffeine shot of that. But the real reason is not the caffeine shot. The real reason is because you feel tired, or you have an important test in an hour and you need to be extra focused. So that is a real reason why you buy a coffee. And it works the same for filmmaking. A company just doesn't want a commercial. They want what the commercial does for them, which is sell more stuff. And that is basically a solution to their problem. So they don't know how to create a commercial. They don't have the time, tool, skills, or network to bring that commercial to life. They start looking for an expert who does. You don't see your work as art, but as a solution to their problem. And you basically have to sell a solution. That is what a treatment actually does. It sells a solution. So if you take a solution selling approach, you are the most important party in the deal, not the people on the other side of the table. They need you and you don't need them, even though you are pitching for the deal. They need you to solve their problem and you are the price. Now, I didn't understand this for a very long time because I was a very needy director, a needy filmmaker, and I saw all these cool brands as cool additions to my portfolio and therefore became very needy. I saw myself as an artist, approached it with an artistic mindset, pitched something that would be super artistic, something that didn't exist on Vimeo yet, and the wrong approach you can take. I wanted to tell a cool story about an actor that you probably know, which is George Clooney, and he went through the exact same experience when he came to Hollywood. So George Clooney spent his first years in Hollywood getting rejected at auditions. He wanted the producers and directors to like him, but they didn't, and it hurt. He blamed the system for not seeing how good he was. Everything changed for Clooney when he tried a new perspective. He realized that casting is an obstacle for the producers too. They need to find somebody, and they're all hoping that the next person to walk in the room is the right somebody. Auditions were a chance to solve their problems, not his. From Clooney's new perspective, he was the solution. He wasn't going to be someone groveling for a shot. He was someone with something special to offer. He was the answer to their prayers, not the other way around. That was what he began projecting in his auditions, not exclusively his acting skills, but that he was the man for the job. That he understood what the casting directors and producers were looking for in a specific role, and that he would deliver it in each and every situation, in pre-production, on camera, and during promotion. So this is exactly the same for pitching ideas via treatments. If we switch back to the architect world and building your dream home, then you want to create a beautiful home, but you don't have the time, tools, skills, and network to bring that dream home to life. You can, of course, but that is going to take so much longer and you will have to go through so many different challenges yourself. So the easier path is to hire somebody, an expert who has a lot of experience and knows what the consequences are if you go for a specific design choice. And for filmmaking, it works exactly the same. They want a cool commercial and they need you, just like the casting directors need great people. Otherwise, they cannot bring their movie to life. And with people who are looking for a commercial, a film, a documentary, they need good filmmakers. They need good experts at solving their problem. Otherwise, the problem cannot be solved. So you are the prize, my friend. You are the prize. So client plus you is result. They need you. You are the prize. Remember that your business is the prize and you can help them solve their problem. By solving their problem, they will give you the money. You build a flourishing business. So solve a problem. So how does this again translate to the filmmaking world? So artists don't want a cool music video. They want to expand their reach so they can sell more music, merchandise, or concert tickets and make more money for their business. So artists are in the business for making money as well. Instead of just presenting them with an idea, the goal is to ask them questions. Okay, so why do you want a music video? Why is it important to do this project? And then they might say, well, we have this tour coming up. We notice that the ticket sales is low and we want to reach a specific demographic within this country that we are going to. Okay, so maybe we need to do something with the music video concept that aligns with what this demographic is looking for. And then you suddenly, instead of saying, hey, this is a cool idea, this is what I have in mind, you can help them solve their problem. So their business makes more money. So commercial, a brand is not interested in having a great commercial. It wants to sell more of its products or services to drive more revenue to the business. So instead of presenting a cool approach for a commercial, the goal is to find out what actually is the goal of this commercial, what does the commercial need to do, and then align your ideas with the goal. So the client is enthusiastic about your idea and think this person understands what I want to do, why I actually want this commercial, and then you can help them achieve what they are looking for. And at the end of the day, they will probably hire you again because you helped them achieve the results that they were looking for. But it works the same for films as well, because Netflix, Amazon, HBO, Universal, and 20th Century Fox are not interested in original ideas and beautiful film scripts. They want more subscribers or sell tickets to the cinema so their business makes more money. Also, they are in existence because money in. But at the end of the day, they don't really care if your film idea has never been made before. What they care about is there an audience for this film? That's why there are so many films made from books or stories, from news stories, for example. That's why you see so many times that when something shocking happens in the news, that it will be translated into a film script, because then the audience already knows about this story, and then the likelihood of them subscribing to the channel or go to the cinema is so much more likely. So you have to see these film studios as like basically banks. So they put money into a project with the hopes of making a return on that investment. That's why the Harry Potter movies are also so important. You know, there was a book, the audience was massive, and then on top of the books, they created films and merchandise, etc. So the audience is already there, and then they could expand on that, and then the likelihood of them making a return on that investment is so much bigger. So that's why these studios are willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars into these movies, because the likelihood of them making billions of dollars is so much higher than, hey, I have this cool idea, it has never been done before, I don't know if it's going to work, but you know, I'm a great artist, I know how to do this stuff, I have done a lot of cool projects. It just doesn't work like that. It is money in at the end of the day. And then the last one, a TV station doesn't want a great TV show. A TV station wants engaging content that drives a lot of viewers to their network so they can charge more money for advertisement and sponsor deals. So their business makes more money. So also a TV station is in business for money in, and their way is to have content like TV shows, programs, Big Brother, like programs that drive a lot of viewers. So the advertisement slots are extremely expensive. So the pitching basics. So how does this translate to pitching ideas to clients using treatments? So treatments, or a pitch deck, is a tool for presenting a business solution to a business problem and presenting yourself as the problem solver. It outlines how you will solve the problem in exchange for money. So just like the architect, you present them with a visual representation based on all the input that they have given you, and present them with something of how the final result could look like. So if you go to the architect and you'll say, well, I need my wardrobes to be like this because I have a child on the way and I doesn't want the child to reach to the specific things that are hidden in there. So, and if you completely ignore this, while this was very important for the client, then they will feel like this doesn't solve my problem. You know, I like the design, cool idea, but it doesn't serve what I'm looking for. And it works the same for filmmaking. So if you can find out why they want this commercial music video, and they say, well, we want to reach this specific demographic for the artist tour, and it's very important for this demographic that there is this dance scene in there, because this these dance moves are specifically hot and engaging within this part of the world in which we have invested millions of dollars to do a tour. Then ignoring that is like creating a death sentence for your treatment. But if you include it and you find a creative way to incorporate that in your ID, then they'll be like, this person understands what we want, let's give him a shot. And why so many pitches fail is many pitches fail because they don't present a solution to a problem. They suggest the wrong solution for the wrong problem, or it is presented to someone who doesn't need that solution, which is basically like trying to sell sand to people who lie on the beach. They don't need sand. But if you try to pitch them water on a hot day, then they'll be highly likely to take that offer from you. Why many pitches fail, especially also with the filmmaking world, is because they just present a cool or original idea, while the film studio is not looking for that kind of ideas. And it works the same for commercials or music videos. So people might pitch a cool idea, but that doesn't align with the goal of what the commercial music video or documentary has to do. So always have the business mindset is money in. I do that by solving the problem for someone else. So in order for me to solve your problem, I need to understand what your problem is, and then try to frame my idea in a way that it solves your problem. I want to highlight that there are two different types of pitches. So when it comes to pitching, there are two types, solicited and unsolicited. Although different, the goal is similar: sell a solution to a problem and make the audience take action. So let's first dive into solicited pitching. So solicited pitching happens when someone asks you for a solution to their problem. They usually give you a project brief that includes the budget, creative guidelines, and deadline. And to succeed with this kind of pitch, you need to understand the problem and why it needs fixing. Then you must offer a solution that solves the problem. I want to build my dream house. I go to an architect and the architect needs to help me solve my problem. This is the same. A brand or a music video artist or whatever a TV station wants has an idea for a commercial, music video, TV show, whatever, and they are looking for someone to help them to bring their idea to life. So the goal of your treatment when you pitch it with the solicited pitching is to make the other person perceive your offer as the best solution to their problem, so they will buy it. Now the positive is the client has a problem that needs to be fixed. You just need to figure out what it is, why they want to solve it, and whether you can help them. Because not all problems have to be solved by you. It is better to filter down a bit and say, well, this is my niche. Say I'm a commercial director and I don't also do music videos and documentaries and commercials, because I can speak from first-hand experience myself as well. I have done this and it became so hard to get my projects greenlit because you face so much more competition. It is better to become world-class at one thing instead of trying to be everything to everyone. And I see this happen so many times as well, as the filmmakers want to be this one-stop shop. And you'll have to compete with a lot of very big companies who have a lot more financial resources and human resources to fall back on. So it is better to become world-class at one thing and say no to specific projects and charge more for the projects for which you can actually solve the problem on a world-class level. But the negative is that you are probably not the only person they have asked to pitch a solution to their problem. So especially, for example, with the music video world, as I mentioned in the previous video as well, when you pitch for a music video, the music label has a problem. They need a music video to promote the artist or to promote the song. They don't know how to do that, so they reach out to film directors or production companies. But you probably won't be the only one pitching for that opportunity. And then we also have unsolicited pitching. So how does this work? So usually it is like a filmmaker, a screenwriter, or a production company, doesn't really matter, who has created a treatment or a film script or a spec script or whatever you like to call it. And they will reach out to a studio, a big studio, or to a government-owned film fund. And they will say, hey, I have this cool idea for a movie, blah, 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 blah. And then in the hopes of the government or the studio or the film fund say, yeah, sure, here you have my money. And then you will deliver a movie. That's the dream scenario, of course. But the cool thing is the unsolicited pitching. This is when you pitch an idea without being asked to pitch an idea. To succeed, you have to identify a problem or an opportunity to improve things for the other person's business. Then propose a strong solution. For this approach to succeed, emphasize how your idea can help the business grow. If the benefits and urgency of your solution aren't clear, the client may not be interested in buying it. So if you pitch for a government fund that is just there to support artists as a sort of cultural thing, then this doesn't really apply. Then you can use an agent or whatever to take more of an artistic route. But if you take a different approach and you want to succeed with this, then it is very important that you do something that is an improvement for the other person's business. So let's say I am pitching a commercial for a hotel. Then I can just say, well, I have this cool idea for a commercial for your hotel. I noticed on your YouTube channel that you don't have a commercial. And then they'll be like, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll think about it. Then you'll probably never hear of them again. But if you can share numbers and data and present that in your treatment, and then you say, okay, well, I have noticed on your YouTube channel that you guys don't use commercials. Well, I have created commercials for these and these and these companies before. And because they now have a commercial, the business has increased by 14%. They have 13% more bookings because the clients who saw this commercial engaged with the hotel more and they had a better understanding of what the rooms look like. In essence, their business grew. And that is exactly what I'm trying to say here is there is an opportunity for growth, for business growth, so more money in. When you pitch this to the other party, then they'll be like, okay, so there is an advantage in getting this commercial instead of just having a cool commercial. The likelihood of them buying is so much higher than just presenting a cool original idea. So the goal is to get an investor on board, attract talent on board crew, and make the other person buy whatever you want, whatever you have to offer. So you can also, when you pitch, when you have a cool idea for a film, you can also just send it to actors, for example, first, who like the idea, and then modify the pitch a bit and send it to crew members to get them on board. And then you go to investors who you can present like, okay, so I already have this talent on board. This talent represents this repertoire of films which have done so much more at the box office. So they put $1 million in, they got 10 million out because this director was involved or these crew members were involved. So it's all like risk reduction. So the upside, you have more creative freedom in the beginning, and you're likely not facing the same amount of competition as solicited pitching. So because there you start from scratch essentially, you have more creative freedom, and the amount of competition is a lot less. But especially when you're pitching for movies, studios receive scripts and ideas every day. The downside is you can't make someone buy what you have to offer. You can only take advantage of what they already want. If you ignore this rule, your business will fail. Yeah, you can pitch a comedy to a production company or to an investor who only invests in horror movies. You can only facilitate what they want. You can only solve a problem that is already there, or a need, or a business opportunity, or something that helps their business, their existing business, make more money. All right, let's summarize this video. So the number one business rule: the goal of a business is money in. All activity in your business should be to make money today or in the near future. If you don't focus on money in, you will run out of money and your business cannot exist. Since you can't create money, you'll have to convince others to give you their money by solving their problems. So solve the problem. In the film industry, people often focus too much on the work they do instead of the results they achieve for the client. A winning treatment is a tool to present a business solution to someone's business problem and present yourself as the problem solver. So artists are not looking for a cool music video idea. They are looking for an idea that serves the purpose of why they want the music video. So the creative agency and their client, which is the brand, is not looking for a simple, cool idea. No, they are looking for someone who can bring the campaign idea to life in a way that it helps the brand achieve the goal that they are looking for. To do that, you need to make a mindset shift. If you want to win the pitch, you need to see your creative service not as artistic expression, but as a solution you're selling. Once you make that mindset shift, you will suddenly understand that clients need you more than you need them. Without you, the problem solver, the problem cannot be solved. So you are the prize here. Never, never, never forget that. And you are the prize only because you help them solve their problems. And your treatment is your presentation of how you can help them solve their problem. Now, in the next videos, I will dive deeper into how can we formulate this in a treatment. What is the framework that you need to use in order to sell your solution successfully to a client? So I wanted to finish this second episode with a beautiful quote by Elon Musk that we all know as the CEO of Tesla. You get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. So if you can solve cancer, man, people are willing to pay you a lot of money. If you are capable of bringing people on a dying planet to Mars, people are willing to pay you a lot of money. If you can sell people an electric car because the planet is running out of fossil fuels, people are willing to pay you a lot of money. So you get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of the problems you solve. So if you can solve a very valuable problem for someone, something that is very hard to be replaced, then people are willing to pay you a lot of money. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to you have a business. The goal of your business is money in. How do you do that? By solving other people's problems so they can give you their money. I think that's it for the second episode. I hope there is a nugget of knowledge gold somewhere in here. As I mentioned before, you don't have to agree with everything that I'm sharing. I had a lot of resistance against this idea of business problem solving because I saw myself as an artist basically, and I had a tough time making that mindset shift. But once I did it, everything became so much more relaxed. It was no longer about me, but about, okay, how can I help other people get what they want so I can get what I want? That's it. I hope to see you in the next one. I hope you learned something. Don't forget, watch the links in the description for resources, etc. Like, subscribe, you know the drill. See you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the third episode of the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I am going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments. Without further ado, let's dive into my computer, dive into the third chapter. So we are inside my computer, chapter 3. problems and solutions. Here is what we are going to cover in this chapter. I'm first going to talk about the illusion of selling. Then I'm going to talk about more or less like a little framework that you can use for sales. Then I'm going to dive deeper into problem diagnosing, because if the goal of the business is money in by solving other people's problems so they can give you their money, you first need to understand what is the problem that they are facing. And I'm going to dive deeper in this episode on how to diagnose someone's problem so you can present a good solution. I'm going to provide you with a sales blueprint for selling ideas via directed treatments. A quick summary at the end. So if you want to get access to all the secret stuff I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, robinpere.com/newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Make sure to subscribe, like, you know the drill, follow for exclusive content. @robinpere is the handle. And a quick warning though, this is the most important video of the entire course. So if you haven't watched the first and the second video before watching this one, I highly recommend you do. And a little pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch it in double speed. So first off, the illusion of selling, because selling is a nasty word in the creative world. Just because the perception that most people have with selling is this sleazy carsman that is forcing you all kinds of stuff that you don't want. And because a lot of people have this image, they more or less approach sales the same way, which is really not necessary. So a fake belief when it comes to pitching and selling an idea to a client. I always believed that the most original or unique idea won. I always thought it was the people who drank coffee with each other, went to the same agency party, had a common friend, or were referred by someone they knew were the ones who were chosen. That is not true. If you are being chosen because you just went to the same agency party or have a common friend, then you are just chosen because you are the convenient choice, not because you are the best problem solver. And many see sales as something negative. However, true sales is about presenting solutions to problems. If you can solve a client's problem with what you have to offer, you don't need to be a slick salesperson. You simply have to understand the problem, show how your solution can solve it, or decide that you can't help them solve it. Because that is also an outcome. When you go to the doctor and the doctor says, I can't help you with this, you need to go to the other specialist, then that is also an outcome. And then you still feel like the doctor helped you into the right direction. So it works the same for filmmaking. If a client comes to you and they want to create a animation commercial and your specialty is directing music videos with live action and dancing, etc., then it is probably not a good idea to do the animation stuff as well and just say, well, this is not my cup of tea. I highly recommend you work with this person, which I've known for a while, and he's a legend in animation music videos. This is essentially what sales is all about. Someone comes to you with a problem, and the goal is to discover what this problem is, look at what you are doing, and see if you can help them solve their problem. That is what sales is. It doesn't have to be like a sleazy salesperson. So like I mentioned, it all comes down to need fulfillment. At its core, sales is about helping others achieve what they want, not just about getting what you want. You can't force someone to buy something they don't want. However, you can guide them towards a solution that they may not have considered before. So when I started pitching ideas, I always presented them with something which I thought was a better idea than what was on the table. Or when a creative agency came with a brief to me, I sometimes just completely modified it. And of course, that didn't solve their problem. So I never heard from them again. So yeah, it all comes down to fulfilling a need. What does the other person want? What is their problem? How can you solve it? If you can't solve it, that's also an outcome. And you just move on and don't be the needy director that really needs the job and tries to sell their soul. Because if you go down that path, it is always going to be a headache. Or at least what I experienced is that usually when I did so, it became a headache project. So how do we approach sales the right way? What is the thing to master sales? So the thing with mastering sales is we need to sell a solution. With solution selling, you don't just talk about your product or service. Instead, you listen to the customer's needs, discover their problem before providing a solution. It's like chatting with a doctor so that they can understand what's wrong with you before prescribing a solution. What might be easier if you don't really get along with the idea of having a business mindset, then a doctor's mindset is a very, very good alternative, because a doctor can only do his job right when they ask you a lot of questions and to really discover what it is that is causing the pain in your body and before they prescribe a solution. And I think this is what I did wrong for a very long time, is I just listened or interpreted the brief without asking questions. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so here's what I can do for you, which was like them saying, I have pain in my arm. And I was like, yeah, okay, let's amputate your leg. Yeah, I would have lost my doctor's license for sure. But that is not the way. That is not the way forward. So if you want to have a thriving career, your business, which is you, has to convince other people to give you their money. You do that by solving their problem. And to be able to solve their problem, you need to ask them questions like a doctor to understand what it is that they really want. Why do they want this commercial? Why have they asked you to come up with an idea for this pitch? Why do they want your vision on this? Usually when you ask a lot of questions, everything will become so much more easier. So you have to do problem diagnosing. So before you can fix a problem, you must first know what is causing the problem. It's like a doctor figuring out what's making you sick before giving you medicine. Otherwise, you're pitching the wrong treatment to people who are not sick. So you need a doctor's mindset. When you think like a doctor, you stop trying to sell something and start talking about what your client needs. Think of yourself as a problem solver, not a salesperson. This way you're still selling, but you're doing it by showing that you understand your client's problems and have the right solution for them. So the secret thing here is to really, really care about helping the other person, not helping yourself, not fulfilling your creative needs, not adding this cool brand to your portfolio or having a check because you need to pay the rent, etc., because that will all backfire you further down the line. The thing is, you need to be able to really, really want to help this other person, give them what they want. And if you cannot give them what they want, that is also an outcome. Like I once read this quote, which means no means next opportunity. And I think that is so applicable in this case as well. So in order to present a solution, we first need to drill down on the problem itself. So we need to diagnose what actually is the thing that is causing the problem. So problem diagnosing, means to an end. People don't pay you for your filmmaking services or the video you create, but for the outcome that these things, so the video or the film, provide. Brands don't want a commercial, they want to sell more products. Artists don't want music videos, they want to reach more people through their music. TV stations don't want a new TV show, they want more viewers so they can make more money with advertisements. Netflix doesn't want great content, they want more subscribers. So everything comes down to business. And the thing you create helps the other business make more money. That is business. That is what it is. This is why the artist mindset does not work in a commercial sense when it comes to pitching ideas. So questions, just like a doctor asks questions to pinpoint the cause of a problem, your role is to diagnose your client's problem. This involves investing time in asking a series of open-ended questions, a process that may feel awkward at times, but is crucial for your client's success. We live in a time where everybody is so self-centered that asking a lot of questions sometimes might feel a bit awkward, but is so necessary. Because otherwise you'll be the doctor. You just walk into the doctor's office and they just don't ask you anything, and you just present them, okay, take this medicine, and they will feel like that you don't want to help them. So it works the same for filmmaking. You need to diagnose what the problem is. Why do they want this thing? Why do they want the commercial, the music video, the documentary, the film? It's the same for the crew as well. So imagine that you got chosen as the director. Then you have to be able to tell the crew why you want this thing. Why do you want the lighting to be this way? Why do you want this? Why do you want that? So everything boils down to discovering the why by asking a lot of questions. Why does this problem need to be solved? Why do you want a commercial? How can I help you with this? And this is all done via a discovery call. Now you will have a client call at the beginning of every competitive pitch. Not every competitive pitch, by the way, but I will dive into that in a minute. So the goal of this call is to discover what the problem is and if you can help solve the problem. If you can't help them, that's also an outcome. So you need to see this call as going to the doctor and see the client as the patient and asking them questions. Okay, how can I help you? And, discover if you can help them or not. If you receive the brief, you can ask them, for example, can I ask you a few questions to better understand what you want and how I can help you? I would love to get to the bottom of this so we both feel happy about having worked together at the end. Would that be okay for you? Now, I know that, there are these competitive pitches, especially on digital platforms nowadays, where they just say, well, this is the product, we want a commercial director, pitch your ID. In this case, it is more difficult to pinpoint a problem, but those pitches, hundreds of people present ideas to those pitches. So you have to ask yourself as well, are you willing to go down that rabbit hole and invest the time and effort to pitch for such a project? Because it is very hard. You're basically just guessing and throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping that this will be the solution that they are looking for. If you don't know what their problem is, why do they really want this project come to life? So the goal of asking all these questions is to discover the why. To sell your solution successfully, you need to figure out why your clients want to solve their problem. Why do they want this commercial? Why do they want this music video? Why do they want this commercial documentary? If you can discover the why, the how becomes easy. So the why is so important. Why do people want? Why do you want to get better? Is it just because you feel pain, or is it because you want to travel to the other side of the world because you haven't seen your family who lives over there for a very long time? And to do that, you need to be able to walk. See, there are layers to this. So discover the why, and then when you understand the why, the how becomes easy. When the art director understands that the goal of this commercial is to engage with a young audience, then they can come up with an how for how to create a film set that facilitates their goal. Of course, when you ask a lot of questions, you want to examine as fast as possible, because the wrong client can be a total pain in the ass. So be skeptical about whether or not you want to work with them. If they want something you cannot do, you want to know this as quickly as possible. It's better to deal with the decision now or pay for it later. It's basically like filtering, like, are we a good relationship? Is this going to work between us? Are you interested in the same things as we, just like a normal date, which is basically the same, you know? It is also like asking questions, are we a match? Or it works exactly the same for discovering if you can help someone solve their problem, because not all clients are suitable for the business. Not every patient is right for the right doctor. If they want to have plastic surgery, you don't go to someone who operates knees, right? So you want to examine as fast as possible so you can point them in the right direction. That is the whole goal. Now, you might have come across some great tips on how to listen, like taking notes, nodding, making eye contact, and repeating what you've heard. But let's simplify things. The best way to show you're paying attention is to genuinely pay attention. Because if you are genuinely interested in helping someone solve their problem, there is not much that you need to do just to show them you're interested. If you're genuinely interested, then, the conversation will flow naturally. And I think that is very important, to genuinely be interested in helping the other person, and have just like a normal human conversation, and not just writing notes to show them that you're taking notes and not actually paying attention, because they will sense it. And at the end, you want to recap everything, because assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. When you're finished questioning, you need to reconfirm everything being said to ensure you understand the problem correctly. For a client, nothing is worse than receiving a treatment where the sender failed to understand the problem. For them, it will feel like they wasted their time taking the meetings, or that the sender didn't care enough to grasp what they needed. So it is like the doctor who has asked you all these questions and like summarizes at the end, then reconfirms it with you to make sure that they understand that this is the thing that needs to be solved. And you need to do the same, because otherwise you're just assuming that this is the thing that they want. They just don't want a commercial. They want something else. And you need to figure out what it is so you can provide the right solution. What also really helps in this questioning is expert insights. So what do you see from your angle that they probably haven't seen? What is causing the real problem? Valuable insights viewed, I think it should be seen through your expert's eye. Sorry for that. Let's say the client wants to shoot a commercial in an old factory, and that's something that they really, really want. And then you'll be like, but have you taken into consideration that old factories are not really available here? So then we probably have to go to another country, and then that will involve extra costs. Is that something that you are willing to spend? Is it that important? And then they'll be like, okay, we didn't know about that. And then you might say, well, because it's an old building, we need to have extra safety regulations and people on board to make sure that nobody gets hurt, because otherwise it is going to be a very expensive insurance claim. Is that something that you would be okay with to move forward with? And then be like, okay, maybe this is not a good idea. So in that sense, you show them that you have experience with this type of project, and they feel more comfortable with you as the expert, because you know the risks that are involved and have their best interests in mind in helping them solve their problem and get them what they want. Expert insights are very, very important. Now, it can happen that you don't have the opportunity for a discovery call. So sometimes your client might think that the conversation isn't necessary. If that happens, you can explain that you really want to help them get the outcome that they are looking for and therefore need to understand better how you can help them. So it is like them saying, I am sick, I want to get better, but I don't want to go to the doctor. The doctor has just magically need to pull the trigger and come up with a solution for my problem, which is, of course, very hard for the doctor to do. And it works the same for filmmaking. So they can present you with a creative brief, like, this is what we want. Can you help us? Yes or no? And then the goal is to get on a call with the people, to get to know them better, to get a sense of what they are looking for. How are their characters? Are they people that you can actually help or not? If they don't feel like a discovery call is necessary, then you might say something like, I know you're busy and I'm ready to create a beautiful project for you, but without the instructions, I'll have to guess what you want. If we can take a little time now to go over the instructions together, I can make sure I can give you exactly what you want, saving us both time and money. Because, if you pitch something that doesn't align with what they are looking for, then they might feel, this person doesn't really understand what we want. So why bother to contact him again in the future? Be genuinely interested in helping them get what they want. Get on a call. If they don't want to, you can decide. It's totally up to you. Where do you want to pursue this opportunity? If you need the money, you can take the risk, but I would suggest to think it over one more time. Now, this comes down to unsolicited pitching, which I also have disclosed in the second chapter of this course. But if you don't have the opportunity for a call and you still want to pitch a cool idea for someone, then the goal is to look at their business model. If you're doing an unsolicited pitch, you have to approach problem diagnosing differently by presenting a great opportunity to enhance the other person's business model. This means you'll have to do some extra homework. Dig into the business model of the business you're pitching for and figure out how your idea makes business sense for your client. So at the end of the day, we are all running businesses. The goal of a business is money in. So if you can help them accelerate the money in or give the money in a push, then there is a clear return on the other person's investments. So they invest $10K or $1,000 or $100,000 or $1 million into what you have to offer, with the idea of making a larger return on that investment. Just like you probably don't just buy crypto because you like the coin and because somebody pitched it to you as a beautiful project that has never been done before, but because you want to invest $1,000 and make a 10x or even 1,000x if further down the line. And it works the same for all the other businesses. So a sales blueprint. Risk reduction. Everything in sales revolves around risk reduction. Clients want to eliminate the risk of losing their money or their jobs when giving you their money. So when artists give you their money for a music video, they want to make sure that if they invest in the music video, they don't get screwed and the video ends up somewhere in a internet corner and doesn't get them the outcome they are looking for. Or when the creative agency awards you the job, they want to make sure that you deliver what they want, so their client gets what they want. And this all comes down to confidence. Confidence is a deciding factor for clients when choosing to work with, who to work with. Your pitch should be designed to instill 3 elements that build confidence in the client's mind and win their trust. So, what is a business? A business is money in. How do you get money in? By solving other people's problems. How do you solve a problem? By first diagnosing what the problem is before you prescribe them with a solution. And then when you present them a solution using a treatment, your pitch needs to include 3 essential ingredients to instill confidence in the client's mind that when they give you their money, they won't lose their job or they won't lose their money, but they actually get the outcome that they are looking for so they can make a return on their investment. This is the whole goal and the sort of where are we now? And so the 3 things are, the first one is trust. You need to convey trust that you are an expert. This is important, an expert in solving their particular problem. So not just a filmmaking expert, no, a very specific expert at solving their problem. When you have to undergo a knee surgery, you want to go to the best expert for knee surgeries and not just some guy who does it all. When a water pipe bursts, you can contact someone who does a bit of everything, but you highly likely want to have the best available plumber at that moment to make sure that the problem does not get any bigger in the future and they just fix something which causes more problems in the long run. Trust is very, very, very important. The next one is belief. Your client needs to believe that your solution will get them the outcome that they want. And finally, you need proof to show that you have solved the exact same problem before. The knee surgeon is only trustworthy when they have a track record and have been doing this for X many years. This is why you don't want to be operated by a trainee, right? You want to have somebody who has done this for 20 plus years, because then you know this guy is the real deal, and the solution that he has presented to me during the problem diagnosing or after the problem diagnosing is something I believe will get me the outcome that they are looking for, and therefore I trust this person. Works the same for filmmaking. 3 essential ingredients that your pitch needs in order to make the sale. So the first one, let's dive a little bit deeper so you better understand how this translates to filmmaking as well, because that might sound a little bit vague. So first one, trust. So trust. Imagine you go to a doctor because you're not feeling well and they prescribe medicine right away without asking about your symptoms. Would you trust that? They are the right expert for solving your problem. Probably not, right? So it works the same for filmmaking. If you go into a client call, you don't ask any questions, you don't take the effort of diagnosing what their problem is, why would they trust you? So, questions. The doctor's recommendation can only be trusted if they genuinely want to help you. To do that and earn your trust, it is important that the doctor asks many open questions to fully understand your problem. The more you feel understood, the more you trust and believe the doctor's recommendation for solving your problems. And this also includes sharing expert insights that show that you have walked the path before, you know the risks of taking that direction or that direction, so you ask them specific questions and share insights. Have you thought about this? Just like an architect, if you say, well, I want all the exterior walls of my house white, then the architect might say, okay, well, the rest of the neighborhood doesn't have this, so there might be implications with requiring all the council improvements. And then you'll be like, okay, I haven't thought about this, but this person seemingly has experience with applying for the paperwork to get the council improvements. So those are signals that you want to convey when you are asking open-ended questions with the client. So they can trust you as the expert. This is the important thing. They need to trust that you are an expert at solving a specific problem that they are facing. And then belief. If the doctor asks you a lot of questions about the pain in your arm, but then told you they needed to cut off your leg to fix it, would you believe them? Probably not. The client has to believe that what you're offering them will get them the results they are looking for. So belief comes down to you are the expert problem solver, and then based on your experience, you need to present them a solution so they believe that will get them the outcome they are looking for. So a clear path. To create belief, you need to show your client a clear plan for how your solution can solve their problem and achieve the desired outcome. Now, some false belief as well. Some people believe they must like you in order to work with you, but that is not true. People don't have to like you to hire you. You don't need to be friends. You don't have to go to the same agency parties and all that bullshit. They need to know that you deliver results. That's all they care about at the end of the day. If they also like you, that's a bonus. So, of course, when you like someone and you have to work on a film project for many months to come, then liking to work with somebody is a bonus. But I have stood on film sets with people I didn't like, but I just knew that they did a good job. Yeah, it works the same. When your pipe bursts in your bathroom and everything is underwater, I don't need to like the plumber. He just needs to solve the problem. And I don't see how that is any different compared to the film industry. And then proof. Imagine the doctor shows you examples of patients they have successfully treated for the same issue. This proof helps you trust and believe the doctor can help you. Just as clients need evidence, client results, reviews, testimonials, case studies that you've successfully tackled similar projects before. The more relevant proof you have, the easier it will be to convince them that working with you is a low-risk, high-reward decision. Now, the key word here is relevant proof, because when you are pitching for a commercial, all the documentaries that you have made are not relevant to the commercial unless you have solved a problem that is very specifically related or similar to the project that you are pitching for right now. So when I go to the doctor or if I go do some plastic surgery, I don't really care about all the knee operations if I want to have fillers in my face, right? But if the doctor shows me 3,000 before and after pictures of people that they have done facelifts on or, Botox stuff, then I'd be like, okay, this guy has done it before. He solved my problem before. He has asked a lot of questions. I believe that he is the one that can get me the outcome that I am looking for. So the goal of the proof is you want your clients to look at your proof and say, these clients are just like me. They had very similar challenges to me. And therefore, I feel very comfortable that this person will serve me well and help me solve my problem. So this is why clients are always looking for similar projects within your portfolio. And this is why it's so important not to build a portfolio that just shows you can solve a shitload of problems, because then people don't really know why they should contact you. But if you have a very specific style or a very specific problem, or if you only do one specific kind of work, then it is very obvious that you are the expert to go to. And people will be willing to pay good money for that as well. So when it comes to proof, you have to realize that the projects in your portfolio are assets that will continue to deliver value long after the time you have spent building them. Publish your projects on your portfolio website and document your work via photos and behind the scenes videos. Now, this is something that I have done throughout my career as well. As every time we did a project, I made sure that there was somebody there with a photo camera. I paid for them myself most of the time, or with a video camera to make a behind the scenes video, because all this data is yours and it is proof to show to future clients that you are capable of handling film sets on which problems are being solved for other clients just like them. So it is so important that, for example, show reels. Now, what does a show reel tell? It shows that you can create beautiful images. But if there is no specific goal of unity within the pictures that you create, then clients will look at it and think, okay, yeah, this looks good. But if you can incorporate behind the scenes material and show how you've made those images come to life and what did they help your clients achieve, then everything becomes so much more relatable for them. And a show will be so much more than just beautiful images cut together. Quick summary of this third chapter of the course. So sales is solution selling. Instead of presenting how you would make a beautiful film nobody has ever seen using tools nobody has ever used, present a solution that solves the client's deeper motivation for solving the problem. The biggest challenge is to uncover that deeper motivation. So a business is money in. You get money in by solving other people's problems. How do you solve a problem? By first diagnosing what the problem is so you can sell the solution. And the best way to approach this, I believe, is to diagnose like a doctor. To solve someone's problem, you first have to discover what is causing it and why it needs to be solved. You do so by asking lots of open-ended questions. Discover the why, and the how becomes easy. If you know what the project has to do for the other person, the how becomes so much easier. If you know that the music video has to be created because the artist wants to reach a specific demographic, then you can figure out, okay, so what triggers this demographic and how can we create something that aligns with what that demographic wants. That is basically what it is. Now, in your treatment, you have to convey one essential element, and that is confidence, because everything in sales revolves around risk reduction. Nobody wants to lose their money. Nobody wants to lose their job. To do that, you need to convey confidence. So to successfully sell a solution, you need to instill confidence in the buyer that you will deliver the results that they are looking for. This confidence is built by conveying three things: trust, belief, and proof. They need to trust you as an expert to solve their problem and believe that your solution will get them the results they are looking for, backed up by proof that you have solved this problem before. So how are we going to translate this into a treatment? That's something for the next chapter, in which I will show you how to actually do this. How do you build trust, belief, and proof in a treatment? How do you do this text-wise? How do you do this visually-wise? How do you do this structure-wise? Yeah, if you can convey to the client that they will not be screwed with what you have to offer because you have listened to them, you have found out that this is the thing that they are looking for, you have reconfirmed with them, is this the thing that you are looking for? And then present them with the solution after sharing expert insights like, okay, if you want this, have you taken into account that it might result in this, or etc. and then present yourself as, I've done this before. You can trust me. I'm an expert at solving this problem. When you hand me the money, you'll be safe. You'll be in good hands. This is the solution that I have in mind. So believe me when I am going to say, if we take these steps, this is the outcome that you can get. And I can back it up by proof because I have solved this kind of problem many times over for clients just like you. Now, to summarize this episode with a beautiful quote, people don't buy from you because they understand what you sell. They buy from you because they feel understood. If you diagnose a problem right and present them with a solution that actually sells their problem, after you show genuine interest and you are genuinely interested in helping them solve their problems, they will feel understood. And they will feel like I am in good hands. This person has best interests in me and helping me get the outcome that I am looking for. That is why they buy. They just don't buy because they understand that you can create a cool commercial. No, they buy because that cool commercial solves their problem. That is good for them. That will get them an ROI, a return on their investment in time and money. That was it, the third chapter. A lot of great new insights, problems and solutions. I hope there's another nugget of knowledge gold in there for you, something that might help you get to the next stage. As I have said many times already, I am not a filmmaking guru. You don't have to agree with everything that I'm sharing, but if there is one thing in here, one thing in this course that would help you win the next pitch so you can make the next project, and that project will bring in the next project because the clients who see that project like what you have done for others, then one thing will lead to the next, and everything resonated from something that you have learned within this course. Next chapters are going to be diving more into how are we going to combine all this input, all this problem diagnosing approach, building confidence within a pitch in more detail, and we'll dive into that in later chapters. So that's it for now. I hope you've learned something again, and see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the fourth episode of the Director's Treatment Masterclass course, in which I am going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments. Now, the fourth episode, in which I'm going to dive into the pitch winning formula, because how do you translate all the fundamentals that we have discussed in the first three episodes into a structured formula that you can use as a blueprint for every treatment that will cross your path. So without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into the pitch winning formula. So we are inside my computer, the pitch winning formula, and here is what I'm going to cover in this video. So first, I'm going to share the winning formula. What is the repeatable structure that you can use to create a winning treatment over and over again? And then I'm going to share a quick summary at the end. So if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, robinpire.com/newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Now, you can also follow me, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, like, subscribe, you know the drill, for exclusive content. @RobinPire is the handle. And I wanted to ask you to, if you find this piece of content valuable, please help me share this course. I need your help. Let's change people's lives together. As I mentioned in the introduction of this course, I have seen so many vague resources online when it comes to creating treatments and winning the pitch. And I would love to end that once and for all by providing you with this course, and so you always have a blueprint to fall back on. And I would really appreciate it if you can help me spread the word. And a little pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch this video in double speed. So the winning formula for winning the pitch. 6 questions. Every successful pitch relies on a simple, repeatable formula that needs to answer 6 key questions. The goal of your pitch is to answer these questions to persuade someone to hire you. Now, I also want to highlight that you don't have to answer all these questions within your treatment. Preferably you do, I believe. So therefore, it doesn't matter who the treatment is being sent to. This person always has the answers to those questions, because if you answer some questions within an email and only the treatment is forwarded, then the person who receives the treatment without the email doesn't have the answer to all the questions. So let me specify this at a later stage, which questions you might answer via email or voice memo or video. It also depends a bit on who the audience is. Is it just one person that you're pitching for, or some more people? Let's dive into the 6 questions. So the first one is who. So who are you and what problem do you solve? Just like I introduce myself at the beginning of this course and highlight what I'm about to teach you. Who am I? What have I done? And this is all to explain my credentials and why you would listen to me. And it works the same for your treatment. So you first want to say, well, this is me. This is the problem that I solve. And this is how I can help you. Then you want to answer the question of what. So what is the problem and what is the outcome the client is looking for? Then how will you solve the problem? Then where the problem will be solved? Where will the problem be solved? When will the problem be solved? And finally, why should I hire you as soon as possible to solve the problem? So let's specify this more in more detail. So first, let's dive into the who question. So the goal of the who question, the purpose of addressing the who question is to introduce yourself, establish your expertise in solving a particular problem, build trust with the client by reassuring them that they are in good hands, and provide proof that you have successfully solved similar problems before. Because we first want to highlight why they should listen to you, because otherwise you can present them with a cool idea and then all the other questions will come up. But if you establish yourself first, like you're in good hands, let me guide you through, this is my background and I can help you solve your problem, then everything will be much easier further down the line. So we want to start with an introduction. So start by introducing yourself, explain who you are, what you do, and the results you have accomplished for others. Outline what your document will cover. Use numbers and data to support your claim as they add credibility and clarity. Data is so important, and results that you have accomplished for others. Because I can say I have done this and that, but if you can support your claims with data, then it becomes a factual statement, and that is very convincing to somebody who doesn't know who you are. It comes down to proof. So the more relevant proof you have, the more authority you wield, and the easier it is for clients to think you can help them solve their problems. A summary of your track record of success and not a complete rundown of every production you've ever worked on. This is not an ego boost. So the key word here is relevant proof, because if I am asked to direct a commercial for a creative agency, they don't care about all the documentaries I've done before, unless the problem that I'm solving is more or less similar to something that I've done for the documentary stuff. Works the same for doctors. If you go for knee surgery, you don't care about all the plastic surgeries that they have done as well. You just want to get your knee operated. And if they can say, well, I've been doing this for 10 years. I have operated more than 5,000 people over the last so many years. So you are in good hands. So relevant proof. And then what is also very relevant is awards. So what makes something good in the creative world is very subjective. That's why there is so much emphasis on winning awards. If you win a lot of awards, you must be good. So from that point of view, awards are like a currency that can help you boost your credibility. It is not like playing soccer, when you score it, you score 1 point. With creativity, it is very subjective. People like it, people don't like it. But at the end of the day, I think it comes down to, did it serve the purpose of why it was created? I have noticed that sometimes in the creative world, you start living in this sort of bubble and you start creating work to impress others who also work and live within this creative world. And then it defeats the purpose of why you are actually creating the work. People within the creative world have to hire you. So if you are a freelance director and you have to work for production companies and creative agencies add value to winning awards, then it might be a good idea to win some awards along the way. And there are so many film festivals and platforms to which you can submit your work. I've done this as well. Also won awards, also had a lot of these fancy laurels of official selection and blah, 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 blah. It just adds credibility, because you can say that something is good, but when other people say his or her work is good, then it adds more credibility to you as a creator. So awards and relevant proof. Now, if you don't know how to introduce yourself properly, it is not done, I believe, in, hi, this is me, I have this and that style, blah, blah, blah. Or, I've seen so many vague descriptions of filmmakers who describe themselves in all sorts of ways, but you have to look at it from the client's perspective. Why would they hire you? And I personally would hire somebody if they have the credibility and the proof that shows that they have solved good problems for other people just like me before. When the pipe bursts in my apartment, I don't care if the plumber was a soccer player before or this and that. I don't have to relate to this person. I just have to know that he has solved problems before for clients just like me and had a lot of success along the way. So a template that you can use to introduce yourself in a treatment might sound something like I help by doing. I have done this so far for which resulted in. Now, to give you an idea of how you can translate this for a director, this is an example. So for a music video, I would say something like I help music artists turbocharge their online presence by directing eye-popping music videos that make waves and win hearts online. I have done this for legends like Drake, Justin Timberlake and Rihanna, resulting in their music video reaching 5 billion views from people around the world and bagging 9 best music video awards along the way. So if I am an artist, I'm looking for a director to pitch me a creative idea for my project. And the goal is to boost the artist profile and reach a lot of new people around the world. And I would read this. I'll be like, interesting. This person has experience with expanding artist reach online. He mentioned that he has done it for credible names. He has reached a lot of people, received the recognition for doing the work. So, it adds a lot of credibility to this music video director as a problem solver. Now, for a commercial, I help creative agencies bring their top-tier brand campaigns to life and put their client's product in the spotlight by directing killer ad campaigns. I have pulled this off for giants like L'Oréal Paris and Nivea, captivating over 250 million eyeballs across 6 social media platforms and helping the agencies win 3 Cannes Lion Awards. So if you are pitching for a creative agency in the beauty niche, and they have created a creative campaign for a beauty brand, and the goal is to reach a lot of people via social media platforms, etc., then this could be appealing to them. All these examples are very subjective to the goal of what the other company is looking for. So for example, with the documentary, I help nature activists in their mission to protect the planet from fossil fuel damage by producing eye-opening documentaries that highlight the health risks of emissions. My work for organizations like Greenpeace and the World Wildlife Fund led to a global petition with 100 million signatures and the shutdown of 15 major polluting companies. So again, it highlights who you are. You can also start it with your name. Hi, my name is Robin and I have blah, blah, blah. It highlights the expertise that you have, the problem that you solve, and the results you have achieved for others. And they have to align with what the results that the company that you are pitching to is also after. And then a film example. So I help horror film investors make big bucks at the box office by transforming nail-biting scripts into spine-tingling movies that keep audience glued to their seats from start to finish. I have done this for studios like Paramount Pictures, turning their investments into 150% profits and over 300 million in ticket sales worldwide. Now, if you pitch your horror movie script or you pitch yourself to a film investor, then if I would be a film investor and I would read this, I would be like, oh, okay, interesting. This guy has an expertise in horror movies. He has done this before for credible names, Paramount Pictures, and he has successfully helped them achieve a big return on their investment. And he is asking for a couple million in investments. And, of course, the longer my credential list is and the more success I can show this person, the more they will feel that I am a safe bet. I am a low risk, high reward decision. So this is how you can introduce yourself, not with the I have played football, my background is this. Of course, you can go down that path if you want to establish yourself as a human being with which other human beings might relate. But I think that is something for further down the line. You will stand out so much more if you can say who you are, what problem do you solve, and what results have you helped achieve for others, just like the clients that you want to serve with your treatment. Now, to give you an idea of how something like this could look like, I have used one of the templates from my store. You can get them via the link in the description. But this is for a music video treatment for a fictional artist that I just came up with called Lunar, Back in Time. Director treatment by Alice Sinclair and a production company called Blinkbox Films. Yeah, so this would be the title page of the treatment. And then an introduction page. Hey cool cats, I'm Alice and I help musicians like you boost their online presence by transforming their tunes into visually stunning, retro-inspired music videos that help them reach audience around the world. Over the past 9 years, I've directed 36 music videos for artists like The Weeknd, Miley Cyrus and Pink. These videos have gathered 965 million views, won prestigious music video awards and boosted the following of all the musicians involved. To show how I can help you reach the hearts and minds of people around the world, I've put together a creative treatment for your song's music video. Consider this proposal the opening chords of our creative collaboration. Have any ideas or questions as you flip through, feel free to drop me a line at any time. Your director, Alice Sinclair, and then some links, etc. So this, in my opinion, establishes her, Alice, a fictional director, with a picture of herself, who she is, the experience that she has, the amount of projects that she has successfully done, the credibility she adds with the names that she has done it for, and the results that she helped achieve for her clients. And then some awards, some links to previous works, and of course her contact details, because at the end of the day, the goal of a treatment is for somebody else to take action. And the action usually is to get in contact with you as soon as possible to hire you for the job. So you want to make sure that, as I've done here as well, I've put it on the front page and also put it here. Yeah, so we have answered the first question, the who is this person, and how can this person help me achieve the goals? So if you want to say thank you, because most of the treatments that I've seen say thank you for this opportunity, blah, 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 you can say something along the lines of thank you for reaching out with this music video project. Here as I see it come to life. So as you have seen, data is very, very important, because data means proof. Data is king, in my opinion. Filmmaking is subjective, but data-driven results are not. Data is factual. The more relevant numbers you can share, the more authority you wield. Awards, views, conversions, tickets sold, engagement increase, clicks, sales, audience growth, cost reduction, press coverage, but only relevant data matters. So if the artist or if the creative agency, if the film investor is looking for a very specific thing, if they want a music video to create more, to grow the audience, then you want to share numbers for audience growth that you have achieved for previous clients. If they are after press coverage and newspapers, online newspapers and magazines writing about this artist, then you want to share that you have created a viral music video or a viral project and that it was covered in 60 online sources, and you want to maybe include links to those sources. See, only relevant data matters, and it's only relevant when you know what is relevant to the other person. So if the other person wants to achieve X, then you want to share data that is related to X and not something completely different. So the knee surgeon only shares data about knee surgeons and doesn't share what he does as a hobby in the weekend. Then data collection. So sometimes, to share the data, you first need to collect the data. So you don't always get access to the data that tells you how well your previous work did, but you can always ask previous clients what has happened to the video you've made and how it helped or didn't help them get the results that they were looking for, and whether they considered a success, and based on which results that decision is based. The views and the likes, etc. That is easy data to get access to. Analytic dashboards of people, you don't get access to that data, but you can always ask them for the data or to share them or to give a rough estimate or ask them how well did it do and why it did well. Why is very important. It also comes down to data framing. So it's very important to notice that you can reframe data so it becomes relevant to somebody. The goal of the data is to show how you have produced valuable results for clients just like them. I created X to help them achieve Y. So let's say you only have done documentary project before, but you now want to make a switch to commercial, which might be a bit difficult. But if you can fall back on data from the past and then reframe that data in a way so that it becomes relevant to the person that you are pitching to, then that is also a way forward. So the first question in this winning formula is the who. So who are you? Or what problem do you solve? And what in quantifiable numbers results have you achieved for similar clients who faced the same problem? That is the first step. The first question that you need to answer is the introduction question. Who are you? Why should they listen to you? And then we dive into the what. So what? Alignments. Before explaining your solution, you want to clearly define the client's problem, what they are looking for, what outcome you can provide, and what direction you can take this project in. This helps everyone who reads the pitch to understand the goal of this project and align the expectations of what the outcome needs to be. So this is all about alignment in the beginning. So what is this project all about? What does it need to do? This is also important because a treatment also serves as a roadmap for the client, but also for your film crew. When everyone knows a project's purpose and goals, you can work more efficiently instead of explaining your plan to each person individually. If you can frame your idea in a way that says, well, all the creative choices that I made serve the purpose of connecting with the audience in this part of the world, and this part of the world adds a lot of value to brightful colors, then the cinematographer can think in a way that maybe we should use these lenses because they make colors pop more. And then the person responsible for the lighting might say, well, if we use these filters, we can bring those colors more to life. And, so everything boils down to the stuff that you have outlined within the treatment. Now, how does this look like? How does this project summary look like? A way to do it in the beginning, after you have introduced yourself, can be something like this. So an artist, Lunar, title, Back in Time. If I don't know anything about the project and a treatment like this would land on my lap, I know who is this person, what is the credibility, I know it's for a music video, I know the artist name, I know how long it's going to be, I know when we start filming, when it will be delivered, what I will get if I put money into this project, and I also know that it has to be filmed in different aspect ratios because the output will be on social media platforms. Then we are going to summarize the challenge. So this is the problem that Sony Music is facing. So Sony Music is focused on developing a unique brand identity for Lunar, an emerging artist whose music combines jazz influences with a vintage aesthetic. The goal of this project is to increase Lunar's online visibility and establish her as a distinctive brand through a visually engaging music video that matches her artwork and tells her origin story. The goal of this music video is to help them build a strong identity for their upcoming product, essentially, because their product is the music of the music artists. So then the master plan to enhance Lunar's online presence, match her artwork, and tell her brand story. The plan is to create a music video that blends retro elements with modern appeal. The video will feature Lunar performing her song in vintage locations that represent her past, accompanied by her friends and family, presenting her as an approachable and relatable artist. So this would be a direction that a director could pitch, to help them solve that problem. And then in this case, I have included the perks. So what could be the perks of this concept? Assuming that they have highlighted that as it's a starting artist, the budget is, it's not Drake level. The perks could be by utilizing a small team, the music video can be filmed in a single day across 3 locations in Antwerp that represent milestones of her music career. This efficient approach reduces production costs and simplifies the filming process, making it a practical solution for achieving significant impact with limited resources. And then what we're after, the goal of this strategy is to add a face to the voice so the music is heard and seen, and of course increases her online reach and fan base while building Lunar's legacy and aligning with pre-designed visual identity. So based on this text, you can understand that it's an emerging artist. Sony Music wants to give her a brand identity. An album cover has already made, 3 locations with her friends and family. So a producer will read this and think, okay, so it's only 1 day of shooting. Friends and family are for free, most likely. We are going to shoot in the city of Antwerp, so they know if they need to get permissions or not. Locations from her past, so it is 3 already defined locations within the city of Antwerp. Problem, solution, and the approach to meeting their financial restrictions, if you might call it like that. Like a detailed, simple overview, social media, this is when we start filming deliverables. So when you open the treatment, then within the first 4 pages, you know what it is. It is a music video treatment. You know who it has created and what this person's credentials are. We know the problem that they are facing, establishing a new artist within a very crowded musical market. And we have an approach of filming a 1-day music video within the city of Antwerp at 3 locations using cast and crew that are basically for free to help the artist reach a new audience online. So first page is in, we have introduced who we are, the problem, and we've presented them with the solution. So what is the goal of this project? What problem will your solution solve for the client? And what is the outcome you will provide? If they decide not to read any more of the pages, then within the first 4 pages, they already know who you are and what they can get if they will work with you. Then let's dive into the how question. So the how question dives deeper into how are we in more detail going to help you get the outcome that you are looking for. So the goal is to walk your audience, the client, through the solution and explain how this will help solve their problem and achieve X, Y, and Z. Now, relevance. All the information in your treatment must be relevant to how that will solve the problem. If it's not relevant to solving the problem, it helps you explain your vision and ideas or addresses specific doubts or concerns that the client has, you must leave it out. If you want to know what's relevant to the client, simply ask before creating your treatment what they would like your treatment to include. Because you have to understand that when music labels ask 20 directors to pitch their creative vision and ideas to clients and do this for every project that lands on their desk, they receive a mind-blowing amount of treatments. So they might have become tired. Also with creative agencies, if they receive treatments all the time from directors, might just simply ask them, so what do you want to see in the treatment? Do you prefer a 50-page magazine document? Or, would you like me to discuss this and that concern you might have and explain how I can help you solve that problem? So it makes no sense to talk about stuff that doesn't support how you will solve the problem. If they don't care about the editing, if that's not important for them to know, then you might leave it out. But if they have expressed concerns about the editing, then it might be a good idea to discuss the editing and the pacing of the song, or how it may look and feel, or the theme of your concept. That it has to be relevant, and everything has to be reframed in a way that it solves their problem. So like I mentioned, everything comes down to framing. Everything in this part of your treatment revolves around framing your ideas so that they become valuable to the client. This is important because it helps you achieve your goal of X. If you can frame your ideas to solve a client's problem, it is far easier to onboard them with your vision and ideas. And this might also be the case why so many treatments are lost, and why I lost so many treatments is I just pitched them a cool idea, but I missed the last step, which was reframing it in a way that says, this is important because it helps you achieve X. We need to shoot it like that because you addressed this concern during the client call, and this is how we could solve that problem. That's the golden rule. Reframe it in a way that it becomes valuable to them, because otherwise they might say, why is it like that? But if you address it in a way that says, well, you mentioned this is important to you, this is how we can solve it. And then they might say, okay, makes sense. So while outlining your solution, you must do it with certainty without seeking validation, and never use doubt words like maybe or perhaps. You are the expert, not them. So don't doubt about the ideas. This is something that I did wrong in the beginning as well, as I proposed them a few options within a treatment. It just doesn't work like that. You are the expert. You know how to best solve this problem. And of course, during a client call, you might offer them a few options in a conversational context, but not in your treatment. So if we dive into the look and feel for this project, it might be something like Luna's music video will be a masterclass in blending old school charm with modern flair, mirroring her unique artwork and sound. Picture this: classic film locations that are key milestones in her life, like a cozy jazz club and a retro vinyl store, bathed in soft, warm lighting that feels like a hug from the past. Deep reds and blues will splash across the screen, giving the video a nostalgic yet chic vibe, perfectly in sync with her Instagram-worthy aesthetic. These visual choices aren't just for show, they are here to echo Luna's romantic album art and solidify her brand's identity across the different online channels. So I hope you can sense from this text that apparently Sony during a client call has expressed their concerns that the aesthetic of the music video has to align with the artwork that has already been created. They have probably already invested in a photo shoot with the artist and established a very romantic, soft, warm lighting feel. And to create this new brand for this new artist, they want to create a alignment in her online identity that they will use for Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. So everything feels as a cohesive brand. In this way, by describing the look and feel, you address their concern by saying, I heard you, I understand that it is very important for you to have a cohesive brand experience. So with this color palette and these kind of stylistic choices, with these reference images, I give you an idea of what it could look like. And then some more reference images. There are never not enough reference images within a treatment, I believe, as long as they are relevant. So no just random images. No, it has to support what you are trying to convey to your audience. So yeah, this is one of them. It's just look and feel. But you can, if they have addressed concerns, or you would like to give them an idea of the wardrobe, or how you would like to address the film sets or the characters that you are going to use, you can use all these different chapters, just like this one, like the look and feel, and you can build one for the styling, for the wardrobe, for the makeup, as long as it helps you convey your creative vision and ideas. And if it addresses a concern the label has expressed, or if it's something very specific that you would like to explain to a specific department further down the line, it might be easier to also include that in your treatment if you do it in a cohesive way, just like this. So the how will your solution solve the client's problem? So we have discussed who you are, what is the problem that we solve and how can I help you get there? What is your vision in this case for solving the problem of establishing a new brand identity for the artists? And then where? We also have to discuss the location of where we are going to solve the problem. So the goal of this section is to give an idea of where filming and or post-production will take place. It is not necessary to have a defined answer to this question yet, as long as you give an idea of where the problem will be solved and why this location is important to help achieve the goal of this project. So for this case, locations, old styles with a modern twist. This music video will be shot in 3 iconic Antwerp locations that mark key moments in Lunar's journey. So here is where the music video will be shot. I hope with the words you get a sense of how Lunar or how Alice envisions the lighting in the atmosphere within this club and how that supports, the visual aesthetic that is very important for the music label. Vintage destinations in a modern world. A sort of mood board for this project. So yeah, we have discussed the where. So where will the problem be solved? And then when. So the goal of this section is to manage the expectations and outline the timelines of the project. You need to answer the following questions. When will the final results be delivered? What are the timelines for this production? This can also be communicated via email or inside your treatment. So yeah, you can break down the project into key milestones and deadlines. Detail each phase of the production from pre-production shooting and post-production to final delivery. This helps set clear expectations and provides a roadmap for the project's progress. I'll show how you can do that in a minute, or how it might look like in a minute. But as a bonus, you can also include a communication plan, explain how you will maintain clear and consistent communication with the client throughout the project. Effective communication assures everyone is on the same page and builds trust. So you can say, well, this is a feedback moment. We do all communication via email, or all communication goes through a WhatsApp group, or all communication goes through email. So, you don't get calls late at night. You just basically refer to, or a Dropbox folder that people can share IDs in. So it's very cohesive and everybody knows if they have an ID where to send it to, because otherwise it's going to be one big chaos. But, if you are a director, you work on a commercial project, you can also say, this is all done via the producer. I am responsible for the creative choices. I do this with you, and we all communicate via WhatsApp group. If you have any logistical concerns, you can contact with the producer or the line producer. There are many different ways. You don't have to include this in your treatment. You can communicate this during the client call and explain, well, this is how I work. This is my responsibility. I have a production company on my side who is responsible for all the logistics, and they help me facilitate all the logistics of a film production. Yeah, you don't have to include this in your treatment, but you might want to highlight it in an email, voice memo, or whatever. And also a bonus as for the approval process, detail the steps involved in the approval process for each phase of the project. Clarify when and how the client will review and approve the work. This ensures there are no surprises and that the project stays on track according to the agreed upon timeline. You have to realize that when you saved up all the money in the world and you want to work with an architect, the architect designs the house for you, then you want to sign off on the tiles that they are going to use. You want to sign off on the doors, on the door frames, on the kitchen. You want to be in control with the architect, of course, to sign off on those decisions. And for a client who hires you as a film director, it works the same. So they want to sign off on stuff just like you want to sign off on stuff when you invest your money into something. So it can look like something like this. So again, for the music video, can be a concept alignment, pre-production, production, post-production, and delivery. It is just to give a rough idea of these are the steps and these are the estimated deadlines for this production. So when will this problem be solved? And then the last one, the why. Now, this is the one that most people forget. This is the one that I forgot for many years. But it actually is the most important one, because otherwise you have told them who you are, you have summarized the problem that they face and the solution that you can offer to get them the outcome that they are looking for. But now we need to add a very important element, and that is time. Because why would they have to hire you as soon as possible? So instead of just saying at the end, thank you for reading, I believe they should thank you for investing the time to come up with a solution. Yeah, we want to add some urgency. So call to action. So the goal of a pitch is to convince someone to take action. So you want to avoid thanking them for their time and not telling them what action they need to take next. So clearly outline what you want them to do and why it's important to act now. The easier you can make it for them to get in touch, the more likely they are to contact you. So this is why in the beginning, on the introduction page, as well as on the cover of the treatment, and perhaps as well on the last page of the treatment, you want to include your contact details, because the easier it is for them to get in touch with you, the more likely they will do it. The goal of the treatment is for someone to take action. How are we going to do that? By telling them what to do. But that is not enough. We can tell them, give me a ring, but that is not enough. We have to add something else. We need to add urgency. So in this last part of your pitch, you need to tell them why they should hire you right now. So not tomorrow, not next week, but as soon as possible. You do that by creating artificial urgency. They need it now, and you need to tell them why they need it now. A timing element that makes your offer perfect. So let me quickly switch to another world. Amazon, for example, they have these Prime deals, and these Prime deals are always only there for 5 days. So you only have 5 days for a massive discount. That is urgency. After the 5th day, there is no more discount. So if you want this, then you need to act fast. And we want to achieve the same result when you pitch them an idea. You want them to act fast. So otherwise it will be just a solution to a problem. But yeah, if there is no urgency involved, why would they buy from you? I think one industry who does this also very good is the crypto YouTubers. Because if you search online Bitcoin or crypto or whatever, then it always is last possibility to buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin now. The next rise is tomorrow. Will Bitcoin pump? Blah, 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 blah. And you create this sense of FOMO, of fear of missing out. Like, act fast because otherwise I'm going to miss the next rise. It has the same effect. It creates artificial urgency. So we want to add artificial urgency within the treatment. How do we do that? And I believe one of the ways to do this is scarcity. So scarcity is a great tool for adding artificial urgency to your treatment by suggesting that, for example, your availability is limited. I am currently between projects, but I have 2 other big projects on the horizon. You create a reason for them to act immediately. Setting a clear deadline encourages people to make quick decisions, increasing the appeal of your offer. So you are the problem solver. You are the big prize here. Not them. You are the big prize. Without you, the problem cannot be solved. And your availability is limited, and therefore it is scarce. So if they want it and you are between projects and your time is limited, then we can add urgency to the treatment. Now, it might look something like this. So I have to tell you a secret. So beauties, I would love to work together on this project, but my availability is limited. I have got another ambitious project peeking over the horizon. So here's the deal. If you can give me the green light for this project within the next 12 hours, I can set aside my other commitments and dive into your music video with everything I've got. If I don't hear from you after this time frame, I can't guarantee my availability. Give me a ring and I'm all ears and ready to roll. Your director, Alice Sinclair. Now, it is important to mention that at the very beginning, when people ask you if you are available and if you are willing to pitch on this project, then you already have to instill the scarcity in their mind that you are in between projects, but you have some other stuff on the horizon and you are willing to pitch. So that there is a possibility of helping them solve their problem, and then you sort of reframe this at the end of your treatment. Now, this is also something, if you don't feel comfortable putting this in your treatment, you can also put it in an email or voice memo or a video, whatever you prefer. This is a way to add scarcity and artificial urgency, urging them to act now, to hire you, to give you a call within the next 12 hours. And otherwise, you cannot guarantee your availability. You cannot offer them this solution and help them get the outcome that they are looking for. So the last question is the why. Why should they hire you not tomorrow, not next week, but today? So the winning formula. So the who, the what, the how, the where, the when, and the why. In the previous video, I explained that a treatment needs 3 essential ingredients: trust, belief, and proof. You need to be an expert at solving a specific problem. To show them that you are an expert, you have to ask them many open-ended questions. And if you do it right, you already have your expertise baked into the questions. Then you need to present them with a solution that can get them the outcome that they are looking for. So they believe that this is the thing that they need. And then you need proof to back it up to show that you have solved similar problems before. And then we need to, follow these 6 steps. Yeah, let me quickly show you how this translates. So trust, believe, and proof. So in the beginning, we answer the question, who are you? And show them that you are an expert. You have solved similar problems before. You have done this for these and these names. These are the results that you have created for them. So the first question helps to establish trust and proof. Trust that you are an expert and backed up by proof. The next stage is to help them believe that this is the solution that they are looking for. This is the solution that will get them the outcome that they are looking for. And together, they instill the confidence. And then in the last stage, we need urgency to urge them to buy now, not next week. This is why also in so many websites, you have these countdown timers, right? So the sale ends in blah, 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 blah. Most of the time, that is also artificial because when you refresh the page, the timer starts again. But it's an artificial way of making you feel like I need to buy this now because otherwise the opportunity is gone. And that is exactly the same that we want to achieve within the treatment. So we don't want to send out a treatment, say thank you for your time, for reading. We want to tell them what to do next and why they should do it right now because otherwise the opportunity is gone. So never, ever, 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 never, ever end your treatments again with thank you for your reading. Makes no sense in my opinion. So let's summarize this episode. Summary. So answer the 6 questions. Every successful pitch should follow a simple, repeatable structure by answering the who, what, how, when, where, and why questions in your approach. And when you do so, you can present a solution that is highly likely to be bought. 6 questions. This is the formula. Whatever you include, it doesn't matter. These are the 6 questions that need to be answered for somebody to buy from you. So the first question, the who, should establish trust in the client's mind that you are the right problem solver for the job by proving that you have successfully solved the problem for other clients and got them the results they were looking for. So first question, the who question, creates trust and proof. Then the next one, belief. The following 4 questions, what, how, where, and when, are all about communicating the solution you have in mind. This will provide your audience with a clear understanding of how your solution and how each pillar of your solution will contribute to solving the client's problem. So who, trust and proof, what, how, where, and when helps you to establish the belief that this is the thing that they need. And then lastly, we want to add urgency. The last question, why should tell your client what to do next so they can start working with you as soon as possible to solve their problem. Don't send it out and wait. You need to tell them what to do next with some sense of artificial urgency. And if you don't do that, you will be ghosted. I have experienced that many times myself. It's horrible because you invest a lot of time and sometimes even money if you work with a ghost writer or ghost producers for your treatments. You want to avoid being ghosted. So assuming that you have clearly presented them with a solution that solves their problem, the last ingredient you need is urgency. I want to highlight that you can include urgency, but if you didn't do all the listening, you didn't ask questions, and you just presented them with a cool ID, you can add as many urgency as you want. If it doesn't solve the problem, why would they hire you? Because then they will be like, yeah, okay, sure, but this doesn't get me the outcome that I'm looking for, so your availability might be limited, but I don't really care. If I have problem in my knee and the doctor pitches me the solution of amputating my leg, he can say, well, I only have one spot left, which is next week, and I'll be like, yeah, I don't really care because it doesn't solve my problem. So this is how we build trust, belief, and proof, by answering these 6 questions. And the last one is adding urgency to make sure that they hire you and don't ghost us anymore. I wanted to finish this episode with a beautiful quote again. You can have everything in life you want if you help other people get what they want. And this is what pitching is. We need a business mindset. What is a business? Is money in. How do we get money in? By solving other people's problems. And by solving other people's problems and pitching them the solution to solve their problem, we can get to do what we like to do. And that is solving creative problems on film sets and finding creative ways to bring ideas to life for those clients. And that is the essence of working as a work-for-hire filmmaker. If you do this as a hobby, my friend, you are free to do whatever you like. But if you want to succeed as a work-for-hire, assuming that you want to make a living with filmmaking, with film directing, then this is the approach that you should take. By giving other people what they want, you can get what you want, and you will have a profitable peaceful business, and you can enjoy so much more creative and life freedom if you approach it in this way, instead of just going against the tide and thinking that you are an artist and that people don't understand you and don't want to work with you and don't see your creative vision. And I so understand that point of view, because I have experienced that myself as well for so and so long. And only when I made the mindset shift and saw the opportunity from other people's perspective, which is completely logical, because if I give other people my money, I want them to take my interest at heart, and it works the same for filmmaking. So that's it. Yeah, see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the 5th episode of the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments. Now, the 5th episode, in which I'm going to dive deeper into how do we actually write a treatment. This won't be a tutorial, that will be something for the next video, but in this one I will dive deeper into the fundamentals of writing a treatment. What do you need to take into account? What do you need to consider? What is the best step for writing a treatment? And without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into the 5th episode. So we are inside my computer, how to write a treatment, and here is what I'm going to cover in this video. So first off, I'm going to answer the question, so what should I write about? And then I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into best selling and best writing, because there is a difference between the two. Under promise and over perform, very important. A little bit about the software that you can use if you are looking for software for writing your treatment. Then some writing tips, how not to write, which is also very important, because there are some things that you'd rather avoid doing in order to instill the confidence. Yeah, a quick summary at the end. Now, as always, if you want to get access to the stuff that I don't share anywhere else, or want to be the first to get an update regarding anything that I'm putting online, or bonuses or discounts, please sign up to my newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Now, you can also follow me, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, like, subscribe, you know the drill. For exclusive content, the handle is @RobinPiré. And if you find this course valuable, I need your help. Let's change people's lives together, and let's change the treatment game together. Have this course as a blueprint that you can always fall back on for the rest of your career. And a pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch it in double speed. Okay, so first one. What should you write about? So writing comes first. Solutions are sold with words. So start creating your treatment by writing your solution selling chapters first. Then search for visuals to support what you have written. I had some trouble with this in the beginning as well, because I saw all these images in my mind and I started looking for them and spent hours and hours and hours on Vimeo and looking up what I thought was cool stuff to replicate, or it is just very tempting, especially when you are a visual thinker, to find visual references first and then try to put those images into words. But at the end of the day, what the client is looking for is a solution to their problem, and the solution is sold via words. So it makes sense to first come up with words and how you will solve that problem, and then back up what you have written with the visuals. And if you want to make sure that you always hit the right target and include exactly what you should write about in your treatment, then the best thing that you can do is simply ask the client what they want to see in your treatment. Because if you are being asked to pitch, for example, for a music video, you can also even ask how many competitors or how many others have you asked to pitch for this commercial. And if they just say, well, you are one of 20 or one of 10, or as a company policy, we have asked 3 directors to pitch for this project, then you can imagine that if all the 3 directors deliver a 50-page document, then they have to go through 150 pages. And if there are 10 directors, then they have to go through 500 pages. So it's easy to just ask them, so what do you want to see? What struggles or what problems would you like me to propose a solution for? Yeah, simply ask. Every problem is different, so every solution will be different, and therefore every presentation of a solution will be different. This is why no treatment is the same. Some projects require more pages and more in-depth information about specific topics, while others don't. If you want to know what to include in your treatment and what not, simply ask what is important for the client to know to make a decision to hire you or to not hire you. What are you looking for? What is the thing that you don't want to see in your treatment? Sometimes you have to deal with creatives or with an agency or with a brand who has never received a treatment before. Then you can explain to them that a treatment will be your presentation of their solution, and ask them, what are the challenges that you are facing that you would like an answer to? Or what are the questions that you have? Or just simply ask. That is the easiest way to know what you should write about. And at the end of the day, everything has to boil down to the 6 questions, the pitch winning formula that I have discussed in the previous video. So the only requirement of the content you write is that you answer the 6 questions: who, what, how, when, where, and why, to instill confidence in the client's mind that you are the best option for the job. Remember, when you give somebody your money, you want to make sure that you don't get screwed. And in this case, when a client, somebody who's working for a company, gives you the money, they also want to make sure that they don't get fired from the job and that they have made the right decision by working with you. So you have to instill confidence in their mind. How do you do that? By answering these 6 questions. Now, the formula and what you should include is not always exactly the same. As I mentioned, every solution is different, but there's also 2 types of ways of pitching, as I explained in the first video of this course, the introduction to director's treatment. So you have solicited pitching and unsolicited pitching, and solicited means that somebody has a problem. An artist wants a music video, a music label is looking for a director to make a music video. So they have a problem and they are looking for somebody to solve it. And those are a little bit different than if you have an idea and you want to go to a film production company or to a film fund or a film studio and you want to pitch them a good business proposal. Those kinds of things are structured different. So with the first one, we want to offer them a solution to the problem. And with the unsolicited pitching, we want to offer them a good investment opportunity. So they give you their money and then hopefully you can give them a return on their money. But let's just dive first into the solicited pitch. So the one where they have a problem, commercials, creative agencies are looking for a director to bring their idea to life in the most visually stunning way possible, or a music video artist or music label that is looking for a music video director to bring their music video ideas or to come up with a music video idea, to bring that to life. So as a structure, as a blueprint, you can always follow these 6 questions and answer them in this specific order in your treatment, to sort of as a guideline for what you should write about. So first we want to answer the who question. So to give an introduction, who are you? What are your credentials? What problems have you solved for others? And what results have you helped them achieve? So the introduction first, then we're going to dive into a summary. What is this project and what are they going to get when they offer you their money? Now, and this is where it gets interesting, the how. So now in this how chapter, we have to explain how in more detail are we going to help them solve their problem. And here you can include as many chapters essentially as you like. You can start with the approach. So if the creative agency has given you their concept and they are looking for a director to bring that idea to life, you can give them an approach, like a broad idea of how you would like to approach this directing opportunity or how you would approach directing this commercial. You can also include a log line. Yeah, for example, when you are creating a music video treatment from scratch, there is no idea yet. You can summarize the whole concept within a log line. I'll dive deeper in the next video how this is actually done, but this is just to give you a brief overview. Then you can dive into a story or the synopsis or a script. This is more like a breakdown of like a short summary of what the story will be. Then you can include a storyboard, or if there already is a storyboard made by the creative agency and you want to sort of give your spin on it, you can do that as well. Then the cast, what kind of people do you see being casted for this project, including pictures, etc. So the theme of this project, for example, music video, will it be a music video? Will the theme be love or good versus evil or dark versus light? So many options. Look and feel. So what will be the look, the overall look of this project? How do you want the audience to feel? But you can also combine this with cinematography and then art direction. So what will be the look and feel of the locations? Music and sound, what kind of music or sound effects do you see? And then also the editing and pacing. So is it going to be fast and slow? Is it going to be a combination of both? Visual effects, will it be VFX heavy, commercial music video? Styling, what kind of outfits do the characters within the project wear? Is there a specific makeup that you see? Or does it include any productional challenges that you have a specific take on? For example, I did a music video for Hardwell and Snoop Dogg, and the concept of the music video was to shoot everything from the hood of a car. Because that was such a strong concept, I wanted to sort of give my spin on how we could tackle this production-wise. just to prevent them asking, okay, so how are we going to do this, and blah, 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 blah. These are some of the chapters that you can include. Essentially, you can add as many as you want, but just as an overall guideline, these are some of the chapters that you can use. You can mix them around depending on how important it is. If it is more important to talk about the production, then it makes sense to move up the production a bit, or if it's more important to talk about the look and feel, then talk about the look and feel first. Then the where. So we also need to talk about the locations. You can also insert the locations in the how chapter, as long as you answer the question or give a brief idea of where the problem will be solved. Where are we going to shoot this commercial? Where are we going to shoot this music video? And how does it help get the outcome that the client is looking for? Then timelines. You can include this in the treatment as discussed. You can also include this in a voice memo, in your email, in the project summary as well. And then finally, we want to include a call to action and never end the treatment with thank you, because the goal of a treatment is to make the other person take action. And what is the action? The action that you are looking for is to give you their money. And to do that, they need to contact you as soon as possible to give you the job. And then we have unsolicited pitching. So this is pitching somebody the opportunity to jump on board your project. And for them, there might not be a problem. So they might not be looking for a cool film idea. But if you can frame your idea in a way that it becomes interesting for them to get on board, then you will succeed with pitching this kind of treatment. Or pitch deck, film pitch deck. At the beginning as well, want to answer the question, who are you? What are your credentials? What problems have you solved for other people, just like the one you are pitching to? And what kind of results have you helped previous clients, just like the people you're pitching to, achieve? Then you want to give a brief summary. So what is this project? Why is it such an interesting opportunity to jump on board? And usually because you are pitching for money, this more or less comes down to data. Basically saying, for example, horror movies have been on the rise for the past 10 years. It is projects with one location, one camera, and a small group of friends that did a 10,000x at the box office. The audience for this type of movie is so many million people. So I have this idea which perfectly fits within this category. Therefore, I'm looking for a $1 million investment. This is my credential list. I have done these types of horror shorts. They have all won awards at these and these festivals. I've done some previous horror movies within the genre, which helped my previous investors did so many X on their investment, in the hope that the investor that you are currently pitching to is interested by those numbers. And you can get the outcome that you're looking for. These will be the chapters that you can include within this type of treatment or pitch deck, or however you would like to call it. So this one is more focused on, of course, on the story world and characters, etc. But I guess what is most interesting to an investor, if you are pitching for the money, is the number. So how big is the target audience? What is the market analysis? What kind of people are this? In which part of the world are they located? Do they have money to spend? What are the financial predictions? What is the marketing and distribution plan that you have? What kind of other movies within the genre that you are looking to go into? Can you share some numbers, some data? From which year are they? What was their budget? What did they do at the box office? What was the return on the initial investment? And then, of course, they also want to know, what is the story? What is the log line? What are the characters within this world? What kind of theme do you want to cover? Is it the story about love, about good versus evil? Also the team, because at the end of the day, people are investing in people when it comes to a pitch like this. So the better the team and the more credible people you have on board, if you already have stars on board or people that have a long list of success projects that they have worked on, then that all is a risk deduction in the investor's mind, that you are a safe bet and this project and the team and the people involved are a safe bet. So the chance of making a return on the investor's money is very high. Also the locations, the timelines of this project. So how long do you want the investor to part with their money, and in what kind of timelines can they make a return on their initial investment? And a call to action. Also with this one, you have to include some sort of artificial urgency to urge them to act now. We can shoot at this and this location because we know people that have access to this location. We can do it over there for free, but it's only available within the next 6 weeks, or we already have so many investors on board. We're looking for the last one. We are pitching to 3 more people. We have interested of those, but we would love you to have you on board with your expert eye. But this is the last slot. We only have 1 or 2 days left to make a decision on who to work with. So there are very, very different ways of creating artificial urgency for this type of treatment, or for this type of film pitch deck or project pitch, however you would like to call it. Now, if you still are not sure how to actually write those specific chapters within your treatment, within your pitch deck, then you can use something as a text template. Now, in the most simplest form, you can use something like, to get the desired outcome of, for this project type, the chapter will be, and then you describe your vision for this chapter. So for example, to help the brand X sell more of blah, 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 for this commercial, the editing will be, and then you describe your vision for the editing. Now, if you want to have a more detailed version of how something like this could look like, this is all it could look like, you can make this as sophisticated as you want to. But to create a desired effect or atmosphere and make the viewers feel, and you describe a desired feeling that you're after, the name of the chapter, so the editing, the styling, etc. for this music video, commercial, documentary, etc. will be, and then you describe your vision for whatever it is that you are discussing in that specific chapter. And that will help to get the outcome of whatever it is that this project is being created for. So you can use this as a template for each chapter. Template text to help you on your way. I have created a template text file that you can download for free via the link below. You can make each chapter as detailed and sophisticated as you like. Simply use the template as a starting point. So you can download it via the link below. Beat your writer's block and get started. What has helped me in the past is to break it up. So formulating your ideas into words can be overwhelming. To make it easier, break them up into smaller parts, just like editing a film. Start somewhere and go from there. So take a few of those sample texts, sort of fill in the blanks. You know, as you start going, it will become easier and your vision and ideas will become more and more clear along the way. Just start somewhere, and you don't have to start at the beginning. You can also start at the end, because you then might know where your idea has to finish and then work backwards from there. There's no right or wrong here. You just do whatever you like, as long as it's, at the end of the day, it makes sense as a whole. So framing, the goal is to make your offer seem valuable to the client by switching your focus from what you offer to how that offer meets your client's needs. This is called framing. Everything you communicate, you should support how that solves the problem and how that helps your client get the outcome they want. So instead of saying the editing will be fast to help achieve the desired effect of aligning with the brand's vision of reaching a younger audience, which is triggered by fast-paced content. Then it suddenly becomes valuable to someone else. So it all comes down to framing. Now, the purpose, every part of your treatment should have a purpose. You want it to be a document that anybody can pick up, not knowing anything about the project, and understand what you want to do, why you want to do it that way, and how that helps to achieve X. Ask yourself with every chapter, is this necessary information for the client to know? If they have given you specific guidelines, this is what we see in your treatment, and you deviate from that, and they have specifically mentioned that this is not necessary, please save yourself the effort and just don't go there. If you want to include all kinds of stuff that is not relevant to the project, also save yourselves a lot of time by not including it, because, it makes no sense. So everything should be in there because it serves the purpose. Just like the film itself, you don't want to include shots just for the sake of including shots. It has to serve the purpose of conveying whatever that is that you want to convey. Now, best selling versus best writing. So best selling author. The best books have best selling author on the cover, not best writing author. Whether your treatment succeeds or not depends on the outcome of selling yourself and your vision, not on the beauty of the words you have written. It is so tempting to create something with beautiful words, but at the end of the day, whether or not you got hired by the client depends on the success of how well you created your treatment. So best-selling author, that's the goal, to sell your ID and not to create a beautiful document that highlights all your artistic vocabulary. So there are language levels. So when crafting your pitch, it is crucial to use a language that aligns with what your clients want from you, while making sure it is accessible to everyone. Aiming for a 5th grade reading level is usually a safe bet. If your specific audience requires more sophisticated language, you can adjust your vocabulary if needed. So with treatments, you don't always know who the audience is, which people are eventually going to read your document. And I think it only makes sense to like really level up your stuff when you maybe pitch for a creative agency that is doing commercials for only 5-star hotels, where they have marketing people who use the most sophisticated language to convey the most simple experience on the planet. Just use simple language and only level up when needed. Now, a great resource to help you with this, ChatGPT. So to ensure your text is pitched at the right language level, consider using ChatGPT. You can prompt it to tailor your writing in any style you prefer. Just to give you an idea, so in very simple words, the music for this car commercial will be as adventurous and bold as a superhero theme song to showcase the new off-road SUV's superpowers. Sound effects will make you feel like you're traveling in the wild, splashing through mud pools and zooming over hills. This will help create an atmosphere of fun and excitement, like a wild ride at an amusement park, showing everyone just how thrilling this off-road car can be. Now, this is the simple one. Let's dive into a more sophisticated way of essentially saying the same thing. The music for this car commercial will echo the grandeur of an epic adventure into uncharted territories, much like the soundtrack from a classic adventure film, spotlighting the impeccable features of the all-new off-road SUV. Additional sound effects of the wild rushing winds, crackling branches and the distant call of the untamed will fill the sensational audio landscape. A symphony of sounds that will transport viewers into a narrative of exhilaration and exploration, making the allure of this SUV irresistible to those with an untamed desire for adventure. It depends on the audience, which one you use. As I mentioned before, what we can do is we take this text, we go to ChatGPT and we give it the prompt of rewrite this text on 5th grade English. And then we see what it comes up with. So the music for this car ad will sound like the big exciting music here in movies about great adventures. It will help show off the cool things about the brand new off-road SUV. You will also hear nature sounds like strong winds, snapping twigs and wild animal calls. All these sounds together will make you feel like you're on an exciting journey, and they will make the car seem perfect for people who love going on adventures. So it is exactly the same, but in a more simple language. So it depends on the audience. If you are pitching to the CEO of a car brand that is really passionate about using sophisticated language, the creatives from the creative agency do the same thing, and the creative brief also includes a lot of sophisticated language, then it makes sense to go for the sophisticated one. But if you, for example, like to use sophisticated language as well, and you've noticed that the brief is on a different level, then simply use ChatGPT to rewrite your text in a way that aligns with what your audience is looking for. Now I wanted to dive a little bit into underpromise and overperform, because especially when you are starting out as a filmmaker, it is hard to understand what kind of creative choices that you make and the budget implications that those choices involve. So when starting out, many of us tend to promise things we cannot bring to life. I would suggest aim high, but keep your promises realistic and within budget. Don't expect more money just because your idea sounds great on paper. It is better to promise a little less and deliver a little more. So focus on simple, achievable ideas that don't require expensive or hard to reach resources. As you gain experience, you get better at crafting ideas that fit the budget perfectly. You might bump your head against the wall a few times, overpromise and underperform. With time, you'll better understand what it actually costs to shoot abroad, to include kind of props or actors. That's just a game of experience. But if you want to have like a simple guiding rule to simplify things, then I would say embrace the rule of one, which means one camera, one lens, one actor, one location, and simply try to minimize all the different departments and all the different choices that you have to make to one. Because if you only have to work with one actor, with one outfit, one camera, one lens, one camera operator, one of everything, then it's so much easier. I have learned that there is never enough money. Doesn't matter if you're working on $1,000 production or a $20,000 production or a $100,000 production. or $1 million production, there's never enough money because your wishes and dreams and hopes just they rise with the money. So there's never enough money. So what you also have to realize is that, when you create a treatment, it's more or less serves as a sort of contract, one that can be interpreted in different ways. But once a client hires you as a director, your treatment becomes the blueprint for what you need to deliver. So your ideas might evolve as a project progresses, but the essence of your original treatment should match the final outcome. So when you promise to work with tigers and elephants in your treatment, the client will look very strange when they award you based on your treatment, mentioning that you will work with these wild animals and you cannot bring that to life. That is not a good customer experience for them, and you'll probably never get hired again. But if you can under-promise and over-deliver, like do it the other way around, they will be very happy that they have worked with you. So it all comes down to expectation management, and this starts with choosing the right words in your treatment. And when you write one, so choose your words carefully when writing, because words can influence expectations. For instance, say car instead of a specific brand. So say car instead of Ferrari or Bentley or Rolls-Royce, because that is free for interpretation. And then you can have a conversation about, okay, so what kind of car are we going to choose? Say house instead of mansion and backgrounds instead of locations. These small choices make a big difference. Sometimes it's safer to leave some room for interpretation. Because, for example, you can shoot at one location, and when I turn the camera to this way, then I have a completely different backdrop, and it looks like a different location. But in essence, the camera and the crew and the lighting didn't have to be moved, which saves time and money along the way. So also with wording, depending on the project and what you're being asked to pitch as a solution to a problem, it is safe to leave some room for interpretation, unless, for example, the creative agency is looking very specific direction. How do you envision bringing this beer bottle or this product to life? That is the only when you have to be very specific. If they don't require you to do that, then it's better to leave some room for interpretation. Now, you might also be wondering, so what software do I need to use for writing? Well, to me, it doesn't really matter as long as it's a simple one. So pick something that you know well or that you want to learn about. There is no right or wrong choice. Usually the simpler the better, and go for something that runs in the cloud. Because if you work and you don't save it in a cloud and your computer runs out of battery and you forgot to save your work, then it is gone forever and you have to start from scratch again. So preferably you do something in the cloud. So the options you have, there are plenty of options available, such as Pages, Microsoft Word, Canva, Photoshop, Google Docs, and Grammarly. Now, I don't know about Word. I never use Word. I personally use Pages a lot for writing and Google Docs, but I also use Grammarly a lot. And Grammarly, it is a paid software. You also have a free version, but Grammarly also helps with the spelling, as English is not my native language. I make a lot of spelling and grammar mistakes. So Grammarly would be something like this, where you can open a new project and here you can start writing. So the editing of this project will be fast and high-paced to reach the audience of young millennials in the Southern Europe part of the world. I made some grammar mistakes, so it will suggest how to rewrite this text and then do it for me with the click of a button. And of course, you can make this as long as you want. And if I go back to my Grammarly, then the project will always be saved because I'm working in the cloud, I'm working online. And you can have a lot of projects here. And when I go back into my project, the text will be there. So this one sort of helps you write. You can also install a desktop plugin for this one. So then, the Grammarly also works on Pages or Microsoft Word, but you can also do it in the Grammarly itself as long as you have an internet connection. So that is it for the software. So you choose something simple. Don't make it easy. It's just writing words. You can also do it in the Notes app if you have an iPhone or an Apple device. As long as it is comfortable for you to work with and it is in the cloud, I highly recommend that you work with something that is stored in the cloud. Now, some writing tips. How are we going to approach writing the right way? So writer's block. It's easy to wait for the perfect moment or idea to start writing, but the best way to overcome writer's block is to just sit down and start writing. Once you start, the ideas will flow. Writing is really all about rewriting. It evolves as you go. Just get your initial thoughts down right after you get the brief and keep refining them. Creating this course, I initially thought, I had to plan everything in advance, have all the slides ready. This is the first time working with a new camera. I have to wait until I find the best picture profile or get the best background. And I was like, yeah, why wait? Just go. We'll perfect it along the way. And I think with writing, it works exactly the same. You just have to go, create a first version, reflect on it, refine it, and it's so much better to bounce off ideas on something that is already on paper, instead of just waiting for the perfect thing to arrive in your mind, or the perfect idea or the perfect approach. And if you find it hard, what always helped me as well is you probably have a voice recorder function on your smartphone. And once you receive the brief, you probably see some first images in your mind. So I would highly suggest that you would just speak to your phone and just start recording the ideas that come to mind. And then from your phone, you put those ideas into words on the paper. Use the blueprint text that I've provided. If you have the link in the description, answer the 6 questions, and everything will flow from there. But you have to just start. Just like going to the gym, you just go. You have so much resistance in the beginning, but once you start getting into that momentum, everything will become like second nature. And that's how you beat writer's block. For me personally, this all initially comes down from fear. So I've realized that my procrastination often came from the fear of not crafting the perfect sentence or idea, along with worries about losing the job. This fear made me feel insecure and stopped me from starting. However, I've learned that writing isn't about waiting for inspiration. It's about jumping in and figuring things out as you go. You just need to get into that momentum. And once you have the first version, the first terrible draft on paper, and then you start refining, you use software like Grammarly to take out all the spelling and, create the perfect sentence, and use ChatGPT to rewrite what you have written. And then, everything will be so much easier. Just like going to the gym, everything comes down to discipline. So a good writer doesn't rely on motivation or inspiration. They rely on discipline. You have to push yourself to start, and once you do, the motivation and inspiration will follow. If you want to get great director treatments, you need to get past the idea of waiting for inspiration and just get moving. I can tell from personal experience, motivation gets you started, but discipline keeps you going. And it's the same for writing and for treatments and for pitching ideas. It is not the most fun part of the job, but it is the part of the job that will get you the job. So just get into the discipline of recording your voice notes, or if that is something that you like to do, or if you just prefer to put words on paper, just go for it. Just go, you do whatever works for you. There's no right or wrong. Everyone has a different approach. But this is how you beat writer's block. Just dive in head first so you can start the refining process, which is such a better state of mind to be in. The next one is to use a lot of descriptive words. So the ultimate goal is for others to have the same images in their mind as you while reading the treatment. Lots of descriptive words will help you achieve that goal. If you need some good adjectives, there is a link in the description with a list that you can use. So another link in the description below with a list of a lot of descriptive words, because descriptive words help you to convey your ideas so much better. So instead of saying a car drives down the road, a beautiful car that could be in the garage of James Bond drives down the dimly lit street and parks in front of a beautiful house where a lady is getting ready for the night. You see the difference? A lot of descriptive words help to sort of create a mood or an atmosphere within the story. So if you need some extra words or need some extra inspiration, there is a list down below, link in the description, where you can download the list for free. So something that I highly recommend you do as well is write like it's happening now. So write in the present tense to make everything feel immediate and alive. Try to avoid saying we, so that you keep everyone focused on the story and what the viewer is experiencing. Now here there is some, I would say, misalignment, because a lot of people say, well, we start the film with this, or I envision it to be this. And I like to reframe text always as if it is factual, as if it already is the way I believe it should be. And also because who is we? Is it you and the client or you and the film crew? So instead of saying we open the film with the characters walking into the house, say the characters walk into the house. So write as if it is happening. Then another good writing tip I highly recommend you use is to use personal stories. So share stories from your own life that connect to your project. This makes your pitch feel real and shows that you really care about the idea. Your personal stories can make your writing even more engaging. Clients, when they can sense that you are passionate about something because you have a personal anecdote or the story is about a baby, and you tell them that you just have had your first child, that you know what it feels like, then that is something that they feel like this person understands this world or this situation and therefore can have a very good understands how to bring this story to life. So personal anecdotes and personal stories that show that you can connect with this is very useful within your treatments. So then another tip I highly recommend you use is to just be yourself, because being real and true to who you are makes your pitch stand out. It makes it easier for others to relate to you and remember your ideas. Tell the story and use the words as you would normally use, and don't try to be someone else, because at the end of the day, these people have to hire you, they have to work with you, and they will sense it if you're trying to be like an act. They are not looking for an actor, they are looking for somebody to direct the actors. So just be yourself. Finally, check your grammar. As you might have noticed throughout the course, I personally make some grammar mistakes as well. Although I use Grammarly for spelling checking, but sometimes something slips through the cracks. Always check your grammar before you send anything. Paying attention to the details really matters. Because I also have received many creative briefs from creative agencies that were full of grammar mistakes and really, really weird sentence structures. And it's not necessary in the time and day that we live in today with beautiful software like Grammarly and ChatGPT, who is also very good at not making grammar mistakes anymore at this stage. Save yourself the pain in the ass of people not reading your treatment because it's full of grammar mistakes. Then, how not to write, which is as important as knowing how to write. So what you want to avoid is referencing. So keep references to a minimum and always explain why they are relevant to your project. Using too many can confuse or put off clients who aren't familiar with them. Also avoid excessive name dropping or citing other people's work, especially if it's not commonly known. Just like in everyday conversations, it is not helpful when people assume you know every reference they mention. Now, you highly likely have experienced this yourself as well when you speak with friends and they sort of say, oh, you don't know this, or you haven't read this, or you haven't seen this movie, which sort of makes you feel like stupid or like you don't know something that they do know. This whole pitching thing is to want to convey that you are on the same level. I understand you, I can help you solve your problem, and you don't want it to be, I know more than you, so you better listen to me, I am the expert here. That is not the way forward. So as well as name dropping, like referring your favorite movies or your favorite directors, clients might not know who these people are. They might not know the projects that you are referring to. So it makes no sense to mention them in your treatment unless they refer to those kind of projects themselves and sort of mention that those are very important references for them and they would love to replicate, the visual style of the project. Then it makes sense to do that. But if they don't do so, then please stay away from using references in words. You can use visual references, of course, but as long as it's relevant. But in words, don't refer to, the latest film of Quentin Tarantino if people don't know who he is and have seen his latest film. And what you also want to avoid is jargon. So when talking to an audience that isn't familiar with film industry terms, it's best to use language and terms they understand. Remember, you are the expert, not them, and they might not know the specialized terms. Using too much industry language can make others feel excluded, as if you're showing off the knowledge they don't have. You want to foster a sense of collaboration, not superiority. It's about working together, not taking an ego trip. So you don't want them to feel, oh, this person uses so many fancy, expensive, difficult language. I don't know what it is. That must be a great professional. Let's hire them. That is not how it works. You want to be on the same level as I mentioned before. And the best way to do that is to just speak on their level. And this is, in a fancy word, in fancy terms, this is called the curse of knowledge. So for you, it has become such a normality to use all these references and industry jargon and industry terms, because on a daily basis, you might speak to crew members or to studios who all use these different words. But when you are pitching to an artist or to a music label or to investors who are not used to these kind of, they don't know the vocabulary, then avoid this as much as possible. And what you also want to avoid is too much talking within the treatment and also during the client call, but especially in this case when writing your treatments. So treatments often fail because they are too wordy. People are busy, so use as few words as possible. In the next video, I will create a treatment from scratch together with you. I will give you some guidelines on what is a lot of text, what is the minimal amount that you have to use for writing your treatment. All right, the theoretical foundation of writing treatments. Now let me summarize this episode. So we want to answer the 6 questions. So the goal is to make the client feel confident to hire you by instilling trust, belief, and proof, and answer the 6 questions. To do that, you can use as many chapters as you like. So I gave you the blueprint of the 6 questions and the chapters of text that you can use depending on what the client wants to know from you in order for you to hire you to solve their problem. Simply ask them, what do you want to see? What is important for you? And save yourself a lot of time and money in the process and potential failure and rejection. So the goal is to meet the expectations. Always check with your clients to see what they really need to know. Focus on how your solution meets the client needs and ensure every part of your pitch has a clear purpose and is easy to understand. Then writer's block. To overcome writer's block and fears, start writing immediately after receiving a brief and continuously refine your work. Recognize that good writing comes from discipline rather than waiting for the perfect inspiration or motivation. So writing is all about rewriting. It is a process of constant change. Start somewhere, get the first draft on paper as fast as possible, and, start the iteration process, and you will get there. Use the software ChatGPT, Grammarly to refine, to reframe. Yeah, you can use the baseline text in the description below as a blueprint. You can make it as sophisticated as you want, as long as you want. Just get through the writer's block, get started, use it as a blueprint, and off you go. So expectation management. So promise things you can bring to life within the budget. Be careful with your words so you don't overpromise too much. Sometimes it's safer to leave some room for interpretation. So house instead of mansion, car instead of Ferrari. If they are looking for very specific answers, yes, then it might make sense to give very specific answers to those questions. If not, please leave some room for interpretation so you can get the conversation started and, discuss options. What do you see? What do I see? What fits within the budget? And then some writing tips. So use descriptive words and present tense in your writing. Share personal stories for authenticity. Be yourself and always check your grammar. Avoid jargon and use references. You are the expert, not them. So avoid the curse of knowledge. Avoid using words and references. So you want to be on the same level. If you think you have used too many references, etc., use ChatGPT, ask it to rewrite it in a 5th grade English or make it really sophisticated if the client requires you to do that. Many options, just depending on who are you pitching to, what are they looking for. This is why there is no treatment is the same. That is why this is so hard to find a sort of blueprint, because every problem requires a different solution. So I wanted to finish this 5th episode with a beautiful quote from Albert Einstein that says, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. And I think this also beautifully aligns with how to write a treatment. The simpler, the better. You don't have to include 1,000,000 pages unless they require you to include 1,000,000 pages. And at the end of the day, we are all busy. People just want to get a quick overview of what they can get if they give you their money. So if you can explain it in a very simple and straightforward way, this is the solution that I offer, and that will help you get the outcome that you are looking for in return for the budget. My friend, I believe you can seal the deal. So that's it for the 5th episode. I hope you have learned something again. I hope it makes sense in the sort of logical process and on the journey that I have taken you on. In the next video, I will take you on a tutorial on writing a treatment from scratch. As mentioned in the beginning, I'm no filmmaking guru. I have no Oscars and Emmys on the shelf. You don't have to agree with everything that I'm sharing, but if you can take away something from this course that will help you win the next pitch to make the next film project, which hopefully will attract the new client because they like what you've done for the previous client, then it will be like a water and the ripple effect, and everything has originated from something that you have learned in this course. So that's it for now. I hope you learned something, and see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the 6th episode of the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments. Now, the 6th episode, in which I'm going to teach you, I'm going to show you how to write a treatment from scratch. So, without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into this tutorial and the 6th chapter of this masterclass. So we are inside my computer writing a treatment. So here is what I'm going to cover in this episode. So first, I'm going to talk about a few very important things about writing treatments. Then how to write a solicited pitch, how to write for an unsolicited pitch, and a quick summary at the end. Now, as always, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, be one of the first to get notified when I upload any video, when I have discounts for all the stuff in my store. Subscribe to my newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Then follow me everywhere you like for exclusive content, and the handle is @RobinPiré. And I need your help. As explained a few times already, I would love this course to be the go-to source when you are pitching ideas, because believe it or not, I still receive emails from people who found my website, found my videos, and tell me, man, I wish I had found your stuff before, because last week I pitched for a project and lost it. And now with this new approach that you have learned me so far, I feel more confident in approaching that job with a different mindset. So please share this course. I need your help. Let's change people's lives together. Let's change this annoying part of the film industry together. And a pro tip, save yourself some time. Watch the thing in double speed. Writing treatments. The tutorial. How are we going to write a treatment? So first of all, I want to highlight that there is, unfortunately, no one-size-fits-all. So unfortunately, there is no one-size-fits-all formula for using a set of words that guarantees you'll win every pitch. Every problem is unique, so each solution and its presentation must be customized to fit. This is why there is no set amount of slides that you have to use. There is no set amount of words that you have to use. There are only guidelines. At the end of the day, everybody is busy. Everybody wants to see what they can get as fast as possible. So I'd say make it as short as possible, as long as it needs to be. And I'll dive deeper into writing in a minute, but unfortunately there is no one-size-fits-all formula. So you can have one treatment or one template, but you have to tailor it to every job. What is there is a success framework. So every successful treatment or pitch answers 6 key questions: who, what, how, where, when, and why. Providing clear answers to these questions helps build the client's confidence that you are the right person for the job. So whether you are pitching solicited or unsolicited, answer the 6 questions, and the client has all the information they need, or to realize that you are a low risk, high reward decision to work with. What to write? If you want to know what to write, simply ask the client what information they need to decide who to hire for the project. So instead of making assumptions about what you think should be in the treatment or what you think you should write about, just ask them, what do you need to know from my side in order to decide who to hire with, or who to hire for the project? What informations do you need? What questions do you want me to answer within the treatment? So that is how to decide what to write about. If you don't have the opportunity to ask, you can make it as detailed as you like, but I would highly suggest when you are writing treatments, ask them what they want to know and go from there. And I want to highlight as well that the best books are labeled best selling author and not best writing author. The goal of your treatment is to get hired, not to present your rich vocabulary. So although it is very nice to create a very fancy document with lots of expensive and difficult wording and lots of industry jargon to show off that you know what you are talking about, it doesn't work that way. A confused client doesn't buy. So make it as easy to understand as possible. And I'll show you in a minute as well how we can use tools like ChatGPT to make sure that your treatment is perceived the way it should. Now, we are going to talk about how to write for a solicited pitch. So quickly reminder, solicited pitch means when somebody has a problem and asks you for help, the goal of your treatment is to present a clear solution that solves the problem and gets the client the outcome they are looking for. So this is a creative agency that reaches out, or your production company asking you if you would be interested in pitching for the creative agency to bring their idea to life, or to come up with a commercial idea, or to come up with a music video idea for an artist or music label, or to come up with a documentary approach or a movie approach. So someone has a problem and they are looking for the problem solver. This is a solicited pitch. And solicited pitches always start with a creative brief. So at the start of a solicited pitch, you'll receive a creative brief. This brief, combined with a client conversation, will form the creative guidelines for your solution and help you decide what to write about. At the beginning of each of these solicited pitches, ask for as much information as possible, because otherwise any and everything is possible. You want to like filter it down what it needs to be. And what is also very important to do is, because in creative briefs there is always a lot of room for interpretation. So creative briefs often use vague terms. It is important to ask questions to understand the client's true vision. For example, if a client says it needs to look cool, ask them to describe what cool means to them, as your interpretation might differ. Let them clarify, because otherwise, again, it is assumptions, and assumptions are the mother of all fuck-ups. So that's what you want to avoid as much as possible. So how a creative brief could look like, it can be as simple as an email like this one, or it can be a little bit more fancy like this one, which is basically an email in a document with a few images. Or it can be very fancy, and this is, for example, a creative brief I received a few years ago from a creative agency that did a commercial campaign, like for a TV commercial, and this was also for offline, so for bus stations, etc. And they asked me to pitch my creative vision to bring their idea to life. It can be an email, a document, a pitch deck, many different ways of receiving a creative brief. But here you have some sort of idea of how things can look like. Now, to help you gather all the necessary information from a creative brief and client conversation, I've created a template for you. This template can help you gather all the input you need to answer the 6 questions. So this template, you can download it for free or copy the text, whatever you like, via the link in the description below. So this is what that looks like. We first want to gather as much project details and then the objectives, etc. A little bit about the clients, some creative guidelines that you need to consider, and production constraints, inspiration. What you want to do is, during the client call, ask them as much questions as possible so you can like fill in the blanks, so you can sort of basically remove all these specific text. You know, they don't have to have an answer to anything, but I think it's good to have a conversation about how do you envision the visual style, how do you envision the mood and tone, or what does it need to be, and why. Why is very important with this one. That's also why everything mentions why those are important, because when you understand the why, if they mention, well, the mood and tone of this project needs to be colorful, and then the goal is to ask them why that is colorful, and then they might say, well, because the target audience really relates to colorful stuff, or this is the brand aesthetic, or many different options here. Then you can better formulate how your creative decisions should support that goal. So the why is very important. And then let me show you how to write a treatment for a solicited pitch using a template text and ChatGPT. Now for this one, I created a fake commercial brief, not as fancy as the pitch deck, but just to give you an idea of how something like this could look like. So this is a creative brief for Superphone X. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the templates as a sort of blueprint to start writing. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy all of this text, and we are going to go to ChatGPT, and we are going to prompt it by saying, I'm going to give you a template text, but don't do anything with it until the next prompt. Here is the text. And now we are going to copy the creative brief, and we're going to ask it to fill in the template text based on the creative brief. I'm going to give you a creative brief for a commercial. I want you to use the template text above and fill in all the placeholder text based on the creative brief outlined below. So now it's going to create or fill in the project brief template for this project, and this will help us to start writing. You know, to have the bounce board of beating the writer's block as fast as possible. Now, in the meantime, I also created a solicited pitch template text, which you can also find just like the others, just below in the description of this video. And now what we are going to do is we are going to copy all of this text and ask it to fill in all the placeholder text based on the data that it has just given us. I'm going to give you a template text for a director's treatment please fill in all the blanks based on all the placeholders based on the creative brief outlined above. Now, you can also just use the creative brief from the start, but I always like to copy this project brief template, file, new. This is Google Docs, by the way. It's free. It works in the cloud, which I highly recommend, because if my computer just has a meltdown at this moment, it is always saved in the cloud, accessible from even from my phone, and I can work basically everywhere around the world. Now, I haven't read this text yet. It might not perfectly align, but just for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to continue with this for now. It is always nicer to bounce off of something instead of just keep staring at a blank page and hoping for the perfect idea to arise, because my approach to this project might be that I would love to film everything within one continuous take. That might be a director's approach, or if I want to make it look like everything was shot from the phone's perspective. You know, there are many different ways that you can bring this story to life, and every approach is different to a different person. So now what it has done, it has filled in all the blanks, or at least most of them. So, and it has included like all the chapters from the template text. So it also included timelines, etc. And you know, these art direction things might not be what you envision, but then, you know, you can modify this text in a way that it aligns with the ideas that you have in your mind. This is, by the way, also something that I always recommend using at the end. So just don't end your treatment with thank you. End it with a disclaimer mentioning that the document is property of your company. And, you know, it doesn't mean anything to the people that you are pitching to, but including it shows a form of professionalism. Maybe it prevents one case of not sending or distributing your treatment across the world or stealing your ID, or I would highly recommend including one. So we can copy this, open a new file, and now we have some text to bounce our ideas off. Now, what you might notice is that it doesn't really align with the way you write, or that it's just too static or too formal or too stiff. Something that I always like to do as well and see what ChatGPT comes up with is ask it to rewrite it with a witty tone of voice. So rewrite the text above with a witty tone of voice, or you can also prompt it to make it more witty. And you'll notice that it will start using lots more of visually descriptive words, which I highly recommend. And it adds a bit of juice to the treatment. Just give it a try different prompts or different writing styles, or, you know, as you can see here at the beginning, first it was, so hey, my name is, and I specialize in helping brands over the past X years. I have done this and that. And the new version, the more witty version, makes it, hey, I'm your go-to guru for turning tech dreams into stunning visual realities. I specialize in crafting commercials that don't just sell products, they tell stories. So you sense there is just more flair to what you've written. And this way, you can also do exactly the same with this. You copy all the text that it has generated, and then you refine it into whatever your idea is. You can even prompt it and say, well, this is my approach. Make sure to infiltrate it. It's just about, you know, playing around with ChatGPT, see what it comes up with, and aligning that with the human approach that you have in your mind. So that's for now, because I like what it has done. Copy this text, because in the next video, I'm going to dive in the foundationals of designing a treatment, and then in the video after that, I'm going to do a tutorial on designing the actual treatment. And I will use this exact example for creating the treatment. So for now, I'll go with this one. I'll call it the Superphone X commercial. So here you basically have your entire treatment written in words. So you have something to bounce your ideas off, something that helps you beat your writer's block. This is, in the most simplest form, how you can write a treatment as fast as possible, because speed matters. Right, this is how we write a treatment from scratch. And the important thing with writing is to frame everything in a way that it helps the client get the outcome that they are looking for. So if they want something that is fast-paced, make sure that, for example, in the editing, you don't say the editing will be fast-paced. Ask them during the client conversation, why does it need to be fast-paced? Because the audience is young people who are very used to having fast-paced content because they have short attention spans. And then the goal is to formulate your editing in a way that it aligns with the goal of appealing to that specific audience. So the editing will be fast. We will use these and these transitions. We will use these and these effects. We will use that and that editor who has had a success tracker, winning a lot of Cannes Lions for their editing for fast-paced content to help you achieve the goal of reaching that specific target audience. So then we are going to dive into how to write for an unsolicited pitch. Now you might say, Robin, well, this is the director's treatment masterclass, right? Why are we going to do it for an unsolicited pitch? Because with the director's treatment essentially is you are pitching your way, how you would treat the project opportunity and not how we would pitch a film idea or a documentary idea to investors, right? Isn't a treatment also part, or can it also not be part of a film pitch? Yes, but I believe so many people struggle with this as well. And essentially the goal is the same. The goal of a treatment or a pitch is to have the other person take action. And the action most of the time is hiring you in exchange for the budget or giving you their money and let you create the movie. And in order to do that, you have to present a solution to solve someone's problem or to present a great business opportunity in order for them to make a good return on their investment. So I think it more or less fits in the same lane, and that's why I wanted to highlight it as well within this project. So an unsolicited pitch, once more, is when a business doesn't have a problem or doesn't know it has a problem, and your goal is to show them a great business opportunity. Your pitch should clearly explain how their business can profit from the investment in your project or idea. So this is you having a great film idea, and to explain how it shouldn't be done, I received an email the other day from a guy who said, I have a great idea. No one has ever heard of this idea before. Give me 50,000 euros and then I'll tell it to you. See, this is not how it is done. First of all, because I don't have any interest in buying ideas. I have no interest in bringing those ideas to life. I'm interested in helping people like you succeed. So that is not how we want to approach pitching. And I'm going to show you how to do it the right way. And the downside of an unsolicited pitch compared to a solicited pitch is that there is no creative brief. So there are usually no creative guidelines when making an unsolicited pitch. This gives you more creative freedom, but requires you to research the business model of the business you're pitching for. Without this research and aligning your ideas with your audience's business goals, your pitch won't be valuable to them. So when we go back to one of the first chapters in which I outlined and explained how business actually works, and that is by solving other people's problems. So your idea becomes valuable to them. So when something is not valuable to me, I am not willing to give this person 50,000 euros. But if he would have done research in my business model, and let's say I was a film company or a production company or a film investor who was looking for ideas, and he would have pitched it in the way that I'm going to show you right now, then there would have been a higher chance of success. But right now, the pitch of him having a great idea and asking for 50,000 euros, it wasn't valuable for me. There was no clear outcome. I didn't saw his idea as valuable, and that's why I didn't invest it in giving 50,000 euros. Let me show you within a tutorial how to write a treatment for an unsolicited pitch using template text and ChatGPT again. All right, unsolicited pitch templates. Also, these files, you can all find them below. For this one, I created a fictive investor profile. So let's say I have an idea to pitch a great horror series. So we first need to find those people or those companies that might be interested in our ideas. Now, most of the time, these investors are sort of in a closed-off world. You cannot just pitch an idea to Netflix. You need entrances like production companies or creative or agencies or filmmaking agents or lawyers. It depends on the part of the world where you are located or where the investor is located. Just for the sake of this video, let me give you an investor profile. So a fake film investor that I would have access to via a production company or whatever. So I created this fake investor profile of Luminary media ventures. So a little background. LMV is a well-established film investment firm based in Los Angeles, specializing in financing independent and breakthrough films with a strong potential for critical acclaim and commercial success. With a decade of experience in the film industry, LMV prides itself on discovering and nurturing talented filmmakers who bring fresh perspectives and innovative storytelling to the screen. So a lot of blah, blah, blah about the company doesn't really matter to us. But, they pride themselves into nurturing talented filmmakers. So that is good for us. Now, investment focus. So LMV is looking to expand its portfolio by investing in film projects so this might be something that you have picked up somewhere in a conversation or during a network event, or they might even have this on their website, You never know. They are looking for projects that are driven by unique, compelling stories with a broad audience appeal. Broad audience appeal, that is the key word here, because a large audience, a large number of people will highly sign up to the broadcasting platform or to buy a ticket to the cinema. So there is a higher chance of getting a return on the investment. Have the potential for multiple revenue streams, including theatrical releases, streaming services, and international sales. So they are highly focused on investing in projects that have a broad audience and have a highly likelihood of getting a return on their investment, because they are an investment firm. Just like Paramount, Universal, 20th Century Fox, those are all investment firms like banks. They put money into something with the hopes of getting a return on that money, just like the bank lends out money for mortgages and makes money via the interest rates. Now, their current challenges, the recent shift in consumer market behavior towards streaming platforms has prompted LMV to seek projects that can perform well both in theaters and on digital platforms. So again, they are looking for something that can be distributed across multiple channels. There is a growing demand for content that resonates with global audiences, yet finding universally appealing stories remains a challenge. Balancing artistic integrity with commercial viability in film projects is increasingly complex. So this might not be something that they have on their website, but I have included it for now. Now, the opportunity for filmmakers who can present projects that address these challenges and align with LMV's investment focus have a higher chance of securing funding. Projects that demonstrate a clear understanding of market trends, audience preferences, and potential revenue models will stand out. So these are market trends, audience preferences, and potential revenue models. Again, they are looking for great investment opportunities. They are not looking for a great film idea or great series. They are looking for a great project to invest in it, to make money, because at the end of the day, their business is also in business to get money in. So what they are looking for: project viability, audience engagement, financial projection, and a creative vision. So this is the stuff that they want to see in their pitch, which is very nice to know, of course. And again, these things might not be available in written word for you, but there is a highly likelihood that this is all the stuff that investors want to see at the end of the day. If I tell you this crypto coin is a great investment, then you probably also want to know some sort of the fundamentals about why that is a great investment. And then some submission guidelines proposals should include a detailed pitch presentation, script or treatment, preliminary budget, marketing and distribution plan, and any preliminary casting or crew attachments. LMV values thoroughness and creativity in the submissions it considers. So what I have done is I have created a fictive film concept for a series called Sound of Justice. Now let me go through what I have come up with, or some of the texts and some of the resources that you can use as well. So instead of just saying, well, I have this cool idea of a horror movie, I want to serve the investors something based on the fictive profile that I've just created that matches with what they are looking for. So they are looking for great investment opportunity to speak to a broad audience across multiple channels, probably globally. Sound of Justice is a gripping crime drama series inspired by the widely popular podcast Silence Secrets, started by two friends, Alex and Jamie, who both lost their parents in an unsolved crime and became amateur detectives in Detroit for its high rate of unsolved crimes. Over the last 5 years, their quest to uncover the truth behind local cold cases has captivated 75 million listeners worldwide, with an average of 5 million monthly downloads. The series will dramatize their investigation, blending real case files with fictional elements to deepen the narrative intrigue. Now, for an investor, this is very, very interesting because there already is a established audience of 75 million people and they engage with the series because they download episodes at least 5 million times. So we can tick off the first box of having a broad audience across the world. So there is a very high likelihood of this audience being interested in watching the series or buying a ticket or interacting with all the stuff that you can create around this series. So this is from an investor's point of view, a very interesting opportunity already within the first 2 paragraphs. Now, some extra metrics, because data is proof, as I mentioned, also for you as a director in your director's treatment. So global reach, 75 million listeners around the world with a strong following in the United States, Canada, the UK and Australia. Monthly downloads, 5 million with consistent year-on-year growth by 20%. Demographic, core listeners, 18 to 44 with a near even gender split and a high engagement rate. So there is another million followers across different platforms with high interactions rates during podcast release cycles. So even more data that shows the investor that it ticks off the audience existence, and therefore the likelihood of an existing audience being interested in whatever that you are going to invest in is a very positive signal. This is why Harry Potter series are being created. This is why the movies for Harry Potter were so successful, because there was already a book with a massive following. So everything, when you are pitching for an unsolicited pitch, everything revolves around risk reduction. Then I've pulled some data from this website. They have a free profile, but doesn't really give the right data. But if you, for example, go to Crime Podcast, which I did for this one, you can find data regarding target audiences, true crime, law podcasts. There's a very detailed report that you can download. Yes, this costs a lot of money, but if this helps to secure the funding for this project, then $500 is an easy investment. So yeah, these are the stats that I downloaded that I've included in this film concept, because data is proof. The more data you can present when you are pitching to an investor, the better. So you can try this out. I don't know how good these reports are. I haven't downloaded them myself. I haven't paid $500 because I am not pitching for a true crime podcast, film, or TV series. But, if you are, give it a chance and let me know in the comments how it worked out. We are going to cross-sell this project to engage with different audiences. So podcast to series conversion, utilizing the podcast existing audience to promote the series through exclusive sneak peeks, bonus content, link to episode releases and cross-cover episodes to tie into the series storyline. So leveraging the robust social media following to engage fans, using live tweets during episodes, fan polls, behind the scenes content, developing story arcs, the beginning of the podcast, extending the series and further explore in books, creating a comprehensive narrative universe. Now, if you want to dive more into this specific stuff, because I think this is the future for filmmakers, I highly recommend reading the book by Houston Howard called You Need a Big Story. It's a red book with a big fish in the front, and he dives deeper into this cross-media approach. He also has some videos on YouTube, which I highly recommend watching from Film Courage. I'll link to those up there or below as well, in which he explains how you can pull people in from people who only are interested in reading books, how you can get them interested in a movie, or people who only watch YouTube videos, how you can get them interested in the books, and then you hide a clue in the book or in the video that is linked to a different story in the book, and then you create this multi-platform world, which is again super exciting for an investor. So they are not just investing into a film project, they are investing in an entire universe of how they can make money, which is also for you as a filmmaker, it's very exciting because you can essentially keep telling stories on stories and use this character or this person who popped up in the movie halfway through. We can expand on their origin story, or the amount of possibilities is limitless. And also what is very exciting within this case as well is because there are already 2 people with an existing audience involved, they have a lot of rights for the intellectual property. So they can demand that they have a final say in how it looks or how it feels, or percentages of revenue streams, instead of just presenting them, well, this is my script, I'm looking for so much money for the creation of that script. And then the investor will say, okay, well, I am taking all the risk here, so all the money ends up in my pocket. But if you can give something of value, like an existing audience, then it's more likely to be a shared revenue stream. So now, well, when it comes to revenue streams, you can do ad sales, streaming licenses, merchandising, books, interactive apps, and then, of course, you can dive deeper into the numbers, which, of course, is very interesting for an investor. and then an ask. So asking for 10 million. I'll link to this document in the description below as well, so you can go through it yourself. And then a call to action, so why it is important to act fast, urgency as well. So this is not the urgency of you as a filmmaker, but the urgency of the opportunity of investing into this project. So what we are going to do now is we take the investor's profile, we go to ChatGPT. So I'm going to give you an investor's profile for a film pitch. Don't do anything with it until the next prompt. Then we are going to take the film concept. I'm going to give you a film ID for an unsolicited pitch, but don't do anything with it until the next prompt. Then we can use the project brief template, fill in the project brief template outlined, fill in all the placeholders in the project brief outlined below based on the investor's profile and film ID outlined above. And then we are going to go to the unsolicited pitch template text, which I also have included in the link below. And then we're going to copy this, go to ChatGPT, and we're going to say, I'm going to give you template text for an unsolicited pitch for a film TV series. Fill in all the blanks based on the project brief outlined above. There you go. Now, again, the text might not perfectly align with what you have in mind or your approach or your information, but again, it is very nice to bounce ideas off something that is already in place. So just see what it comes up with. Yeah, go from there. If you don't like what it actually came up with, use the prompt of asking it to rewrite the whole text in a more witty tone of voice, which I will do in a second. All right, so it has finished creating a more witty version. Some parts came out pretty nice, others didn't. You can always give it another prompt to regenerate it. I will include the outcome of all of this in the description below, so you can go through it. Yeah, not everything aligns perfectly, especially, for example, the scenes in the story. You might dive deeper into this, and this is a lot of text. An investor might not be looking for this, but as the fictive investor profile that I have created especially mentioned this to be thorough, I did it this way. You can include as many chapters as you like, take out as many chapters as you like, but just utilize the help of ChatGPT to get something on the paper as fast as possible, because speed is your friend at all times. It helps you to beat your writer's block so much better. So try to find a way or a tone of voice that suits your writing style and see what it comes up with. And this is how you write an unsolicited pitch using all these different tools and techniques. You can, once this is finished, again, I highlighted this in the previous video as well, you can use a tool like Grammarly, create a new file. I have included a link in the description below as well, where you can get 1 month of free premium Grammarly if you would like to try it out. It is a free software, but the premium version has some nice upgraded features. You can set your tone of voice, your audience, etc., which is very nice, and it will highlight all the different tools for updating and refining your text at the click of a button. And it even has a tool to check for plagiarism. So with an unsolicited pitch, know who your audience is, know what they want, dive deeper into the business model. So how can you help them make a return on their investment? How does it make business sense for the other person to invest into your project? I highly recommend creating a investor profile, something like this. I'll put a link to this document in the description below as well. Just use this as a blueprint. You don't have to include anything and everything. As I mentioned in the beginning of this video, every problem is unique, so every solution needs to be unique. So you can use this as a blueprint to bounce off your ideas, to beat your writer's block, get started as fast as possible. I also included this resource because what is also interesting for an investor, if you can show like comparable data. So for example, with this website, if I type in Inception, I can find information about the movie, when it was produced, what it did at the box office, what the budget was, release days, etc. Yeah, this is all very tangible data for an investor to look at, and for them to make a decision whether or not your project is worth investing in. So if we go back to the presentation, so how to write for an unsolicited pitch. This is how you do it. Now, let's summarize this video, a very long one, and I hope it was very informative as well. Tailored approach. As I just mentioned, there is no universal template for using these exact chapters and slides that will allow you to win every pitch. Each problem requires a custom solution. You can use a template. I've created templates. If you want to get access to those, you can purchase them via a link below in the description as well, but you need to customize them because every problem is different, so every solution needs to be different. Then a success framework. So the framework of answering the 6 questions: who, what, how, where, when, and why provides a clear path and clear and direct path. Clear answers to these questions help build confidence in the client's mind that working with you is a low risk, high reward decision. So no matter if you're pitching unsolicited or solicited, answer these 6 questions. You will see in the template text for the unsolicited and the solicited pitch that the different chapters help you to formulate an answer to these 6 questions. So for a solicited approach, before writing your treatment, decipher the client brief and ask what information the client needs to know to hire you. Next, focus on how your ideas help them achieve the desired results. So fill in all the blanks from the project creative brief. Maybe formulate a original approach on paper, give ChatGPT all the data, and let it write something that you can use as a blueprint to get started. And then for an unsolicited approach, this project pitch focuses more on numbers and explaining why your idea is a great business investment. First, research investors' business model, then align your ideas with their business goals. Otherwise, you won't be perceived as valuable. So don't just say, I have an idea nobody has ever heard before, give me 50,000 euros. First, dive deeper into the business model that you want money from and formulate your idea in a way that it is an interesting investment opportunity for them. Now, let me summarize this video with a beautiful quote, is that you may not write well every day, but you can always edit a bad page. You can't edit a blank page. And that is the purpose of why I have created this video, created the templates, and why I am using ChatGPT to help me get started. Because, beating the writer's block is the key to writing, and writing is all about rewriting. And in business, speed is power, speed is perfection. So you want to get started as fast as possible. And in modern day and age, you have to use tools that allow you to do that. So use ChatGPT, use the pitch template text that I've listed below. You can customize anything and everything. You can insert, exclude chapters as much as you like. Ask the other person what they need to know to hire you for a solicited pitch, and for an unsolicited pitch, make sure that you create facts and data and make it a great business opportunity for the other person to invest in whatever it is that you have to offer. So that's it, the 6th episode. I hope this was helpful. I hope you have learned something from this episode. The next video, I'll dive deeper into the design. First, I'll discuss the theory and the fundamentals that you need to understand of designing a treatment. And then I'm going to do a tutorial as well. So that was it for this video. I hope you have learned something. Once again, I'm not a filmmaking guru. I have no Oscars or Emmys on the shelf, but I hope that there is something within this course, one learning, one tool, one template that can help you land your next project at a lightning speed. Because lightning speed in this case is important because treatments always arrive at inconvenient times and need to be delivered fast. So speed is perfection. That's it for now, and I hope to see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the next episode of the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments. Now, the next episode is all about designing treatments. The last one I discussed writing treatments, and I showed you how to write a treatment from scratch using template text and utilizing tools like ChatGPT. And in this one, I'm going to dive in the fundamentals of designing a treatment. And then in the next video, I'm going to show you how to design a treatment from scratch. So without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into this next episode. So this video is all about how to design a treatment and the fundamentals. And this is what I'm going to cover in this video. So first, I'm going to talk about the importance of design. So why it is actually important to design something and not just submit a blank Word document with some written words on it. Then some software. Then I'm going to talk about the imagery. Where do we pull the imagery from? What are the sort of requirements for the use of imagery? Then typography. So where do we find the styling of the fonts that we use? How to design, and especially how not to design. and a quick summary at the end. So, as always, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Now, you can follow me on the socials as well. Everywhere the handle is @RobinPiré for exclusive content. And I need your help. Please help me share this course, because I would love to end the not knowing battle of how to create treatments and pitch ideas, so that everybody in the filmmaking industry can have a flourishing business. So please share this course. I need your help. Let's change people's lives together. English is not my native language. I have to think about the words I speak. So if you want to save yourself some time, watch it on double speed. It will be a much better experience. Okay, so then importance of design. Let's talk about the importance of design. So how you present your writing matters as much as what you write. A well-designed document shows you care about looks and suggests high quality in your final work. Let's say you hire an architect to design your dream house. If the person just sends you an email saying sort of, well, this is how it's going to look like, this is how the bathroom will look like in the bed and the bedroom and the kitchen, etc., then you'll be like, yeah, okay, but more input, please. And I think if they actually present you with a beautifully designed document with all the different material options and a visual understanding of what they actually envision, then you'll be so much more enthusiastic about whatever it is that they present to you. And it works the same for filmmaking. So a good design document helps you so much. And why it's also important, because what makes sense to you might not make sense to others. So you need to show clients what you see in your mind. So just putting words on paper isn't enough. Great design helps clients better understand your creative vision and ideas. So for us filmmakers, we are able to visualize the ideas that we have in our mind, but business people or the people that we usually pitch to, they not necessarily have the same talent as we do. So we need to present them a beautiful document in order to convey our vision for what the final result could be. And it also comes down to clarity. So clearly explaining your vision and ideas with visuals gets the client excited, because they can now see it. A well-designed pitch makes the project real and easy to understand. The clearer you paint the picture, the more likely the client will agree to proceed. Just like the architect, if you can have all these ideas in a Pinterest board and all this input for the architect about how your dream house could look like. But if you sort of give them all your input and then they filter it down and present you a beautifully designed document and give you an idea of how the final result could look like, then it suddenly comes to life and you'll be like, oh my God, this is it. This is my dream house. It works the same for clients for filmmaking. So what we don't want to do is we want to send them a document like this. What we want to do instead, we want to create a beautifully designed treatment to present your ideas and your vision for the final product. Let's talk about some software. So software, design software. There are many software options for designing your treatment, including Keynote, Canva, Google Slides, Photoshop, PowerPoint, InDesign, and many, many others. Use whatever software you know best or want to learn. The only requirement is that it should be cloud-based, because if your computer has a meltdown or something happens with the electricity, or I don't know what could happen, or your hard drive crashes and everything was on there, then it's lost forever and you basically have to start from scratch again. So if you work in the cloud and you save it while you progress and something happens, then you're always good. And you can work from anywhere in the world. As long as you have an internet connection, you can basically work on your phone, on your laptop, on your desktop. It doesn't really matter. Use whatever you like. I'm a big fan of using Keynote. It's a free software. Try them all, and over time you will find your preferred software. But I'd say keep it as simple as possible, because usually speed is power, speed is perfection. The faster you can work, the better. Then finding fonts, so Google Fonts, DaFont, Adobe Fonts, 1001 free fonts, FontSpace, My Fonts. Let me quickly show how that works. So this is Google Fonts. This is what I use most of the time. It's free. So you can basically type something here to make this is a director treatment. You get a glimpse of what it looks like. Yeah, you can basically click one of these fonts, get font, and then it will download, and it's super easy. See, download, and then you will install the font family. This is the one that I use. It's free. You can use it commercially, and for personal projects, I highly recommend using Google Fonts. This is also a great resource. DaFont, also lots and lots of different fonts that you can use. Also lots of different styles. So I highly recommend just browsing through it and see if you can find something that matches with your project. Then if you have an Adobe subscription, you can find fonts here in the Adobe font section. Also lots of great options, clean, brush templates, so many options. So if you have an Adobe subscription, try to find something in here. 1001 free fonts, also great resource. Font space, what the font. What I also like about this one is if you find a nice font on another website, you can simply make a print screen or screen grab, upload the image here, and then it will sort of recognize and then give you a suggestion to what that font actually is. So, or you can paste an image URL, ask it to find something similar in their database. So those are for the fonts. Then image software. Now, there are a lot of visual reference tools you can use to find visuals that represent your IDs, like FrameSet, Flim, and ShotDeck. If you want to use Google search, make sure your search results show the highest quality images. Now, this is FrameSet. It is especially designed for filmmakers. It has, at the time of this recording, almost 500,000 plus stills and moving images from movies, commercials, music videos. See, if you are working in Adobe InDesign, then you are able to use these kind of files. So here you see that it's a moving images. As you also notice is that the files take some time to load. And this is why I personally always I've stayed away from moving images, because if you are working with a Adobe InDesign file, people have to load the file, and if the internet connection is slow, it is some friction in the solution, which you want to avoid, in my opinion. And I think, when something is moving, it immediately draws your attention to it, which in a way, if they all receive static documents, then of course yours will jump out. But at the end of the day, words are the things that sell your solution. So if their attention entirely is focused on the moving images, it is a reading experience with friction. And as I'd say, remove as much friction as possible. But if you like this style, if you like moving images, feel free to experiment with it. It does require Adobe InDesign, so be aware of that. You need a subscription for Adobe InDesign as well. Another great tool is Flim. Also, lots and lots of visuals. What I like about these specific tools as well is that you can search for lots of filters, color, you can find so much stuff in these platforms. And by the way, I have teamed up with the biggest online search platforms, so FrameSet, Flim, and ShotDeck. So if you want to get a nice subscription with a nice discount, you can use the links and the discount codes in the description below. By the way, if you use, for example, Google, I highly recommend, if you are searching, then you use the tools and you have this size option. If you choose the option large, then at least you have the highest quality images. It is not always the best quality that you will find in here, so I highly recommend using more specified search platforms like Flim, FrameSet, and ShotDeck. Yeah, if you cannot find it on those platforms, then Google, of course, is always a great way to find whatever you're looking for. And then, if you really struggle with designing treatments, you can always outsource it. This is sort of a taboo within the film industry. Yeah, you can use a template or external designer from Fiverr or Upwork if you're not a great designer. If you Google, you will also find several treatment design companies or treatment research companies that can do the heavy lifting for you, but it will cost you a premium. And the premium can be thousands and thousands of dollars, depending on the size of the project, how fast it needs to be delivered, and how many pages did they have to design, have to do the visual research for, and have to write. It is a big job. Only makes sense to do that if there is a high probability of getting the job, because otherwise you'll be investing thousands of dollars. If you lose the pitch, then you have lost thousands of dollars. If you want to get a more simple, straightforward way and get some help with the design, I have designed director's treatment templates, film pitch templates, and music video templates, which you can purchase via the link in the description below. You simply have to change the text to your own and drag and drop your own images into the file, and off you go. Then, imagery. A picture says more than 1,000 words. Instead of writing boring, overly descriptive, text-heavy pitch documents, it's better to use lots of stunning images and visual examples to support your ideas. This can be anything from films to paintings, books, or photographs. So when it comes to communicating ideas, I don't believe there is just one source of visual inspiration or where you can pull visual inspiration from. It can be anything from paintings, books, photographs, or films. And you can use the 3 websites that I just shared with you. as great resources, but you have to make sure that the images that you are using are high quality, because ultimately everything in your pitch document will impact how the client sees your offer. The better it looks, the more it adds to your credibility as an expert problem solver. So it is best to avoid low quality and watermarked imagery as much as possible. If you use Google search, make sure your search results show the highest quality images. So just like I showed you, use the filter at the top to choose for the large file size. You have to make sure that the images that you choose match the feel of your project. So the images you pick should fit the mood of your project. Keep the lighting, colors, and spacing between the images the same. This makes everything look great together, good together, great together. It's very important. And it should also be a content match. So you should pick images that literally or metaphorically match the text you've written. There needs to be a clear connection between what you see and what you read. Now let me show you a few examples of what I mean with this text. So high quality images. So as you can see, this one is very blurry. So that's not what we want to use. Instead, we want to use something of high definition. Now this is watermarked stuff. So something that's behind the paywall. So this is what you also want to avoid as much as possible. You want to use unwatermarked stuff. And it should be a feel match. So if you are writing about a horror house at the edge of the forest just before sunrise or just in the light of full moon, then this doesn't really reflect that what you are reading. So you preferably want to use something like this, for example, that better reflects the feeling that you are trying to convey within your treatment. And also should be a content match. So if you are writing about the sunrise or a city at dawn, then, although you might like this cabin in the woods, it doesn't align with the content. So you want to use an image like this, for example, in this case, that aligns with the words that you've written on paper. Then copyright. So you might be concerned about, can I actually use these images? So now 99.99% of the time, the documents you design are only used for internal purposes. So you don't have to worry about copyright. This means you can freely use any copyrighted photos, screenshots, and reference videos to explain your ideas. So don't worry about it. In the last video, I also explained that what is very good to include is a disclaimer at the end of the treatment. And in the disclaimer, it also mentions that the document should not be shared without prior written consent. So that also sort of covers your ass in the sense that it should not be distributed. It is for internal purpose only, as a reference to give an idea of what the final result could look like according to you. Then the sources for the images. So sites like Flim, Frameset, and ShotDeck are great places to find good reference images. I've written a few blog posts about where to find the best images, including both free and paid options. You can find links to these posts in the video description below. I think there are more than 20 sources that I have included. What I've noticed is with paid sources, the search experience is just so much better. But if you have no money, you can use the free resources as well, which I've done many times. So don't worry about it. And something that is a bit of a taboo as well, I think, is the use of stock images. So some believe stock imagery is uninspired, but I disagree. As long as the images help you convey the ideas you have in mind, there is no wrong reference. Websites like Unsplash and Pexels provide beautiful stock images for free. So unpopular opinion, but I strongly believe in the use of free resources. So if we go to Unsplash and, for example, type in cinematic, I think this is a beautiful reference image, and then, it suggests a lot of other great options as well. So as long as it represents the ideas that you have in mind and helps you translate those ideas in a visually stunning way to a client, then what doesn't matter what the source is, right? If it helps you translate your words into visuals, and then with the goal of getting hired by the client, and it helps you achieve that goal, what does it matter? This is Pexels, also a great resource for finding great imagery. And so, these don't really have the same kind of search filters as the other platforms like Flim, Frameset, and ShotDeck, but, it's a great tool for a small budget. Copyright, sources, stock imagery. If you are using free software tools, use this list of words, make a print screen of it to just copy these terms, and go ahead, give them a try, and hopefully you'll find some beautiful reference images for your next treatment. Then typography. So what is the style of the wording that we are using? What are the fonts, and where do we find them? So the most important thing about typography is to protect the readability. So the most important aspect of your treatment design is readability. If people have to put too much effort into reading it, they won't read it. So when choosing fonts, ensure they allow for an easy reading experience. I will show you an example in a minute why this is important and how it affects your reading experience. Then style alignment. So you can say a lot about a film project style with just fonts. When choosing the right font for your pitch, make sure it aligns with the style of your project, because a horror project or a colorful commercial or a Porsche commercial or a music video clip all use different fonts, and it's sort of helps convey a feeling with a brand. So yeah, make sure that there is a style alignment with the fonts you choose in the project that you are pitching for. And then be selective. So usually you only need 2 or 3 types of fonts, one for the headings. So in this case, it's the word typography, that's a heading, and then one for the main text. So this is all the white text. So the heading is the big one, and which is in my case also a different font compared to the white text. And then if you like, you can use one more for special highlights. So using more fonts can make things look cluttered. Keep it simple. Remember, what really makes your story stand out, your solution stand out, is the content itself, not the fancy fonts that you use or the vocabulary that you use. So in this case, it's a great example. So protect readability. So for somebody, it might be hard to read what this is, while this is much more readable for a client. And also with this one, you sense that the left one might be more of a Christmassy or a medieval kind of story. It has a more classic feel, whether the other one is more modern. Different font styles should align with different project styles, just like this one. So the style is more of a modern sunglass or eyewear brand, and then it makes probably more sense to go with something like this. And this one is a great example of choosing 3 fonts max. So on the left side, I've used 5 different fonts, which might make it look a bit cluttered. Well, if you choose one for the heading and one for the text, and maybe one for a sort of accent, just to break the design rhythm, then I would say use 3 fonts max. 2 is perfect, and 1 is also fine. Now, these are some great fonts that I really like to use from Google Fonts. So if you go to the Google Fonts and then you type in these different fonts, install them on your computer, it's all free. Then you have a great set of fonts to choose from when creating your next treatment. Now, how do we design a treatment? There are no hard rules. There are no strict guidelines, or there are guidelines, but there are no strict guidelines on the design, word count, slides, or chapters to include in your treatment. Each director's treatment has its unique structure that you can decide based on the specific project, your style, and deadline. The goal is to customize your treatment to suit the particular job you're pitching for. Just like there is no hard rule on the writing, other than answering the 6 questions, there is no hard rule for design as well. I'd say the only hard rule is to make it visually appealing and make sure that it can be read. And then a universal format. So for a universal format, use the 16:9 aspect ratio with page dimensions of 1920 by 1080, which fits most computer screens. For more cinematic look, use 21:9 aspect ratio with page dimensions of 1920 by 1817. So this is the 16:9. It is just a normal computer screen. But if you want to go for a more cinematic feel or more like a cinema feel, then you can go by 21:9. But if you don't like these at all and you want to go even more fancy, then you can go into 9:16, which is more like a social media format, or you can go 1:1 or 4:3. There is no right or wrong. It all depends on the project. It all depends on what the client wants. What do they want to see? What is your preferred style? How do you like to communicate your ideas? Then next, how to design. So at all times, I want to highlight this once more. Protect readability. You can write the most beautiful story or approach, but if people have to put too much effort into reading it, they won't. That's why you need to protect the readability of your treatments at all times. So this is the most important thing. The solution is sold via words, and if people cannot read the words, there is no solution. They won't see your idea as valuable, and you have lost the pitch. So protect readability at all times. It is the most important thing. Then you want to break up the text. So don't use big blocks of text on your slides. Split it into small paragraphs across multiple slides. This keeps the reader engaged and not overwhelmed. So protect readability, although it might look beautifully to use a sort of bluish kind of font against a bluish background. it is hard to read. So instead, what you want to use is contrasting colors to make sure that the solution can be read by the client. Also with your headers, make sure that it does not sort of blend with the background, but play around with the composition of the images to make sure that the text that you've written contrasts with the background. And then you want to break up the text. So instead of just this massive wall of text, if I see this in a treatment, it might scare me because in my brain, it might think, ooh, I have to put a lot of effort into reading this page. But if I do something like this, it is just 4 blocks of text, 4 paragraphs, then it sort of creates a cliffhanger for the next page. So break up the text. Yes, it will result in more slides, but it will be a very easy, skimmable experience for the client. Then simplicity. So the attention spans are short and people get distracted easily, and therefore prefer to grasp your idea quickly. So if your pitch is using boring, complex, or visually, if your pitch is boring, complex, or visually unappealing, it will ask too much of the reader and won't get the outcome you're looking for. So keep it simple. Simple is the best way forward, and skimmable. So the harsh truth is that most people will skim through your document, likely on their phones, to make your pitch stand out. Use large, impactful images. This makes the skimming experience more engaging and increases the chances that they read the text you include. And then slide numbers. So the use of slide numbers makes it easy during a reference call. This is not necessary. It is just a nice feature. You don't have to include it always. If you go through the treatment with your client or with your crew and you have included slide numbers, then it's easy to reference. Otherwise, it will be like, the page after the art direction section, or you get the point. Slide numbers make it easy for navigation. And then you want to be consistent, so the design should have consistent lighting and spacing between the images, which should match the tone and style of your film. So if you are doing a dark toned project and then you suddenly include purple slides, it might feel a bit off. So you want to make sure that everything is consistent, a consistent feel, because everything in your treatment will affect how your idea is perceived. If you want to use the most simplest form ever that you can use, have a cover slide with a title and then your name, and then sort of break up every slide in half, image, text on the left and the right side, and then switch those up during your treatment and then end it at the end. This is the most simplest form of creating a treatment. Now you want to make sure that it's skimmable, easy to navigate, and then you can use things like this, for example. And then consistency. You want to create a sort of feeling that is consistent throughout all the slides, no matter what subject that you are discussing in your document. Then, how not to design a treatment. I've covered this more or less already because it's just the opposite of how to design a treatment. But let's go through each one step by step. So no contrasting elements. So don't put dark text on a dark background. Don't put light text on a light background. Don't use colors that are too close to the background. So just like the light blue on the blue background, you want to avoid those stuff. That kind of stuff as much as possible because it affects the readability. Then you want to avoid too much text, so don't overcrowd pages with too much text or one long piece of text, no broken up paragraphs. Too much text on a page looks scary and people won't read it. And also, when it's too hard to read, people won't read it. Protect the readability of all times. And a project mismatch. So make sure your presentation matches the tone of your project. A drama should feel dramatic and a horror should evoke a feeling of horror. And then finally, in the wrong order, make sure the information is in the right order. What's introduced on page 5 should logically support the content that follows. These are some examples of how you shouldn't do it. So all the good ones are like proper contrast compared to the background. And then the bad ones are the stuff that you want to avoid as much as possible. Now, what you also want to avoid is big walls of text. Although the one that I previously showed was broken up paragraphs, this is just one big wall of text and it evokes the same emotion. Ooh, this is going to take a lot of time and effort to read this entire page. What you want to do instead is break it up, preferably into like 3 sentences max, 4, I'd say 2 to 3. And then you get something like this, which is, it's better to digest. If somebody looks at this, and I'm sure that they prefer the right version more than the left version. And then hard to read. So as you can see, the text more or less blends with the background. This is already an improvement. Blurring the background is always also a great option, but the safest option is just to go for a full contrast, so black or white against a black background, to make sure that is readable, because readability is the most important thing. Project mismatch. So if this is a horror movie, of course, it depends entirely on the project. yes, this is also a possibility, but you preferably want to do something on the right. Again, it is entirely dependent on the project, but the right one makes more sense to me. So also with this one, a horror movie, the other version is probably a better option. All right, that was it. Let's summarize this video. So again, there are no hard rules. There are no strict rules on design or content for your treatment, only guidelines. The goal is to customize your treatment to fit the job and your style and choose a universal format like 16:9 for regular screens or 21:9 for a cinematic feel. No hard rules. As long as you answer the 6 questions to convey, trust, believe, improve, and build confidence in the client's mind, my friend, you can do it in 1 page if you like. Less is more. So great design is all about keeping things simple. This way, people focus on the idea itself rather than the design of your presentation. So if you want to use the simplest form, rewind the video, make a print screen of that layout. We're just cutting the screen in half, image on the left, text on the right, then next slide, image on the right, text on the left. Yes, it will be a predictable formula for the rest of your treatment, but if you are looking for the simplest form, that's the way forward. Imagery. So instead of writing text-heavy treatments, use lots of high-quality images that suit your project's theme to make your ideas stand out and look professional. Make sure the images match the mood and message of your pitch and avoid low-quality and watermarked images, because images, man, those are the big deal. Images help you convey your ideas and they establish the quality of your document. And if you use high quality stuff and avoid all the watermarked, low quality, and just don't go there. Use high quality stuff and create a beautiful document. And then everything boils down once again to readability. So solutions are sold via words. So the readability of your text is the most important element of your design. Make sure everything can be read at all times with all your design choices, including aspect ratio, imagery, typography, and layout. So readability is the most important thing. You are selling a solution to a problem, and if people cannot read or have to put too much effort into reading what you have to offer, they won't read it and you have lost the pitch. The easier you can convey your ideas to the client, the better, and the more visually appealing you can make it to them, the better. I wanted to highlight as well is that creating treatments and creating beautiful documents that win pitches is in theory very simple, but it takes, just like going to the gym, just with riding your bicycle for the first time, it is a journey of practice. So in theory, it looks like the left images, but in practice, it is more something that, goes right and wrong, just like the image on the right side. So it is a process of trial and error. And over time, you will sort of refine your approach. You will better understand what you like, how you like to present your ideas. And of course, this also is very dependent on the deadline and the time pressure involved of creating the treatment. The quote I wanted to finish this video with is, don't focus on technology, focus on psychology, because it is so easy to get caught up in this technical trap or the snake pit of procrastination and thinking that you need the most beautiful thing ever to get started. But that doesn't help you win the pitch. The pitch is all about selling ideas to clients by understanding what they want, by asking them questions, just like a doctor. How can I help you? And then framing your ideas in a way that says, I understand what you want. This is the thing that you're looking for, and I can help you do that. So that is the psychology of pitching. You are not forcing your ideas. You are not an artist. Yes, making films is an art form, but you are doing this as a business. If you're doing this as a hobby, neglect everything that I have shared so far. But if you are doing this as a work for hire and you want to build a sustainable career, earning money as a filmmaker, as a film director, directing music videos, directing commercials, directing movies, then this is the way forward. That's it for this video. How to design a treatment. In the next video, I'll dive deeper. I'll do sort of a tutorial. I'll use the text generated in the previous video with writing a treatment, and we'll create a treatment for a commercial from scratch. If you don't feel comfortable with the designing stuff yourself, you can hire somebody else to do it for you, or you can use a template. You don't have to use my templates. If you like to explore what I have to offer, click the link in the description below. See you in the next one. Tutorial for designing treatments. Adios. Welcome, my friend, to the 8th chapter of the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm teaching you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using direct treatments. The 8th chapter, in which I'm going to show you step by step click by click, a tutorial on how to create a treatment from scratch. Last chapter, the theory, the fundamentals, this one, a tutorial. So without further ado, let's dive into my computer. Let me take you through this whole process from the get-go. We are inside my computer, how to create a treatment from scratch. Designing a treatment tutorial, this is what I'm going to cover in this video. So first I'm going to talk about some final design tips, some important things to remember. Then I'm going to do the tutorial and then some information about exporting, because we can design a beautiful document, but we have to export it in a way that the other person receiving the treatment can actually read it. Quick summary at the end. So, as always, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, robinpere.com/newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Then you can follow me on all the socials for exclusive content, and I need your help. Please help me share this course. Share it with your buddies, your filmmaking friends. It's free, it's on YouTube. No costs involved. I hope that we can change this, what is perceived as an annoying part of the filmmaking industry. I think a lot of it comes down to not knowing how to actually approach pitching and sales, which is a nasty word in the creative world. Yeah, I need your help. Let's change people's lives together. Please help me share this course. And a little pro tip, English is not my native language and you might be scared due to the length of these videos. So I highly recommend to watch them in double speed. Save yourself some time. It will be a much easier experience. So, first off, some design tips. First off, I want to highlight once again, there are no hard rules. I want to highlight once again, no strict rules on design or content for your treatment, only guidelines. So whatever video you find online that says you should do it like this and that, it is just guidelines. Because when it comes to solving a problem and presenting a solution to someone's problem, every problem is unique, so every solution is unique. No hard rules. So the goal is to customize your treatment to fit the job and your personal style and sell a solution to a problem. So that's the first one. So great design is all about keeping things simple. This way people focus on the idea itself rather than the design of your presentation. You can make the most stunning design possible, but if it doesn't solve the problem, it won't help you win the pitch. So yeah, solution comes first, design comes second. But it is really important to present a sleek document, because the stuff that makes sense in your mind doesn't necessarily make sense in somebody else's mind. Some people are not creative thinkers. So yeah, we need visuals, we need stunning imagery to convey the stuff that's in our mind, so the other person can grasp the ideas that we have, so they can buy into your vision and give you the job. So imagery, so instead of relying on text-heavy documents, incorporate plenty of high-quality images that align with your project's theme. This is not only what makes your idea more compelling, but also gives your presentation a polished, professional look. Ensure that the images match the mood and message of your pitch, and avoid using low-quality or watermarked visuals. In the last video, in the one before this one, I dove deep into the fundamentals of design and showed you lots of references of how to work and what not to use. So go back and watch that video before diving deeper into this one. And then also readability. So since solutions are communicated through words, the readability of your text is the most crucial aspect of your design. Every design choice, whether it's aspect ratio, imagery, typography, or layout, should support easy readability at all times. Because if people cannot read it, a confused buyer doesn't buy. And then first impressions matter. So first impressions are important. On the cover of your treatment, use imagery that evokes emotion, incorporate the latest versions of your client's logos, and avoid using images with competitor products, because if you are pitching for an Apple commercial, you don't want to use a Samsung product on the cover, although that might be a beautiful reference. So avoid those kind of mistakes. That comes down to attention to detail. So every element in your treatment in your document will influence how your ideas are perceived. Even small details can lead to unintended interpretations. So it's crucial to be mindful of how each design choice and piece of content may impact your message. And I can understand that you might say, well, Robin, I'm a filmmaker, I'm not a designer, and I think that's perfectly normal. So I think it's natural to think I'm a filmmaker, not a designer, and that's perfectly fine. Ultimately, it's the strength of your ideas that win the pitch, not the design. So the goal is to streamline the design process so you can focus more on the content. Remember, a great idea outweighs the design every time. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to do the design stuff as fast as possible so you can focus on ideas, still present a beautiful document. I also want to highlight that there are plug-and-play solutions. So if you want to bypass the design phase altogether, I've created templates that allow you to present your ideas at lightning speed. These plug-and-play solutions help you showcase your solutions without having to start from scratch. First link in the description. You can scroll through my treatments. I have helped more than 1,300 designers, photographers, directors, commercial directors, creative agencies, production companies, you name it. All people have passed by and I've helped them create beautiful documents and win the pitch. So yeah, if you are looking for plug and play solutions, there are also ghost writing, designing and visual research companies out there. Just Google them. I won't drop any names, but there are many different ways if you are not as good at design to still create a beautiful document within a short time frame. All right. Now, let's dive into the tutorial. I want to highlight before I dive in that I'm going to do this tutorial on Keynote, which is a free presentation software by Apple for Mac users. So if you don't have access to Mac computer, Apple computer, then Figma, Canva, Photoshop, PowerPoint are all optional software. It doesn't really matter which software you use. I know that a lot of filmmakers are using Mac software, so that's why I'm going to use it on the free Apple software. You know, in essence, it is all the same, just the technology is different. Let's dive into this tutorial. So the project that I'm going to create a treatment for is the Superphone X commercial that I used to write a template text for in one of the previous videos about writing a treatment. So I have published all the text in the Google Docs in the links below. You can download them and go through that yourself. And we are going to create the slides using this template text. Now, what I have also done is I have already created a few boards. So I'm using 3. I think they are the best visual reference tools for filmmakers. So the first one is called FrameSet, the second is called Flim, and the third one is called ShotDeck. So I have partnered with all 3 of them. So if you want to get access to free trials and nice discounts, you can use the links in the description below. And there are also discount codes next to them. So yeah, I highly recommend giving them a try. So what I have done, I am going to I'm going to create a treatment, one for an solicited pitch deck and for an unsolicited pitch. So I have an idea for a film. In this case, it was The Sound of Justice project, a TV series, and we are looking for investment. So we want to create like a film pitch deck. I have already went ahead and created a few boards. So this is a FrameSet, for example. You have the first option is to browse through commercials, music videos, and find all these amazing stills, different camera techniques, different shot types. Also a lot of filters. You can prompt it. You can search for saturation, color, spectrums, aspect ratios, frame sizes. FrameSet definitely, in terms of layout and user experience, it is my favorite one so far. I have scrolled through the datasets of FrameSet. So I, for example, typed in phone and then started looking for images that would sort of match the text that I've written for my treatment. If I like this one, I could dive deeper into the stills from this particular project, or I can click on this one. All this stuff that I'm sharing, by the way, all this tutorial stuff is heavily based on how it currently works and looks like. So in the future, if you might see this tutorial in a year, then of course the user experience might be completely different. So let's say I like this still, I might save it to Superphone X. I already did so. Well, let's save this one as well. So right now it is saved in my set. So here on the left side here, it includes 191 images already. So just to give a short recap, so this commercial was about a vlogger that was struggling with all the equipment tools, and then the Superphone X would be the go-to source, like a sort of Apple kind of product that would allow you to stream, upload, edit, record, have all the necessary tools and equipment within one device, and it would be shot in Morocco. These are some of the visuals that I have found so far. So let's say I like this visual. I'll click here on the download button. It will download. I'll go to Keynote, and let's start with the first page. Let's do it like this and add some text. So that would be, this by the way is Grammarly. It helps me to skip the spelling and grammar mistakes that I might make. So Superphone X text. So what I highly recommend is using these style elements. So this is a title. Let's go with Poppins, bold, black maybe, and 50. So Superphone X. As I mentioned before, readability is super important. So white on white might be something you want to avoid. So let's make this thing a little bigger. So 1920 by 1080, like this. Superphone X, something like this. Or Superphone X, and then Let's say we want another font that is not available here. We can go to Google Fonts, type in a font you like. I like this one. Get fonts, download all. Then we go to downloads, install. And sometimes you might have to reopen. Well, let's save this for a second. Superphone X, desktop, that's fine for now. And we want to make sure that the treatment is perceived. So Superphone X, we've done this. So title. So every time I use the title tag here, let's make sure that this is all caps. So every time I now say I want to make director treatment by. If I use the title tag right now, then it immediately takes the layout features of the title tag. But this is a title small, maybe a subtitle. So right now we want to go for the Yoast font. Now, as you can see, it is not available here. So we might have to close Note for now and then reopen it again. So Superphone X, now it should be available. No, maybe like this. Fonts, show fonts, and then we find it all fonts. There it is. Treatment by all caps 20. Treatment by, let's make it Robin Piré, all caps, yep, and 50 as well. Now it can happen that the creative agency might say, well, we need this to be like more of a universal document. So as if the production company has submitted it, and then you might have to leave this out, but depends on the project itself. Yeah, let's go with something like this for now. We're going to add a new page, blank page. So I'm going to use two fonts for this specific treatment. So one for the headings, which are like the titles, and the Yoast I'm going to use for subtitles and for the text itself. So title small, I'll use pop-ins. I'll make it all caps as well. And I'm going to use this contents is also possible, all caps. Let's go with 50 and 30. And here I'm going to write down in a minute which chapters we are going to include. For now, let's go to the Superphone X. So first we want to include a introduction. So text, introduction, and this is a body text. Now, as you might notice that there are still some placeholders in here. As I mentioned in the writing chapter as well, this is all literally the stuff that ChatGPT just spit out. I have copied that, pasted in a docs document so you can read through it, but never use exactly what ChatGPT has spit out. You have to reframe it in a way that it becomes your tone of voice. It is just a tool to beat the writer's block as fast as possible. Let's go with the body. And so the body will be Yoast 25, spacing past 10 years. So this is the easiest way I'm going to show you right now. And that is by simply halving the images like this, maybe like this, maybe a little bit too small. We'll keep it for now. Introduction, let's save this one as well. Title small. Title, we can use this one maybe. Introduction. And what I have talked about as well is what might be interesting and is easy to include as well is a slide number. So it is always easy to reference during calls, like on slide 6 or slide 7. Let's go through the art direction, the story, the script, instead of just saying, well, on the 5th page after the art direction. It is much easier to do to reference. So you can place them on the side, always looks very nice, or just at the bottom. Let's maybe do it like this. Introduction. And then you always have these nice styling elements, like a simple line, which can help create a sleek feature. Don't know if we're going to keep this, but just for now. Let's keep it like this. I'll change the image later. So we now have the introduction. Now, the easiest way to create a treatment is just to flip this text, move this one to the background, and then voila, we have a new slide design. That is the easiest way. You can also play around with the formatting of the text or to keep everything. I won't recommend doing it like this, but this might be a possibility just to create this sleek block of text. And now the next chapter was thank you. So we might want to create a thank you for this. So thank you. This is the body text. Might be too small still. Let's go with this one. This is the text. Big thanks. Here's my vision for the commercial. Body text, maybe a bit bigger. Let's go with the caption. Also Yoast, 40 maybe. Too big, 30. So big thanks. So let's see if we can find another picture. I think Shot Deck is the easiest workflow experience. It's very visually focused, and then you can, if you like, dive more into the filters on the left side. Flim, I also was able to create boards. And what I think Flim really does, it's a very cool feature, is this one here. AI, so if I like this picture and this one, or this one and this one, but it is not the perfect picture yet, then I can use AI to generate an image for me. So right now it is generating a picture. So it took a minute or so, and now it has created this image. Not my favorite image, but you get the deal. Here on the side, you get an idea of the sort of remix that it has created. Sometimes it does it perfectly right, sometimes not, as with AI at this stage. All right, thank you. So image, replace, downloads, favorites, downloads, Google. Yep. Might not be the best picture. Let's find something else. So the thing with creating treatments, it's a lot of trial and error. You have to just find something that aligns with your vision and try out so much stuff, because sometimes the image is amazing in itself, but it just doesn't really align with the layout of the treatment, and you have to find something else, or it doesn't allow you to include a lot of beautiful text. So for example, this one, it doesn't really matter where I align the text, or maybe if I align it like this. But I'd rather have it in the middle. It is a lot of trial and error. This one looks nice. I don't know yet if it aligns with the style of the direction that I want to go with this. But, let's keep it for now. Introduction. Let's go to the next chapter. So that is a project summary. So we paste in the text. Again, it's the body text. Let's go a little bit bigger. Might be a bit too much. So what we can do as well, copy this. So we always have something to fall back on. So remove all of this text for now. All right, this also might be a possibility. So this would be the, what is it? Project summary. So summary like this, something like this, for example, maybe a line of text, sleek design elements, maybe not, maybe in the middle. Could also be possible. Oh, yeah, this has something, looks sexy. Now you might say, well, I don't really know if I want to go with the white versus black. Now let's change that for now. Let's go change this to a black text, black, and this one, the line, also a stroke, black, which also looks also very cool. It depends on the direction, the style of the project, on the brief, what they have submitted to you. Is it like mainly dark focused, or is it the direction that you want to go? Is it like a dark theme project, or you can just use both? That's also perfectly fine. We can go to the next one. In the beginning, it is just going through all the chapters that you have written and create a page for them. And this will help you so much creating your treatment as fast as possible. Images are the thing that really make your treatment stand out. So I highly recommend diving deep into the images. What I always make sure when I search for images is that, for example, this image has this negative space on the side, which is very good for titles and for text. So when you have a lot of stuff that's happening in the center or all around the frame, then there's not much space left for text placement. And at the end of the day, we need text to convey the ideas that we have. For example, if we do it like this, then it is perfectly fine to, especially with the girl looking to her right, so it emphasizes even more that the focus should be on the right side. Make it a little bit bigger, or use the body sample. It's not perfect, but you get an idea. And what I also highly recommend doing, most of the time you won't be able to find the exact image of the idea that you have described, and that's perfectly fine, as long as you have a sort of collage of images that sort of convey the same feeling that you are after. Yeah, let's go here. Let's create a short collage, and now we can image, replace, and we need another one. Something that is in line with the previous images. Concept, summary. And the easiest form to do it is go an image on the left, an image on the right. You can also divide the screen in half. So was it 540? Yeah, like this. Or we can make it 2 layouts. Concept, summary. It needs a bit more. Let's skip this line. Concept, summary. So that would be problem, solution, and outcome. Just body. Could be a way to do it. There is no right or wrong. It is just personal preference. Also with this, if you don't like the font, the styling, we can go smaller, we can go bigger, as long as the readability is always a priority. Skip this line. Also possible. Make this smaller. As I mentioned, it's a long process of trial and error. trying a lot of things. And if you want to fast track the process, robinpierre.com/shop, in which I have created a lot of templates already for you. And what you can do here is simply drag and drop your own images, replace the text with your own, and off you go. And it will save you many hours of work of starting from scratch. Let's continue with this one. So let's go with the white one. I think I like that better. I'll change the other ones later. So we have some mood boards. As mentioned before, what we want to do is add disclaimers at the end. So I highly recommend just in this beginning stage, put everything down on paper as fast as possible to get going as fast as possible and sort of break your designer's block. Disclaimer. Yeah. And then, I can continue doing this for all the pages, but at the end of the day, it is a process of searching for images using either ShotDeck, Flim, or FrameSet. You might initially had an idea of, well, this is how it should look like, this is what it should be. And while you are scrolling through all these references, you might find something or a style or an element that you find very interesting. Like, for example, you might really like the color spectrum of this image, and then you search for similar images, and then you find another image. And it's all about just going on into this rabbit hole of visual research. And yes, this takes time. It took me a few hours to create these 2 decks of images for these 2 projects. But yeah, the images are what will make your treatment stand out. Sometimes what might be very nice as well is just to have an image page like this or an image page like this without any text, because it breaks up the flow. So when you read something and then you have an image to sort of digest the previous page, and it breaks up the flow of having constant text on the images or on the pages. And what sometimes also might work as well is just to have one word or a quote. So what you would do in this case would be Google phone quote, for example, or travel quote, because the project was about a travel vlogger, travel quote, images, and then let's wonder where the Wi-Fi is weak. A bit contradictory with the phone commercial, but all right, let's do it. Let's wonder where the Wi-Fi is week. And then we use the quotes. We go with the pop-ins. Maybe not 100, maybe 60. All caps. 100 this one. 30 maybe. Black. And let's create another slide. White background. Let's wonder where the Wi-Fi is weak. Not the best yet, but you get the idea. Is that a quote can be a very nice way, just like a slide filled with images, to break up the predictable slide formula of a treatment. Yeah, we could do the same. We could add it doesn't really align with the image, but you get the point. It's just a nice feature to break up the predictable slide formula. And you can make these collages as sophisticated as you like. So we can make this half. What I always do is on the right side, you have these image proportion sides. And when you double click on an image, you get into the framing of the image. So when the original width was 960, then half is 480. So 480. So this one is exactly the same. And then it perfectly aligns with the rest. Maybe, yeah, perfectly aligns. But sometimes you have these black lines in here. So sometimes it makes sense to make it a little bit bigger. So 1 or 2 pixels bigger. And then play around with place it to the front or the back. So front or back. And so the images like overlap each other. So this little gap is filled with blacks, because sometimes it looks a bit sloppy if you have these little lines. And I've seen it with other treatments as well, as people don't really take these small details serious, but it's the perfectionist in myself that really likes having all these sort of seamless, beautiful, sleek design documents. Yeah, we can use quotes. We can use background images with text. We can use photo collages with images. Let's go to Flim. Also a great resource. As mentioned before, I think they have more arty kind of visuals, while FrameSet is more sleek and modern and really high-end cinema, just like ShotDeck. But I think I just prefer this layout more than the others for some reason. Downloads. Let's see what else we can find. So this would be a beautiful image for the production chapter. So let's do production, text, title, make it black. We can also, because right now the previous one was title with a white. Now we have created a title with a black. So we create a new title. We call it title black. So production. Now let's import the image. This one, make it a bit smaller even. Or we can say production timelines, which is also very nice. And then we add these lines. This is not necessary, but it might be necessary for your specific project. And then these things, maybe a little bigger, 3. So that would be pre-production, production, which is usually, let's keep it like this. Then post-production, then maybe final review, and then delivery. Something like this. So that would be pre-production, black, body, black. Let's make that all caps. No, medium, pre-production, production, post-production, final reviews, and delivery. This might not be something that you include in all your treatments, because usually when you are working with a production company, they will take care of this. But if it might be nice to just have this in your treatment, so it doesn't matter which person picks it up, they always have all the answers to all their questions. So this would then be like date X, or you can place that in front of pre-production. Doesn't matter. Date X, and date X. So something like this could be possible. Yeah. What else do we have? Final notes, locations. So let's see what we can do with this. Maybe it is nice. So 1080 divided by 3 is 360. Width is 640. And then we take this and we do the same here. Film. Let's see if we can find something beautiful here. Downloads and downloads. 5. Image replace might not be the best option. Maybe just go with this. And then we take a title, locations. So readability is the most important thing. Not sure if this is the best image for that. Maybe it is, if we do it like this. Because white against a darker background, still not perfect, because you might use something like Photoshop to remove this white text because it distracts, or you just pick a different image, or you play around with tools like your exposure. Not the best way to do it in this case. Or contrast, also not the best option. Or saturation, which helps a little bit, but it takes away some of the charm and maybe some of the aesthetics and the styling that we want to go with for this project. This is how you create a treatment. It is a long process of trial and error, or long process. It is basically starting, copying the text, and trying to find a way to create a visually stunning document that aligns with the vision that you want to convey to your client. And I'd say try to break up the slides as much as possible, the predictable slide formula. So although you might like this kind of styling or this kind of styling, try to break it up here and there by using these sort of mood boards where you pick images in different, for example, these 3 images. And what else do we have? This one, for example, and maybe this one. It's a bit off. Maybe this one. Yeah, could work. So yeah. Try to play around with the different slide designs, and what I also highly recommend doing, because otherwise it is so static. But this all depends on the audience. If you are pitching a treatment to a very high-end business, then it makes sense to use words like executive summary. But if you're pitching your ideas to young creatives who have the same vocabulary as you do, then it might make more sense, instead of saying introduction, like nice to meet you, or hi there, or let's go, let's do this. Or locations might say this is where the magic happens, and then in a way that it actually is readable. Production timelines, or if this would be the casting, for example, we could do something like meet the beauties and then make that white, or meet the faces, or we could make this 250 like this. There are so many options. There is no right or wrong. It depends entirely on your direction. It depends entirely on your vision for the project. And designing stuff all comes with experience and a lot of trial and error. So do you see it with the speed that I do it with? There are people who can do it way faster than me, and there are people who can do it slower than me. And if you want to fast track your process, grab one of the templates that I've designed for you, so you can speed up this process and have something to bounce your ideas off, and the layout to work as fast as possible. That's it for this one. Let me show you how to create more like a film pitch deck. because in essence it works the same, but with the film pitch deck it is more number based. So you also have the project summary, logline, story, etc. Again, this is the text that ChatGPT has spit out. I haven't read this text exactly word by word, but yeah, for the film pitch deck there are other things important because you are pitching to investors and those are more interested in numbers. So for example, a tab like comparables, an investor might be thinking, well, okay, so what in the market or in the current market looks like this kind of project and what has been their success rate. So you might include data from comparable projects, and then you would need to download some film posters. So Sound of Justice was the project name, film title 1. I think the text also included comparable. I see, True Detective, text 20. I'm gonna take some like this, comparables, and then we include data like this. Oh, freeform, body, take yours for now. Or you might take something else. Let's go with this for now. This one, 0, and then 15, bigger. Box office, this is something that you can find using some of the resources that I've shared in the previous videos before as well. So yeah, you would create more slides like this. You still need visuals because investors are not necessarily visual thinkers. They are more data-driven persons most of the time, or financial-driven people. So it is more about the data. You can also use different colors. For example, if we go and do something like, let's see, maybe orange is a good, red one maybe, I don't know. Let's go with orange for now. You can play around with color and thickness of fonts to highlight specific things in slides that you like them to get them noticed. So market analysis might be something as well. Audience research, financial predictions. And I think when it comes to data, it is very important that it's easy to digest. So for example, when an investor sees something like this, financial predictions, and you put this on a wall like this, okay, they might read it, but they might not read it. So you want to make it as interesting for them to read, so they actually read what you have to offer. So we might use more visual stuff. So we could do something like this. So fill, no fill, border, line, this one. And then we go with budget, 10 million, or maybe investment. And then we take this. Now, when you are pitching data, you always have to make sure that the data that you are pitching is actually, it is the right data, because data never lies and you don't want to be promising things that you cannot bring to life. So when you are going to promise what I'm going to promise, or what the text that we have written using ChatGPT promises, you want to make sure that you can actually achieve that. So this is investment 10 million, and then ROI, which is return on investment, would be 8 million. And then we can break this down. 1 million pre-production costs, post-production costs, 7 million marketing, etc. So we could put these numbers, what is it? We do it like 1M, 7M, and then break down these costs and use some text to clarify what this is. So of production, and what you can do is include a budget sheet which the producer has made if you have one on board. So production, and then pre-production, post-production, marketing, etc. You get the point. You can make this as fancy as you like, but instead of doing this, you give a simpler, more easy to digestible overview of the stuff that you want to communicate. So for an investor, it is very simple to see, all right, if I give this person my money, this is the potential ROI that I can get for this project, and this is how long I will part with my money. And yeah, so you have to give a better business idea or a business proposal to somebody, instead of just saying, hey, I have this cool idea, this is what I want from you, give it to me, which makes no sense. So you have to make business sense to business people, and the best way to do that is to offer them a great business solution to make big money. You do that by creating a document that is easy to digest with like number-based data. With the film pitch deck, I highly recommend you use a lot of beautiful images. You can make these slides, by the way, if I mentioned this as well, you can use different sort of layouts. This is 16:9. You can also go 4:3. Might screw it up a little bit. Yeah, might have to change those, but you can also go custom slides. So 1920 by 817, for example, you get this widescreen, which for a movie might work better. Or even for this one, document, custom slides, 817. See, might work as well. And then, when somebody receives it, it is a very nice visually packed experience. So yeah, that is how you design a treatment. And now the goal is to make an export that can be viewed by everyone and not just by you. So we are not sending the Keynote file or the Canva file or the Google Slides file. We want to send a PDF document which sort of freezes all the slides and so that it's not changeable by anyone else or corrupted or whatever. In Keynote, this is done via File and then export to PDF. And you can use best or good. The most important thing is that you can attach it to an email. And to attach it to an email, you want to keep the file size as small as possible because otherwise people cannot watch it. So I'm exporting my presentation right now. I'll save it to my desktop and let's see how big it will be, the file size. So this one is the file size and it is very small. Let me quickly open this one. So this is a template that I'm currently creating. So let me export this. So PDF, I'll save it in the best version. So desktop, June, exporting file and June. So this one is 28 MB. Now what I can do as well is when I do file and then reduce file size, and what it will do is it will compress all the images. And so the current size is 75 MB and it will go down to 29, but that will be mostly the file size of the presentation itself. So what I can do, reduce file size. So reduce a copy, I'll save it, low res, saving. Let's open this one. And now we are going to export it as a PDF, best, save, low res exports. And this file size is 5.3 MB. The previous one was 28 and this one already is 5.3. Now it might be that we want to have this file even smaller. And if you have an Adobe subscription, you can open Adobe Acrobat and then we are going to export compress PDF. Okay, low res. Let's do that for now. Reducing file size and let's see what it came up with. 3.1. So we went from 28 to 5.3 to 3.1. Yeah, that's how you compress a file size. And as you can see, the resolution of the images is still perfectly fine. So that is very important to do. So we want to export as a PDF document and we want to then make sure that the file size is as small as possible. So exporting. Before you export, make sure that you read out loud. So before you finalize your treatment, I strongly suggest reading your presentation slide by slide out loud. At least once, what seems clear in your mind might not translate as well on paper, and hearing the words can help you catch any inconsistencies or awkward phrasing. Then PDF export. So as I just mentioned, once your pitch document is complete, convert it to a PDF. This format is ideal for sharing because it preserves the layout and design, ensuring that your pitch looks the same on any device your recipient uses. And then you can create tailored exports as well. So ideally, you have one document that works for everyone. However, given that everyone's time is limited, it's wise to ask your crew which sections are most relevant to them. You can then create separate exports for the specific sections they need because, to be honest, not everyone is going to read the entire document, especially when you are working on big jobs and you have created a 50 to 100 page treatment. And yes, this really happens. Then the cinematographer might only be interested in reading the look and feel and camera work section or in the script section, and they don't really care about all the other stuff. So now, an online link. If your treatment includes dynamic visuals like GIFs created in Adobe InDesign, you can create an online link to your document. However, I generally recommend sticking to a simple PDF. Relying on an internet connection can be risky, and excessive motion in your treatment presentation might distract from your message. A straightforward PDF export is often the most reliable choice. And what you will notice as well is that you put so much effort into finding the right GIFs and creating an amazing moving document. Yes, this can help you distinct yourself from all the others, but sometimes people just want to read a simple PDF document because they are on a ride, on a plane, on a whatever, and they don't have internet connection, and they might end up asking for a PDF document at the end as well. So yes, you can create an InDesign, submit a link, and if they want to have an export as a PDF, at the end of the day, you can export your InDesign as a PDF as well. But no, I find GIFs very distracting in the treatment. Everybody has their own preference. try it out yourself and see what works for you. There's no right or wrong. And then, as I just showed you, we want to compress the file size. So if your file exceeds 10 megabytes, it won't be attachable to an email, so you'll need to reduce its size. Apple users can do this using the Preview app, while Adobe Acrobat is another effective tool for compressing file size. And then, if you prefer to keep your file size large and it exceeds 10 megabytes, you'll need to use an external service to send it. Options include WeTransfer, MyAirBridge, Google Drive, Dropbox, and many similar platforms. Just Google them. WeTransfer is up to 2 gigabytes for free at the time of this recording. MyAirBridge is 20 gigabytes, Google Drive, limitless, Dropbox, etc. But at some point you will have to pay for space. So reduce the file size, the easiest and cheapest option. If you don't want to do that, then these are the alternatives. All right, let's summarize this very, very long chapter of the Direct Treatment Masterclass. Now, customization over rules. There are no strict rules for design of your treatment. The focus should be on customizing it to fit the job, your style, and effectively solving the client's problem, because you are selling a solution to a problem. If the treatment is as beautiful as it can be, but it doesn't solve the problem, the client won't like that and they will not hire you. And you've lost the pitch and you have wasted a lot of time designing a beautiful document. Then simplicity and readability. Keep your design simple to ensure the focus remains on your ideas. Prioritize the readability of your text, as clear communication is key to selling your solution. Then imagery. Incorporate high quality images that align with your project's theme to enhance the professionalism and emotional impact of your presentation. Avoid low quality or watermarked visuals. If you want to see some stuff how not to do it, watch the previous video again. I go over it, what to do and what not to do with examples. And then attention to detail. Every element in your document affects how your ideas are perceived, so be mindful of how each design choice might impact your message. Small details can lead to unintended interruptions. So avoid competitor products and, really drill down on what the agency wants. If they want really, really specific answers, then include really, really specific images. If they don't, it is better to have vague or subjective images, as I've used in these sets. So here, this one, so Sound of Justice as well. All these beautiful close-ups of eyes and vague traffic lights, because there's so much ambience in these pictures instead of just this is it. Still a lot of room for interpretation, and at this stage of pitching an idea to someone, there hasn't been made a lot of hard choices yet. So I highly recommend using images that can be freely interpreted, although they should align with the mood and feeling of the text. And then the last one is efficient presenting and sharing. So consider using templates for quick design solutions, and always export your final document as a PDF for consistency across devices. Compress file sizes for easy sharing, or use external services for larger files. So I wanted to finish this episode with another beautiful quote: design is the intermediary between information and understanding. So what we don't want to do is submit a text document and say, this is what we want to do. We want to create a beautiful document that facilitates the bridge between what you have in your mind and what people will finally see on the screen, and use it as a translation tool to sell the solution that you have in mind for solving the problem. All right, that's it. I hope you liked it. I hope you have learned something. You don't have to agree with everything that I'm sharing. I have no Oscars or Emmys on the shelf. But if you can take away one thing that can help you land your next client and win the next pitch, then this will be worth it for you. All right, so in the next chapters, I'm going to finalize this course, share some final tips on how to submit the treatment, how do we add some extra sense of urgency, my final tips on creating treatments. Also, I'm going to share some tips and tricks on how to actually get clients. How do you actually get the opportunity to pitch a treatment? How do you actually find clients as a filmmaker to pitch treatments to? And some tools, because there are some secret and hidden tools that you can use to find people's email addresses. And I'm going to add a final bonus about, which I'm going to talk about, winning without pitching. So how do we get to a point whereby pitching is no longer necessary and it's just a process of going through the formalities, discussing the budget, still sharing a vision for the project, of course, but you have already won the pitch because your reputation has preceded you. That's for the next episodes. I hope you liked it. I hope you enjoyed it. If you don't mind, like, subscribe, you know the drill, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm going to teach you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments and film pitch decks. So, chapter number 10, in which I'm going to share how do we actually get the clients to pitch our ideas via director treatments and film pitch decks. So without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into chapter number 10. Chapter number 10, how to get clients. This one I'm going to cover chasing versus attracting clients, content marketing, content tips, and a summary. If you want to get access to all the secret stuff I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Follow me on the socials for exclusive content. @RobinPiré is the handle. Share this course. I need your help. Let's change people's lives together and help other filmmakers excel in this area of creating treatments and selling the vision, so we can all enjoy a great final product at the end of the day. A pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch this video in double speed. And now let's dive into chasing versus attracting clients. So the other day I saw a video from a guy named Luke Belmar. If you haven't watched some of his content, I highly recommend you do. The guy is a genius, and he made this beautiful comparison whereby clients, if you sort of metaphorically think of clients as butterflies, then there are two ways of getting clients. And the first one is chasing clients, and the second one is building a beautiful garden where the butterflies will be attracted to. So as a filmmaker, what a lot of filmmakers do is they run behind the butterflies, they chase the clients at all times, they go to network events, they go to agency parties, they try to network and send messages and emails and, hey, do you need this? Or on Facebook groups, I see this passing by so many times. Hey, I'm a sound designer, I have availability in my schedule. If you need a sound designer, let me know. That's one way to do it. But the other way you could do it is, let's say this sound designer guy would create content or build this website and share blog articles, or, there are so many different ways in which I'll dive into a little bit later. But if you build this digital garden where people are attracted to, and, when they search online to find sound designer, then you are the first option that pops up. Then you don't have to promote yourself and push yourself on all these different outlets at all times, because the butterflies will come to you. So if we see butterflies as money, a lot of people are chasing the money, but if you build something online that attracts the money, it is a much more fluent experience. And of course, both can live together. You can chase and attract at all times, of course. Yeah, this video is just to show you a new way. I have done this myself as well with my website and scaled it to 500,000 visitors a month. If you are interested in this knowledge, let me know in the comments, because I am considering creating another course around this topic and sharing all the stuff that I know about creating content and attracting an audience and also monetizing that audience. So let me know in the comments, and let me dive into this a little bit deeper. So first one is chasing clients. Let me first talk about this. So chasing, for many, this means attending agency, production company parties, sending out hundreds of messages, asking for referrals, and flooding people's inboxes with requests for a coffee meeting or networking opportunity. This approach often comes across as, hey, I'm desperate, I need work, do you have some? Sounds familiar? It does for me, because I have done this so many times, and it was a horrible experience. And I was the very needy and desperate guy. It was not a very fruitful journey and a fruitful way of, and also a very depressing way of getting clients, because you bump into so many no's. Yeah, it's horrible. So the downside of this approach is that sometimes this one-to-one approach works, and you might think that is the only way to go, but it takes a lot of effort. And with each new person or business you contact, you have to start from scratch again. You'll have to explain what you do, how you can help, figure out if they have a problem, and if you can offer a solution, all to build your reputation as a trustworthy expert at solving a particular problem. This is why people ask for so many introductions everywhere, and it ends up in nothing. This is what I have experienced myself as well. It is a very labor-intensive way of getting clients, chasing clients. Now, the upside of this approach is that even though this approach can be tough, it can help you make connections and find opportunities you wouldn't get otherwise. By reaching out, you make yourself more visible to potential clients who might not find you on their own, and open doors for future projects. It also helps you get better at explaining what you do and matching your skills to what different clients need. Now, it is, of course, an obvious outcome that when you go to network events and go to agency parties and send out hundreds of messages, at some point, of course, it's a numbers game. There will always be some opportunity that will cross your path, or you will meet someone that leads to another thing and somebody can introduce you there. And of course, this is still possible. Like I mentioned, you can use both attracting and chasing clients. But I think you should not be just dependent on chasing clients, because a lot of filmmakers are, and they are so reliant on their network and on working with a small set of people who constantly feed them work. And yes, this can work, but I think you can establish yourself so much more as an expert, so you can charge more money for and work fewer hours if you take a different approach. Another downside of this approach is that you need to build your portfolio first, because it is important to mention that before reaching out to potential clients, it is crucial to build a portfolio first, otherwise you have no proof of your problem-solving capabilities. This might mean doing some free or low-budget work at the start of your career to create a body of work. That is the way forward with this approach. And you need to find an audience. So to make the most of your time, identify who your ideal client is. So who do you want to work for? This way you can focus on reaching the right people. Usually as a director, this means targeting film production companies, creative agencies, or music labels. I can show you how to find and connect with them. So this is a cool way. So there is this crazy software called hunter.io, and we need a little bit of LinkedIn. All right, so we have entered hunter.io, and hunter.io is a software that can help you find the emails of the people that you're looking for. So let's say we are a music video director and we want to have the opportunity, because usually creating music videos is an easier game to play at the start of your career instead of the commercial game, because commercial game is usually, there's a lot more money involved. So you need to have a little bit of a track record to show that you have the capability of directing film crews. So let's start with the music stuff first. So what we want to do is we want to, for example, look for the people that work at Universal Music Group. So you would basically put in Universal Music Group or Sony or any kind of label that you are interested in working for. So in this case, Universal Music Group, there are 44,000 results, and you can search on locations, current company, blah, 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 blah. And we want to look for somebody that is head of content, head of production, senior creative. Might be that this person could be, so I would go here. So Universal Music Group, Universal Music, and then you get this company thing, and then find email addresses, and then email pattern that usually is like this. So first name, last name @universalmusic.com. So something like this. And then we would find this person who is a senior creative, or we would go to find somebody who is responsible for the head of marketing or artist and relationship. No, somebody who is responsible for content, producer, marketing, music video, freelance marketing creative might also be somebody. So senior video strategist. This might be the guy that you want to reach out to. And then you would try this email address, and sometimes you get this bounce back, or you don't get a bounce back. You actually found this person's email address. So then you would send them an introduction email, something along the lines of this. Again, you can customize this in any way that you would like. I highly recommend using ChatGPT for it. So the title thing would be introduction, so hi, and then the thing name. For past X years, I've helped companies. So in this case, it would be like music labels achieve, and then relevant results. So for a music label, it is all about expanding the artist reach so that the artist music gets streamed more and the music label gets more money, etc., etc. So I've helped music labels like Sony help their artists expand with 55 million more streams, or 500 million more streams, or 500 million YouTube views. Would you be open for a quick 15-minute introduction call to discover if I can help you achieve the similar results? Please feel free to book your spot here, and then your Calendly link, and looking forward to connecting. So Calendly would look something like this. So you create a link, 30-minute call, create event type, and it would be a one-on-one call. It would be 15 minutes, Google Meet, continue, introduction, continue, and then you would share this copy link, and then you would paste that link into your Calendly here. And you can also do something like this. So, hi, curious to know if expanding the reach of your artist's online presence is something you're interested in. If so, how about a quick 15-minute introduction call? And then you might say something along the lines of, I've helped artists like X, Y, and Z do this by directing 15 projects for them over the past 2 years. And then if so, how about a 15-minute introduction call? Feel free to pick a spot here. Can't wait to connect. Short, there is something that might be interesting to them. And fingers crossed. You can do this on LinkedIn. You can just send a message on LinkedIn to these people as well. But, an email is more professional. And they might, I've done this many times and I've received messages like, how do you got this email address? Well, Hunter helped me do it. Some people might find it intrusive, others don't. I think it shows you are willing to go the extra mile, and there is a clear benefit of working with you because you can prove that you have done the same for other brands just like them before as well. So an introduction email, people are busy, so keep your introductions short. The goal is to trigger their interest with an outcome that aligns with their business goals and to set up a call to see if you can help them. I've provided some template text that you can download from the link below. So I've included the Google Docs file that I just showed you. Focus on benefits for them. So don't say, hi, I do this. Would you be willing to have an introduction call? No, there should be a clear business-focused outcome that is in line with their business goals in your email or message, because only then will it be interesting. Now, let's talk about the different way of attracting clients, the other approach. So as again, you can combine them both, but I highly recommend considering this option as well. So, a quality myth. So many people think that simply getting better at their craft will lead to success, believing that great work will attract new clients on autopilot. While quality work can get noticed in today's oversaturated market, assuming a client will see one of your videos you release every few months, instantly hire you and keep coming back is unrealistic. It's a false hope. So although people consume the content that we create in a few minutes, it takes many months to create it, and you cannot expect people to hire you based on the 3, 4, 5 or even less projects that you share every year in the hopes that it will stack on top of each other, because there is just too much content out there. People consume too much. So you have to create stuff that feeds their content addiction almost on a weekly, preferably daily, and at least a monthly basis. Now, I also want to highlight that gear does not sell. Gear does not set you apart. So if you're looking for someone to help fix something that is broken in your house, would you hire them because they use the latest drill, the newest saw, or the best screws? No, you hire for the outcome you are looking for. And it works the same for clients. They don't hire you because you have the gear, because gear is too easily replaced, and they will often go for the cheapest option when it comes to gear. So don't focus on gear when it comes to attracting clients. And an agent, so another misconception is that creatives often rely on the idea of getting signed with production companies or agents so that they can promote their work and bring in clients. Unfortunately, getting signed is very tough, and these companies usually reply with, we love your work and will keep you in mind for the right project, but you could actually end up waiting a long time for that right opportunity to come along. I have experienced this myself, and I'm still waiting for the right project to come along. That's also false hope. Don't rely on those kinds of companies to do the work for you. Yes, you are a filmmaker, but you are also a business owner, a marketeer of your own creative service. And there is no one else who can do that better than you. So let's dive into how to do this the right way. So to get clients, they need to know that you exist, which means you must promote yourself. Even though you are a filmmaker and not a marketeer, marketing is crucial. Without it, you are just waiting for opportunities to find you, which rarely happens. And to be clear, posting on social media or sending messages isn't real marketing. It is just sending messages. So no marketing. So it's understandable if you prefer to rely on referrals and your existing network instead of promoting what you do, especially if that approach has been working for you. If you're comfortable with your current method and is bringing you results, then by all means keep doing what you are doing. Then there is no right or wrong here, just different options that work for different people. I do want to highlight that what got you here won't necessarily got you there. So yeah, if you want to go to the next level and build a garden that attracts beautiful butterflies, beautiful opportunities, and big money, premium payouts, then you have to take a different approach. You cannot rely solely on other people coming to you, because what if those people stop with the job that they are doing? What if they have some epiphany in their life and decide, well, I'm going to leave this filmmaking world and I'm going to sail around the world in my sailing boat, or they pass away. The filmmaking world is too much of a dependence culture. If you create something by doing good marketing, then you sort of detach yourself from solely being dependent on the direct referrals. So a new perspective, so relying on others for marketing and just making great work is outdated. This thinking stems from following legends like Scorsese and Tarantino without realizing the industry has changed. Their methods didn't face today's social media competition. It's time for a new approach. My goal with this is to show you a new perspective on how to attract new clients and build a garden to attract new butterflies. So this is what I noticed as well, is so many people rely on this outdated theory that you can only break through in the film industry by taking this agent and production company approach. I think that path still works. It is still very much possible to go down that route, but there is so much opportunity in the digital age right now, in the online world and the online business world, and you have all these tools at your disposal. So I highly recommend using them, and I'm going to share a bit of how I did it and how you can do the same. So marketing done right. I used to think marketing meant bragging about my projects and achievements, which made me uncomfortable, so I avoided it. For most filmmakers, promoting themselves is the biggest issue because we are so accustomed to work in the dark, behind the camera. Later, I realized that promoting yourself doesn't have to feel awkward if done correctly. Now, we are going to talk about building a garden. What you want to do instead is giving people a behind-the-scenes look at the problems you solve and sharing valuable insights or interesting content. So you have a body of proof that shows that you are an expert, problem solver, and let the content live online to attract clients on autopilot. The goal is to create a digital ecosystem that can function without you being present all the time. So you have to see it this way. So I can talk to a person and tell them what I do, or people can search for something, I pop up in which I show them what I do. So I then only have to build it once, and then it can promote itself for my business an infinite amount of times. This is the same what I'm doing currently with this course. So I invest my time and effort once, publish it online, other people find it and they enter the world of my business. It attracts people on autopilot, and you can do the same. So it's called a one-to-many marketing way. So this marketing approach involves creating content that reaches a broad audience, like blog posts, videos, or social media updates. By sharing valuable content, you can connect with many people at once, drawing them into your garden. Now, how I discovered this, let me quickly give you an idea. So COVID rolled around, and I realized that I was constantly selling my time for money, and decided that I had the preference of building something once with the idea of selling it twice. So instead of just I sell my time to a client, and in exchange for my problem-solving capabilities, they would pay me, and then I would go on to the next project, and I would solve the problem, they would pay me, and on to the next one. And this is how the whole service-based business works. You sell your problem-solving capabilities in exchange for money. But what if you create a product, for example, a microphone, you develop it once and you can sell it an infinite amount of times. Now, even better with a physical product is a digital product. So I wrote an ebook about creating directed treatments, and I published it online. I had no shipping costs, no inventory costs. People paid for it, and they instantly had a download link to their product. And I was like, this is a very interesting business model. And then I had to find a way to find a global audience of people that would be interested in buying my products. So one way to do that is to pay for ads. So I had never done ads before, and I didn't have the money at the time to invest for the ads. So what I decided to do was I started to write blog articles about creating short films, about creating directed treatments, creating music video treatments. And over time, these articles started to rank in Google. People would enter my website, find my products, buy them, and I had created this system that would work for me 24/7. And on top of that, people started to send me emails. Hey, Robin, can you create a treatment for me? Can you help me with this? Can you maybe hop on a call with me and give me some advice? And this all came from me investing my time once into creating something, and then the content would live on the algorithms and do the work for me. And you can do exactly the same. You might think, well, I don't know if I feel comfortable with that, promoting myself. The only thing that you have to do is show your work. And I highly recommend reading this book from Austin Kleon, who wrote another fantastic book, which is called Steal Like an Artist, which I also highly recommend reading. In this book, he shares that if you just share what you are doing, you share the knowledge, just like I am doing right now. I share all the stuff that is living in my head, rent-free, on the internet, so it can work for me. And if you just make videos, for example, on a film set, and I know sometimes, you're not allowed to create videos or at least publish them while they are recording. You can keep them and publish them later when the project is finished, and maybe give a little explainer, record your voice, just like I'm doing right now. And it doesn't have to be with equipment, with a light and a professional microphone. It can even be on your phone, because in the day and age that we live right now with AI, people appreciate authenticity. If you are a cinematographer and you create a video after every project and tell people about your light setup and use some behind the scene photos that you've quickly taken with your phone, explain what you've done, use an iPad to draw on it and say, well, we did this was the effect, this was the reasoning why we chose it, the director wanted this, and you demonstrate your expertise just by telling other people what you have done. And other people will watch that and they think, this guy knows what he is doing. He's an expert at solving this particular problem. And therefore, when a director sees this and they are looking for specific references, for example, and they find your video and they see how you brought that scene to life, then they'll be like, I need to work with this guy. And when you understand what production companies are looking for and you make a video outlining how you directed a project, what kind of cues did you give to the actor, or how to direct actors, if you make a video about that based on your experience, then man, it will create so much trust in somebody's mind because you just demonstrate your expertise. And that is the stuff that you need to share. This is what a show your work is about. You just literally explain what you do and take people into the process of what you do as a problem solver. Now, this is all called content marketing. So content marketing, what is it? Content marketing involves creating and sharing valuable, relevant, and consistent content to attract and engage a target audience. So instead of directly promoting a product or service, content marketing focuses on offering value to the audience, educating, entertaining, or solving problems. The content you can come in various forms such as blog posts, videos, social media posts, infographics, podcasts, ebooks, newsletters, and more. The sky is the limit in the digital age. It doesn't really matter anymore what you create as long as you create something of value. And what is value? I have discovered that value is usually an insight, something that only you could have known as an expert, and the other person would not have known without your expertise. So for example, if you want to buy a house and you find a real estate broker on YouTube, for example, because you were searching for videos of that neighborhood, and the real estate broker makes you aware of the rules and regulations or the do's and don'ts of buying a property in that specific area, then your perception of that person as a expert problem solver will rise. It works the same for the creative industry. So insights are the key. So experts don't claim expertise. They simply demonstrate expertise by sharing game-changing insights for their markets. It's not about publishing and posting content and hoping that something sticks. It's about sharing truly unique insights that help shift how your prospect thinks about solving the problem. It's not about content. It's about insights. Clients on autopilot. So start creating assets that work without you. Communicate your expertise and ability and compound in your favor over time. It helps show you that there is a different way to get clients on autopilot. So instead of chasing people and constantly sort of bragging about what you do, just record what you are doing. If you are creating a treatment, simply record that you are creating a treatment for a project. Then do it with your iPhone. It doesn't need a red camera, a fancy light, a fancy microphone. The more raw and authentic it is, the better. And you will notice that this stuff that you create will live on the internet by itself and attract people, and you will find that there is this whole world that will be interested in reaching out to you to collaborate because of the content that you are sharing. So the key with this is to reverse engineer. So you can't hack the content creation process, but you can study what works for others and improve on those ideas to achieve success. To know what works for others, mainly focus on data, views, searches, etc. So when I started writing my blog articles to promote my products, I first started from a place for myself. So I wrote what I liked reading, and I noticed that those articles didn't get the views and the attention that I wanted. And then I started to reverse engineer by using software that showed me what people were actually searching for on Google. So what were the keywords? So the word combinations that people typed in the Google search bar to find answers to their questions. When I started focusing on answering what people were actually looking for, then Google started serving the stuff that I wrote higher up in the search results because it was a good answer to someone's actual question instead of me just writing whatever I wanted. So yeah, you cannot create a market desire. You can only feed a desire that is already there. So when you are creating content, reverse engineer what is working. The thing is important because with social media, if you just create content, post it online and forget about it, then you will have something like this. It will have a peak and then it will die off completely. But if you focus on feeding on the need of what people are actually looking for online, then your traffic growth will look something like this. And this is how I grew my own website from 0 visitors to 500,000 organic visitors. So without spending 0 on advertisement, to 500,000 visitors to my website and monetizing that audience on autopilot and making 5 figures a month on autopilot while literally lying on the beach. So let's continue on this content marketing. So we first need to focus on who. So before you create any content, it's crucial to know your target audience. So who are your clients? Are your clients production companies? Are you a cinematographer and is the client the director? Are you a production company and is the client creative agencies? You first need to know who the client is and what is the type of content that they are searching for. So next, figure out where your audience spends their time. Which platforms do they use? Do they use TikTok, Google, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube? Today there are so many options and you need to know where do they spend their time. And the easiest way is just ask, hey, where do you spend most of your time online? And then what your content should have a purpose. So what action do you want your audience to take? So don't just create content. You want to have a sort of call to action at the end. Now, why is this so important? To create content is that project breaks, so during downtime between projects, don't just passively consume content or invest in more tools, going to musea, etc. Yes, this is all another great way to spend time, find inspiration, but I think the best way to do it is instead turn those activities into content, engage with your audience during these gaps and make the most of your time by staying active and visible. So instead of just invest tools, create a video about finding the right tools, and then an unboxing and then why you chose this tool, and they do a little tutorial on this camera. Or if you go to the museum, make a video, explain to people what you liked about the stuff and how you will use that in future work, or how you have used that in future work, and how museums can help other people become a better director. You see, it's all about framing. So instead of just going to the museum and keeping everything for yourself, you show your work. And the thing with content marketing that I have learned is to just keep going, because don't expect instant sales from a single post. It doesn't work that way. Every piece of content you share builds your authority, and this process takes time and involves iteration, testing, trial and error, learning from mistakes, publishing and reflecting. It's a journey, but if you keep moving forward, you'll eventually find success. So it takes some time for the algorithm to discover you and to say, this is where this content fits in the search algorithm. So when people search for this kind of topic, then he is the expert. I should serve this person's content first and then all the other stuff. So it takes time before you start noticing something. I can guarantee you, just keep going, keep sharing content, keep sharing valuable insights, stuff that people cannot find anywhere else, or stuff that you have learned along the way, and people find that very, very valuable. All right, let me summarize this video. So 2 ways of getting clients. First one, chasing clients. So directly reaching out to potential clients can be tiring and doesn't always work well. Each new contact means starting from scratch, which takes a lot of time and effort. Now, the importance of self-promotion. Just being good at your work or having the latest gear won't bring clients in today's crowded market. You need to directly promote yourself to get noticed. There's too much noise out there. You cannot just rely on following the same path that the filmmaking dinosaurs at this stage have taken. It's a different day and age. Hollywood is changing. The content creation game is changing with the rise of AI, and when you look at nature, it is not the strongest one that survives. It is the one that has the ability to adapt that will always survive. So I highly recommend being open for change within this industry and use all the digital tools to your advantage to build a career that is self-fulfilling in a way, and at least that you are no longer dependent on other people giving you work. That is my hope with this. So the goal is to build a digital garden. So instead of constantly chasing clients, create a digital garden by sharing valuable content that demonstrates expertise and attracts clients on autopilot over time. And content all comes down to sharing valuable insights. So when you create content, focus on giving your audience useful information that helps them see things differently, rather than just posting to be visible. Because it is not about being available, but being valuable. The key of content marketing is consistency. So success in content marketing takes time. Keep sharing, learning, and improving your approach. Understanding your audience and adjusting your content to meet their needs are key to long-term success. So I wanted to finish this episode with something a little bit different, and that is a final note, a note to you that your future clients are out there right now, going about their daily routines, working, attending meetings, leading their teams, and thinking about the problems they have. They are not concerned with filmmaking tools, innovative concepts, or stories that haven't been told yet. They are not thinking about you, your awards, your impressive websites, or the stunning shots in your showreel. What matters to them is their own problems and looking for ways to solve them. If you can present yourself to the world by highlighting how you solve problems, the more you're going to get their attention, and eventually they'll reach out to you asking for help solving their problem, because you've already demonstrated your expertise as the right problem solver for them. That's the goal of content marketing. Create a digital garden so the butterflies will come to you and you don't have to chase the butterflies with your net all the time. Now, the final quote that I wanted to finish this episode with is, if you want an unconventional life, you must free yourself from a conventional mindset. So if you want different results, you have to take a different approach. What got you here won't get you there. So what got you here might have been networks, referrals, etc. But if you want to get to a different level and have clients on autopilot, then just becoming good at it and have a beautiful portfolio is not a sustainable business model. You want to have a flourishing business with clients on autopilot. And I think the best way to do that is at least build a digital garden. And of course, you can have some networking as well. Diversification is the key. All right, that was it. Chapter number 10. I hope you liked it. I hope you have learned something. Almost there. This Director's Treatment Masterclass course. Once again, I want to highlight I'm no filmmaking guru. I have no Oscars or Emmys on the shelf, so you don't have to agree with everything I'm sharing. But if there's one thing in here that can help you land a new client, then this will be worth it for you. All right, next chapter, my final thoughts on creating treatments. Hope to see you there. See ya. Welcome, my friend, to the Director's Treatment Masterclass, in which I'm teaching you the most important skill that you can master as a filmmaker, and that is selling your creative vision and ideas to clients using director treatments and film pitch decks. Chapter number 11, my final thoughts in this course. Almost the final chapter in which I'm going to share my final tips and tricks. Without further ado, let's dive into my computer and into the chapter number 11. So we are inside my computer, final thoughts on creating treatments. So first I'm going to share a quick summary of the entire course in a unique format that I haven't done before in this course. Then some final tips, important things to remember, and a quick summary at the end. All right, as always, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff that I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter, because here is where I share all the secret stuff. Follow me on the socials, anywhere you like. @RobinPiré is the handle for exclusive content. And I need your help. Please share this course. Let's change people's lives together. Let's change this somewhat annoying part of this filmmaking industry, of the creative industry, and have this source of information that I've created as the go-to source, hopefully, for the right information regarding creating treatments and pitching ideas to clients. And a little pro tip, if you want to save yourself some time, watch this video in double speed. All right, course summary. Let's go through it one more time from beginning to the end. Now, I am by no means a filmmaking guru. I have no Oscars or Emmys on the shelf, but if you can take one idea, one learning from everything that I've shared so far and from the stuff that I'm still going to teach you within this video and in the bonus episode in the next video, and you can get one more filmmaking client, then your investment in time will be worth it. All right, everything that I have shared and everything that I'm about to share is all with the assumption that you want to do filmmaking as a business. So you want to make money with filmmaking, you want to earn a living, and you do not do this as a hobby, because then different rules apply. If you want to do it as a business owner, instead of an artist, you want to run a successful business that brings in money, that allows you to pay your rent or pay your mortgage and feed yourself and your family with your filmmaking services, then this is for you. Now, we first need to summarize or frame in simple terms what is a business. And in my opinion, in business, in the most simplest form ever, summarized means money in. Because if a business only has money flowing out, the business cannot exist. Because a business always has cost. Electricity, equipment, insurance, yourself as the employee. If there is only money going out, the business cannot exist. So the goal of a business is money in. Now, we cannot make money. Only governments can make money. So when you get money into your business, it is usually the result of you doing something for someone else, and they give you their money in return. And the thing that you then do for someone else is by solving a problem. Now that might sound sophisticated, but in essence, when you are hungry, you have a problem. You go to a business, which is a supermarket, and they will sell you food, and in return, you will give them your money. So this is how the interchange of money works. You solve a problem for someone else. And in filmmaking, this means that you help someone else bring an idea to life in exchange for money. So in summary, what the rule is, solve a problem and they will buy your solution. That is the goal of a business. A business gets money in by solving other people's problems. And if you can sell them a solution, which is done in filmmaking, in a treatment, a tool to present your solution to someone's problem, then they will buy your solution because then it will be valuable to them. Now you might say, well, I am an artist. I have perceived my work with an artist mindset so far, and it has always given me the results that I was looking for. Then by all means, keep doing what you're doing and please ignore everything that I'm sharing. My goal with this course is to offer you a new perspective, a new way of showing you how you can get new business. So if you are stuck in the same old thinking and you don't get the results that you are looking for, then you have to change this loop. You have to cut the circle, because otherwise the same old thinking will keep giving you the same old results and you will be stuck in this loop forever with an artist mindset instead of a business mindset. So the goal is money in. How do you get money in? By solving other people's problems. And in order to solve someone's problem, we first need to understand what the problem really is. And sometimes people don't really know what the problem really is themselves. They think, I need a social media campaign, I need ads, I need a music video, I need a commercial. But why do they actually want that? So the thing is to figure out what their problem really is. So how do we do that? By diagnosing the problem. Just like a doctor, when you go to a doctor, you have a problem, you don't know what is causing the problem, and it's up to the doctor to ask you many different questions and diagnose the cause of the problem. And you have to do the same. You have to think like a doctor. When you have a client call, you need to ask them, why have you asked me for the pitch? Why have you chosen this concept? What other concepts have you considered before? Why is this location important to you? You have mentioned a few times already this specific word or that this is important to you. Why is that important to you? And then over time, you will better understand what this project has to do, because in the beginning, everything is possible and you want to eliminate as much as possible. So there's only a small select number of options available to actually solve the problem. So we want to diagnose the problem like a doctor to narrow the solutions. That is the whole goal. Now, what it is with client input is that they always give you this bucket of information. Usually what they say they want is not really what they really want. So they might say, we want a commercial, but actually they just want to sell more product of their own, of course. A music label might say, we want a music video, but actually they want to reach a larger audience for their music artists so they can make more money. So their business is also in existence because money in. So their business makes more money. And that is at the end of the day the goal with every business. So you really have to drill down, what is it that they actually want? Why do they ask you to bring this idea to life, and why is this project important to them? And we do that by asking many questions, and the most important one is why. So why do you want this? Why are you watching this treatment commercial thing right now? It also has a reason, and when you understand the reason behind it, formulating a solution to the problem is very, very easy. It is a lot easier. Okay, so in summary, what do we want to do? The client is somewhere. They think, or they want, an artist wants to reach a larger audience. They think they need a commercial. They don't actually, or they want a music video, but they actually don't really know how to reach that larger audience. So they come to you, the problem-solving expert, and the goal of your job is to diagnose the problem. And then the goal is to pitch them a solution. Now, if you don't do the problem solving and the diagnosing like a doctor, right, then you will offer them the wrong solution to the problem and you will lose the pitch. Again, wrong solution to the problem and you will lose the pitch, wrong solution, and another lost pitch. So diagnosing the problem, this is what I did wrong for so many years. I did a lot of assumptions and presented them a solution and an idea of which what I thought would be the most artistic way to bring that idea to life. But they didn't really care because it didn't serve the purpose of why the project was actually created. Now, when it comes to giving your money to someone else, everything boils down to confidence, because nobody wants to lose their money and nobody wants to lose their job. So when people give you their money, they have to feel confident that you are the right problem solver for them and help them get the outcome that they are looking for. Just like you want, when you go to the doctor, you want to feel confident that this person can help you solve your problem and you won't lose, or the problem gets worse and you get more sick. So that's what people want to avoid. And the secret ingredient is confidence. Now, how do we build confidence? Confidence, in my opinion, is built on 3 essential ingredients that make up the sale. And that is trust, belief, and proof. They need to trust you as an expert at solving a particular problem. They need to believe that the solution that you are presenting will give them the outcome that they are looking for. And you need to show proof that you have solved similar problems before. Just like a personal trainer has to show that he has helped hundreds of others of people lose weight and who started in a position just like you. And you need to believe that the workout schedule that he offers you, they can actually be implemented in your daily schedule, and the food, the nutrition and the diet can actually is something that you are capable of following. Otherwise, you won't believe that this person can help you as an expert at solving your problem of losing weight, for example. All right, to build trust, belief, and proof in your treatment, we need to answer 6 key questions. And the first one is who. So who are you? What problem do you solve? And what in quantifiable numbers results have you helped achieve for similar clients who have faced the same problem before? So if you are a music video director, then you might say that you have helped music labels and music artists reach millions of people online, and that you have worked for artist X, Y, and Z that helps to establish yourself as a trustworthy expert at solving a particular problem. Then the next question is what? So what is the goal of this project? What problem will your solution solve for the client? And what is the outcome that you will provide? And the next one, how will your solution solve the client's problem? So you will walk them through your solution, breaking down the steps, the different chapters, the script, the storyboard. But this all depends on what do they actually want to see in your treatment. So you always ask the client first, what is important to you? What questions would you want me to answer? What is important for your client if you're pitching to a creative agency and they have to give your pitch to their client, the brand? What is important for those people? What do they want to see? What do they don't want to see? Because there might have been many different ideas that have already crossed the table because the creative agency had this concept in the making for many months before they arrived with you. So yeah, simply always ask, what do you want to see in the treatment? And then where? So where will the problem be solved? What are the locations of the project? Is there anything noticeable that you need to mention? Then when? So when will this problem be solved? You can answer this in your treatment. You can also answer this in the email. You can have a production company or producer that help you with this and provide a schedule and a budget breakdown or whatever is required for the project. And then the why should I hire you? Not tomorrow, not next week, but today. You are the price. Without you, the problem cannot be solved and your time is limited. You want to create artificial urgency. If the urgency is not really there, you want to instill the idea of urgency, just like websites have fake countdown timers, to instill a sense of urgency that you need to buy now. And if you don't buy now, the window of opportunity is gone forever. If you don't do this, they might ghost you. You want to say to them, my time is just as valuable as yours. So if you want this, I can help you, but you have to act now, not in a month. So in summary, the who, the what, the how, the where, when, and why. This is the formula. And why is this important and how does this build trust and proof? So the first one, by telling them who you are, what your credentials are, and results that you have helped achieve for other people. They build trust and proof. And then the next one, the next 4 questions, they help to make the client believe that the solution that you are offering will help them get the outcome they are looking for. And together they build confidence in their mind. And finally, when everything is ticked off, you need urgency, because otherwise they are like, yeah, okay, this all sounds great, but I might come back next month. You want them to hire you now, not next month. So we need to instill artificial urgency. In summary, it looks like this. So someone has a problem. They want something. You need to figure out what that is. What is the problem? Why do they want this? So first we need to diagnose the problem. And then we need to pitch the solution. And how do we do that? We do that within a treatment, a beautiful document with visuals and text. And the goal is to answer 6 questions to build trust, belief, and proof. So the client feel confident to hand you their money in exchange for solving their problem. When you know what problem needs to be solved, problems are solved via words. And the thing that I have experienced is the worst is staring at a blank page and having a writer's block. So what you want to do is you want to leverage all the tools, the AI tools that are available nowadays, and template text that I have shown you in descriptions of the videos in the past chapters. So leverage those to create a treatment as fast as possible. And then we are going to design a treatment. So we take all the template text and the text that ChatGPT has created, we mold it into our own, we reframe it for our specific audience, and then we can use a layout like this to keep things simple. If you want more sophisticated layouts and really blow clients away, you can use the templates that I've listed in the description below, the first link. And then when you have created a treatment, you want to export it as a PDF file. Of course, you can use all sorts of software, Canva, Adobe InDesign, PowerPoint, Google Slides, you name it. The possibilities are endless nowadays. You want to export it as a PDF file, then enclose it in an email. And inside this email, you once again want to highlight the urgency of my time is limited. If you want this now, if this is the solution that you want, then you need to act fast, because the location that you want to shoot, I have free access to it, but it's only this weekend. We can shoot with this actor, but this actor only has a window of opportunity that is within 3 weeks from now. And he's willing to do it for free because I'm on board of the project. See, these are all urgency triggers, and that can make people not ghost you, but hire you as fast as possible. So we want to include a timing element, just like the websites do it online, just like the supermarket has week sales or flash sales or whatever marketing tricks they come up with. So that is the treatment game. And then, we want to find clients to actually pitch our ideas to. And I think there are 2 ways. So inspired by the one and only Luke Belmar, which is content I highly recommend giving a watch. If clients are butterflies, you can do 2 things. You can either chase the butterflies or build a beautiful garden and the butterflies come to you. And butterflies equals money. By building a beautiful digital garden and creating content via content marketing and sharing valuable insights that cement your place as an expert within the industry at solving this particular problem. When you are going to create content to attract the butterflies, it is very important to create content that actually attracts the audience, the butterflies that you want, because otherwise you cannot monetize the clients and the eyeballs that you attract. So when you want to attract the butterflies, you feed them the right food, because otherwise there is no sale. So you have to reverse engineer what works. Next one, in theory, this is all set and easy, but actually it is more like this. It's a lot of ups and downs, trial and errors, discovering things that work, a lot of things that don't work. But as long as you keep going. Consistency is the key. Motivation is the thing that gets you started, and discipline will keep you going. And if you just keep going, then eventually you will succeed. So that was the summary of the course. Here are some final tips regarding treatments and pitching ideas. So authenticity, the key to winning a pitch is being authentic. Don't try to be someone else because there is only one you. With your unique skill sets and experience, those will help you set apart because these qualities might be exactly what the client is searching for to solve their problem. Just be you. AI is on the rise. It is becoming better and better every day. If you can show them that you are a real human with a unique skill set, a unique tone of voice, then they will be very happy to work with you. If you are just being your true self and not try to be someone else because everyone else is already taken. Then least resistance. So in a world where everyone is short on time, clients are looking for the quickest and easiest way to achieve their desired outcome. Make their journey smooth by offering straightforward, frictionless experience. Avoid overcomplicated documents, large files, and hard-to-read content. Keep your design simple and focus on presenting a solution that solves their problem, because you can make a beautifully designed document. If it doesn't serve their purpose of solving their problem and get them the outcome they are looking for, they won't buy your solution. Communication. So clear, honest and simple communication is the foundation of successful collaboration. Simplify your language to ensure everyone understands your message. Aim for a level of clarity that even a fifth grader could grasp. While you can't guarantee the exact outcome they want, you can guarantee your full commitment to helping them achieve it. Especially when you are pitching to film investors with a film pitch deck. You cannot guarantee they will get the return on the investment, but you can do everything within your power to make sure that you help them get the outcome that they are looking for. I cannot guarantee that you win every pitch from now on, but I can guarantee that if you follow these steps and take a business mindset instead of an artist mindset, then the process will be so much easier and you will have such a more peaceful business and treatment creation process. Now, the thing with creating treatments and writing stuff is to kill the perfectionists. In business, speed is perfection. Don't wait for the perfect idea before you start writing or designing your treatment. Creativity is a process of change. Simply start as fast as possible and make it better on the go. And use the template text and the templates. Because speed is perfection, just get it on the paper as fast as possible and start the process of rewriting and refining. And as long as you kill that first writer's block thing, then just go. And what I also want to highlight is provide clear direction. So as a director, it's your job to provide clear and decisive direction. Avoid being vague or using uncertain language, like perhaps and maybe. Instead confidently outline your vision and how you would approach the project. Otherwise, it's just like going to the doctor and he would use, maybe it's this, but maybe it's that, or perhaps we could do this. And you'll be like, dude, this is my body. It's in pain. I need help. Please help me. And if you grasp the idea that this person is not really certain about the procedure, then you don't feel confident in giving that person your money and proceed with the procedure. In the treatment game, images speak louder than words, so when words fail, let visuals take the lead. If you struggle with writing your treatment, keep your messaging concise and let compelling images convey your ideas. Use the resources that I've listed in the links below as well. You can grab free trials and discounts over there as well. And I think those are some of the best tools to find images that speak louder than words. Because an image says more than 1,000 words, right? When you are outlining what you do, focus on results, not on recognition. My advice is to focus on the results you are helping people get, not on the praise you're hoping to get from it. So don't focus on awards. The first leads to gratitude and the second leads to addiction. Help others get what they want so you can get what you want, and you rise by lifting others. Focus on solving problems for other people. And my friend, the whole game changes. You will have such a better business. So now, important things to remember, the last few items on the list. So solve the problem. There is no formula for saying these words in the right order and you will win the pitch. The only real secret is that if you can pinpoint the problem by diagnosing it, offer a suitable solution that will get them the results they are looking for, and add some urgency to make them buy now, your chances of winning the pitch are highly likely. Now, company policy. Sometimes clients already have a director in the mind for their projects. If their company requires them to collect more treatments just to follow procedure, then the one you worked so hard on might never had a chance. And that is something you might not know at the beginning. You might dig during a diagnosing client call, that is just the nature of the game, unfortunately. I think you can grasp it in a way, or you can still blow people away and they might change their mind and you become their favorite. Yeah, just remember that sometimes it is company policy and you are just wasting your time, unfortunately. Now, just like going to the gym, everything in pitching and selling ideas comes down to repetition. So creating content to market your business, just as writing treatments with a problem-solving approach, is like building a muscle you need to practice to get better. The more you do it, the better your chances you'll become. It took me a year and a half to sort of master the creating content process and grow my following, or grow my organic traffic to 500,000 a month on my website. I just kept going. I kept refining my approach. And eventually I succeeded. And it is just like going to the gym, a process of repetitions and trial and error. And the last one, I want to really drill down on this one. And that is to be valuable and not available. Filmmaking is a dependency industry where everyone relies on each other. But instead of just telling people what you do, focus on how you can help them and get them the results they are looking for. With a problem-solving mindset, you attract an abundance of clients faster than you can imagine. So don't say, hi, I'm a director. I have 3 months of free time in my agenda. Does anybody have any projects for me? Because that screams, hi, I am desperate. I need money. Please give me some. If you say instead, over the past 5 years, I have artists helped expand their online reach by 3.5 million subscribers and 700 million views. Their artist engagement went up X amount of times. Would you like to hop on a 30-minute or 15-minute introduction call to see how I can help you? Grab a spot via my Calendly link below and we'll discuss the details. A completely different way that shows that you have been valuable for others and that you can be valuable for someone else and that you are not available. And I really recommend that you try to take that approach instead of the other one. And of course, it might still work saying, hey, I have free time. And by accident, there might be somebody who sees your post and says, well, I was actually looking for a director. Can still happen. But yeah, I would highly recommend taking a different approach. Now, the quote that I wanted to finish this chapter with, chapter number 11, it is better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. So you might not be in the treatment game for now. You might not have any project opportunities at this stage, but I hope that with this bag of knowledge and insight that I've shared within this course, you will be ready to attack a new opportunity when it comes. And I really hope that you have learned something from this course, where I have shared almost everything I know. I have given the library from my who's been living in my head for a while now. I've shared all the knowledge for free online. And I hope that you will win your next project pitch with something that you have learned from this course and build a successful and sustainable career with this knowledge. So please, if you have found this content valuable, let me know in the comments. Like, subscribe, you know the drill. The next one, the final episode of this course in which I'm sharing the secret formula for winning without pitching. So how do you get into a position whereby you are no longer constantly having to chase clients or pitch your ideas and clients come to you and you simply have won the job. So that's for the next one. I hope you've learned something. Yeah, see you in the next one. Welcome, my friend, to the bonus chapter of the Director's Treatment Masterclass course, in which I'm teaching you how to win without pitching. How do we get into a position in the future where pitching is no longer necessary? You still have to convey your vision for the project though, but pitching is no longer necessary because your reputation has already preceded you. Now, without further ado, let me dive into my computer, take you along the journey and teach you how to get into at least in a mindset whereby pitching is no longer necessary in the future. So let's dive into my computer and get this final bonus chapter started. So we are inside my computer, win without pitching, and this is what I'm going to cover in this video. So first I'm going to talk about a few quick reminders, then generalist versus specialist. Then I'm going to dive deeper into becoming a specialist and a quick summary at the end. So as always, if you want to get access to all the secret stuff I don't share anywhere else, make sure to sign up to my newsletter because here is where I share all the secret stuff. You can follow me on the socials everywhere you like. The handle is @RobinPiré for exclusive content. And I need your help. Please, my friends, help me share this course. Let's change people's lives together. Let's change this annoying part of the industry together once and for all, so everybody can have a flourishing business, just like you will. Final tip, if you want to save yourself some time, English is not my native language. I sometimes have to think about the words that I say. So if you want to save yourself some time, watch the video in double speeds. All right, let's talk about a few quick reminders before we dive deeper into this episode. So a business doesn't actually make money. It earns money by offering products or services that solve people's problems in exchange for money. If your offering fixes a problem for someone, they'll see it as valuable and you'll be willing to pay for it. So we cannot make money, only governments can make money, and then between people, money is exchanged between a person and a business, or between a business and a business. This is because you are solving a problem for someone. So if you are hungry, you have a problem, you want to feel energized again because you have to be on the film set and you have to direct the people and be focused. So the problem is that you are not having enough energy. You need to re-energize, and that is when you go to a business, a supermarket, and you give them your money in exchange for a product that solves your problem. Just like you are offering a service to help solve the problem for the music label, the music artist, and help them reach a larger audience online by making a music video for them. So that is the business mindset that you need to adopt. We are not just creating art. And yes, filmmaking and bringing ideas to life with a camera is an art form in itself, but you have to see it as a business if you want other people to give you their money so you can be a successful work for hire. So we need to become a problem solver. So to succeed as a work for hire filmmaker, as a filmmaker for hire, remember that clients don't choose you for your awards or because you use the best equipment. They hire you because they believe you can solve their specific problem and deliver the results they need. If they could solve the problem themselves, they wouldn't have asked you to pitch a solution. Because if you could fix the pipe yourself, the broken pipe of your bathroom in your house, you would not hire a plumber to do it for you. If you know how to build a house yourself and you had all the time in the world, then there was no problem and you would not have asked an architect and a building contractor to do it for you. So only when people have problems, they reach out to you. A music label reaches out to you because they don't know how to bring an idea to life and in a visually stunning way. So they want somebody to create an idea, pitch their vision for the project. A creative agency cannot bring an idea to life themselves, so they need a production company with a director with a strong directionary vision to bring their idea to life. And then finally, when we understand the problem that somebody is facing and we have a business mindset, then we need a solution selling approach. So with a solution selling approach, you are the key player in any deal, not the clients across the table. They need your solutions and you aren't dependent on them. Even when you are pitching, remember, they need you more than you need them. You are the prize, and without you, my friend, the problem cannot be solved. Because if they cannot find a director to bring their idea to life, then they still have a problem and not you. And there will be another opportunity that crosses your path. So you are the problem solver. You help them get them the outcome that they need, and they are not the solution to your problem, because otherwise you are in a desperate position, in desperate need for money. And that's not what we want. So the goal is to solve someone's problem and then they will buy your solution. So only then what you offer will be perceived as valuable and they will be giving you their money. So solve a problem and they will buy your solution. Let's talk about a generalist versus a specialist, because this is where the secret door to understanding how to win without pitching, as seeing the industry as generalists and specialists. So let's talk first about a generalist. So what is generalist? A generalist is someone who can solve all kinds of problems for all kinds of clients. A one-stop shop that takes on everything that crosses their path in exchange for money. So a lot of filmmakers position themselves like this. I am a videographer, I'm a digital artist, I'm a creator, I'm a director, I'm a writer, I am an actor. And if you have to perceive this from a client's perspective. So if you are in need for a director a very skilled director that you have confidence in, that they will give you the outcome that they are looking for? Would you hire somebody that only has dedicated all their time to becoming a director at this kind of specific project? Or would you hire somebody that is also an actor, also an editor, also a digital creator, also a social media specialist? This entirely depends on the project, of course, and your specific needs or the client's needs. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you eat the best sushi at a place that only focuses on sushi and does not also do some Vietnamese kitchen, a bit of Thai kitchen, and serve some steaks and pizza as well. But these generalists, places that serve all kinds of food, are also in business. So yeah, there is always work, so you can earn a good income if you are skilled, reliable, and keep your promises to solve different problems. So there's always work. There is an upside to being a generalist. Now, the downside is that you often have to compete on price and convince clients of your value. On top of that, it's hard to charge a premium price because each problem you solve is unique, making it tough to build a strong portfolio of proof showing you're the best in a niche market. Many clients return for convenience, not because you are the best problem solver. Again, everything boils down to problem solving. A business is a problem solving thing. Everything boils down to problem solving. And if you do all kinds of stuff, you will serve a very big audience. And yes, then there is always work, but it comes with a big downside as well. All right, let's dive into a specialist. So a specialist is someone who is world-class at solving one particular problem. By becoming a specialist makes you the go-to person in your field, reducing the need to compete with generalists. So yeah, if you are the best doctor at operating people with a very specific problem, then you will be the go-to person to do that. If you are a director who only directs a very specific kind of content, then you will be the go-to person that people will come to. And becoming a specialist, the upside is becoming a specialist means being able to charge more money, do less work, better clients, have more power and more freedom and control. When the right client finds you, they will see you as the best possible solution to their specific problem and will be happy to pay a premium price for what you offer. Choosing anyone else would be a compromise. If you want to work with the best, you got to pay the best price. And this is like again with the doctor as well. If you have a heart surgery and you go to the best heart surgeon in the world, then of course this person is able to charge a very high premium for what they do because they solve a very, very specific problem. And it works the same for filmmaking. If you are the best cinematographer in the world for this kind of project and only do that kind of project, then you know all the risks and you have specialized so deep, you know how to solve this problem better than anyone else. And they will be happily pay you a premium price for that because everybody else would be a compromiser. It's the same for directing as well. Now, the downside is that specializing means saying no to other opportunities, which can be very scary because you might feel like you're missing out on money. But the opposite will happen over time. You'll be able to charge more money for fewer clients, allowing you to deliver high quality work while getting paid better. So this is very counterintuitive in the beginning because you have to say no. And I also know that working as a creative, solving different kinds of creative problems is very, very addictive in a way. We always want new challenges, but I think in essence, you don't have to change what you do. It is just about finding different ways of solving the same problem. And that's where the creative thing comes along. And then you'll have to do less work, charge more money, get fewer clients. Now let me show you how that looks like. So instead of just profiling yourself, I am a director. So if you just search this online, you will get hundreds and even millions of options for people to choose from. So instead of just saying I'm a director, you say I'm commercial director. So then you already niche down a bit. So only focusing on commercials. And then you would say I even want to specialize more. I am only going to focus on car commercials. And then you can niche down even more by saying I am going to do sports car commercials. Then I'm only going to do Italian sports car commercials. And then I'm only going to do old Italian sport car commercials as a director. Now you might say, well, this is a very specific niche. And that's true. But who do you think that Lamborghini or Ferrari or Fiat or Pagani or Bugatti is going to call when they want to do a heritage commercial? So that is like six clients, and their budgets will be high up there. So yeah, then you only have to do one job or two jobs a year, and you'll make enough money to make a living, and you'll be able to do an amazing job for those specific kind of projects. So it looks like this. So when your specialization goes up, when you niche down, then the competition comes down. Because at the end of the day, when you have specialized so much and know how to create this vintage world for the old Italian sports car commercial heritage scenes, then there is no one else in the market who can do that as well. So there is only one problem solver, that the creative agencies who have created a commercial concept for these amazing brands like Lamborghini and Fiat and Ferrari, they have only one option. If they want the best, then they reach out to you. Now, your invoices will go from, well, I don't know what the invoices currently are, but the invoice will go to something like this. So turning one screw, knowing which screw to turn, and the total will be 10K. Of course, in the filmmaking world, it can be a lot more, but in essence, because you understand the machines you are working with, or the ideas that you're working with in this case, so well, you know exactly what to do to get the client the outcome that they are looking for. So how do we do this? How do we become a specialist? So it is important to mention that everything at the end of the day comes down to risk elimination. So people like to categorize others to know who to call for specific problems. This is all about reducing risk. We want the best experts to solve our problems. As I've discussed during the course, everything boils down to confidence. We want to feel confident that when we give people our money, we don't want to lose our money, and we want to make sure that we get the outcome that we are looking for. And at the end of the day, it's all about risk elimination, and therefore we categorize people. Oh, if I have this problem, who do I know to contact to help me solve this problem? And it works the same for filmmaking. So if you categorize yourself as, I am an old Italian sports car commercial director, when Fiat, Ferrari, or the creative agencies for those companies have developed an idea to make a commercial, a heritage commercial for Ferrari, then there's only one person that they can reach out to. So how not to specialize? So having the latest gear or offering great service doesn't make you a specialist, unfortunately. So everyone expects good service and quality. These things can be easily replaced. So you want clients to choose you because you are the best at solving their specific problems. So it's very easy to just think, well, I'm going to buy the latest and greatest camera, and now I am the only person in the market, and they will have to hire me if they want to work with me. Can happen, but the window of opportunity is very small because others will replace or replicate what you are doing very fast as well. So how do we specialize? We need to embrace the rule of run. To specialize effectively, focus on one client with one problem and offer them one solution. So this clarity allows you to have the most impact. If you say, I am a director who only does old Italian sports car commercials, then you have one client, which is either Ferrari, Fiat, Lamborghini, Pagani, Bugatti, and you solve one problem. You direct the commercials for those brands and you offer them one solution. You're directing services based on your long list of project successes. Then it is very, very clear who you're serving and the solution that you are offering. Now, positioning. So to be a specialist, you need to clearly define your niche. If you don't, others will do it for you, unfortunately. So many filmmakers aren't clear about what to do, making them forgettable. Positioning is where you win or lose. It's key to winning without pitching. That's what it is. So let me dive a little deeper into this. So one client to hopefully help you clarify your specific niche so you can become a specialist. So one client. So identify exactly who you want to work with, whether it's a person, business, or a brand. Be clear about the services that you offer and who they are for. Knowing your target client makes it easier to find them. So as I just mentioned, one client, if you say, I am the old Italian sports car commercial director, then it is very clearly who you need to identify as a client, which will, in the case of a director, be creative agencies who only do sports car commercials and highly likely do that in Italy because there are where these companies are located. So the thing is to niche down or whatever you like to call it. So don't try to serve everyone. That's a losing strategy. Focus on a small market segment with a specific problem you can solve and that people are willing to pay for. Identify who needs your solution and is motivated to solve the problem. Because if you say, I'm only going after non-profit organizations and I want to create commercials for those kind of brands, then they might not have enough money to fund what you're doing. It is better to go after something that has the funds to fund your problem-solving skills, if that makes sense. So while it is important to focus on a specific client, it's okay to take on other work for income. Just make sure it doesn't change your main business strategy. So if you need the money, it is okay if I say I am an old Italian sports car commercial director, but I really need the money and I know that there is no other project on the horizon, then I can also do a Formula One commercial, for example, as long as I just don't promote it and put it on my website, because that will sort of dilute or devalue the work that you have done as an old Italian sports car commercial director. It doesn't align with the other projects. All right, so we are going to solve one problem. So we have identified the client. We go for one problem. So choose one, clearly define the specific problem you can solve for your clients. The more precise you are, the better. The fishing is the best where the fewest go. So if you have a skill set for one specific client, then I highly recommend picking just one. So we are no longer writer, director, producer, director, videographer, editor, cinematographer. Pick one for one problem that you solve. And yes, you can do more, but then I would suggest creating multiple websites or multiple social media profiles, and not all under your name, of course, because then it is diluting, devaluing the work the problem that you solve for this specific market. So a template to help you formulate what you do can be I help blank to blank with blank. As an example, I help creative agencies transform their funny ideas into laugh out loud ad masterpieces with my comedy commercial direction. So it is who do you serve? One client, creative agencies. This can be specified even more if you want to. Creative agencies from Amsterdam, creative agencies in Paris, whatever, or creative agencies, I don't know what kind of genres there are in creative agencies, and you only do funny, so comedy commercials and with comedy commercial direction. And as a cinematographer, it could be something like I help food commercials director turn culinary vision and ideas into mouth-watering reality, painting with light and shadows to make every shot as irresistible as the dish itself. So a cinematographer who helps directors, food commercial directors, so a very specific clients solve one problem, bring their visions to life for food commercials. So if I am a food commercial director and I'm looking for a guy that has the most experience within this genre, I will highly likely turn to this guy or girl to help bring my food ideas to life for my client, which is the creative agency. Now, the thing is to be specific. So the more vague you are about the problem you solve, the less attention you will get. People want specific solutions for specific problems. By narrowing your focus, you will naturally attract more relevant opportunities. So choose one. Be the doctor that solves one problem and not the doctor who does everything during the week. Focus on solving one problem for one specific client and offer them one specific solution. So focus on offering just one service like editing, writing, or directing. The challenge is sticking to this choice and saying no to everything else. As I mentioned, you can, of course, say yes to other stuff as well, as long as you don't market yourself and put it out that, hey, I'm also doing a food commercial now and tomorrow I'm working on a car commercial. Don't do that. Focus on one and present yourself to the outside world as a specialist. So focus. By concentrating on one solution, your skills and the quality of your work will improve quickly. Because if you, for example, the other day I spoke to a guy who was renovating cars and he only did one type of car of one specific brand, and he was able to buy up broken down or damaged cars from an auction and then literally turn them into something new within 1 to 3 months. And he was able to do that because he knew the car inside and out. So he had become a specialist by solving one specific problem, like restoring one specific car type from one specific car brand, and renovated them from totally being broken down accident cars to fully refurbished into a brand new car. Now, if you would have also done other car brands, of course, for the money, that would have been possible, but it would have taken him probably longer to do that. And because he knows this car type so well, he's able to do it very fast and make good money with it. So the goal is to choose one client, one problem, and one solution. And that is where the gold resides of winning without pitching. Now, how do I know that this actually works? You might wonder. Because I did it myself as well. So for 10 years, I traveled the world with DJs, not artists, with DJs, and I traveled the world. So the problem that I solved was I was traveling with them around the world to create social media content for them. That was what I did for a very long time, and that slowly transitioned. We took all the footage, we turned it into documentaries, and the guy who was working for Hardwell, he turned the number one DJ in the world. And of course, I started working for other DJs as well, but I didn't work for artists. I only traveled the world with DJs and was able to make good money with it because I solved one specific problem for one specific client and offered them one specific solution. So becoming a specialist, the goal to get there is to experiment a lot at the beginning. So when you're starting, try to explore a lot and then specialize. Initially, it's all about variety and you specialize over time. I think it can be a mistake to specialize too early. At some point, you want to replace saying yes to everything with saying no to almost everything. So at the beginning, try a lot. Before I found my niche, I filmed funerals, business, corporate events, weddings. I did so much and eventually figured out what I liked, the kind of projects that I liked creating and the ones that I was able to do a pretty good job within a short amount of time, and then more or less focus more on doing those kinds of projects. So the goal is to build a service-based business where you can do the same thing for one as you can do for the other without making an exact copy or using the same techniques. So I did a lot of festival after movies as well before I started touring the world with DJs. And in essence, you do the same every time over and over again, but with a different twist. That is where the creativity is hidden. That is the art form of creating something with a film camera. Even after specializing, you might take on projects that aren't a perfect fit. If you need the income, just don't market yourself as the expert in those areas, as I mentioned as well. Staying a generalist means facing more competition and often competing on price. Specializing helps you succeed without having to constantly pitch. So yeah, if you need the money, you can take on other stuff as well. It will delay your becoming an even better specialist, of course, but at the end of the day, we all have to eat and we all need a roof over our heads. As long as you don't market yourself while doing that, or you might take on a job and you like it even more than compared to what you are currently doing. But I would say in the beginning, experiment a lot. The goal, build a service-based business so you can do the same thing for one as you can do for others. Then really hammer down on specializing, and of course along the way, if you need the money, take on the job as well. Now, I did the same. I tried a lot of different things, a lot of younger versions of myself, running around the world with cameras, starting with skateboard films, trying out a lot of different things along the way. So become a specialist, one-stop shop. Now you might wonder why you can't be an expert in all problems a client faces. Now big companies do it as well, right? The difference is that they have lots of resources and money, allowing them to be a diverse problem solver. So if you are a one-man band, don't try to go there unless you have the funds to build a big company and hire a lot of people and do all kinds of stuff for all kinds of people. It is better to become a world-class problem solver, a world-class athlete at one specific sport than trying to be a swimmer, a rope climber, a rower, because it will be so hard to diversify your energy, and your body will struggle as well. And it is exactly the same for becoming a filmmaker. Become world class at doing one specific thing. You'll have to do less. You'll be able to charge more money. You'll be able to work with fewer clients, and the clients won't be a headache because they pay. This is usually the case. When people pay a lot of money, they are a lot less of a headache, in my experience though. So I know as well that this can come with creative boredom. So many creatives love tackling new challenges, but this desire for variety can hurt their business focus. So by specializing in one type of problem for one specific market, they miss the chance to build deep expertise. Being too broadly positioned makes it hard to stand out and attract higher budget projects. Now, this is also the reason why I moved away after working for 10 years in this DJ world, because I was creatively exhausted. And I think, there would have been other ways to sort of find different ways to still keep serving that market and solve maybe a different kind of problem and still serving that market. But I just so done with it that I sort of cut all ties with that industry and started from scratch again, which was also the biggest problem I faced, because now I had to face a lot of competition and I became a generalist. I did commercials, documentaries, short films, music videos. I did a bit of everything, and I had to pitch. I had to introduce myself every time over and over again, and I wasn't able to build a strong portfolio of only music videos or only commercials because the market was not able to categorize me as a filmmaker or as a film director. as, all right, this is Robin and this is the problem that we have. If we have this problem, we will contact this guy because he is the go-to problem solver in this market. I didn't do that. It was a very depressing experience. On top of that, I didn't know how to write treatments as well, which was even more painful. That's why I'm creating this course for guys like you or girls, with the hope that you don't have to go through the same painful experience as I did. All right, let's summarize this video. So the rule of one, if you try to be everything to everyone, you end up being nothing to no one. Instead, focus on one client, one problem, and one solution. By doing this, you create a unique position where you can become the best and charge premium prices for your expertise. Because if there is no one else in the market that can do what you do, you don't have to pitch to present yourself as a problem solver. You will be perceived as the go-to problem solver, and whatever it is that you offer, they will be happy to pay the premium price for that, and you have won without pitching. Because everything boils down to reputation in this industry. So being the best means you've already won the deal before the formalities. So your reputation speaks for you, making the process as simple as discussing the problem, proposing a solution, and agreeing on budget and timelines. Because you still need to convey your vision. An architect that is world-class at designing a specific type of building will still need to design the building, of course, but you know, they can already charge a big fee for the design process because their reputation has preceded them. So the advantage is the fewer people who can solve the problem you tackle, the more you can charge. When you are the only option, you set the price. So you have created a category of one, which is you. Now, before you get there, experiment a lot. So when starting out, explore different areas before narrowing your focus. Variety is important early on, and specialization will come with time. And then finally, even after specializing, you might take on less than ideal projects for income. Just don't promote yourself as an expert in those areas. Staying general leads to more competition and lower prices, while specializing helps you stand out and win without pitching. Now, let me summarize the final video, chapter 12 of this course, with a beautiful quote by Bruce Lee. So I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Because if this person is able to hit you with that kick that they have practiced 10,000 times, it will be the knockout kick that nobody expects. So moral of this story, invest all your time, invest the 10,000 hours in becoming a specialist at whatever problem that you want to solve, that you want to serve a specific niche market with. Choose one client, one problem, one solution. And my friend, the world is at your feet. I hope you have enjoyed this course. Please let me know in the comments if you like me to create more courses like this. What subjects that you want me to discuss. As mentioned in the previous episode, I have created an online business for myself by creating content, making a 5-figure income while spending my time however I like, including at the pool while the money still comes in. So if you want me to dive deeper into that kind of stuff and help you diversify your income streams as a filmmaker so you can have a flourishing business and are not dependent on serving clients all the time and have creative freedom and financial freedom to create whatever you want to create, let me know in the comments. Once again, I'm not a filmmaking guru, although I have worked on a lot of beautiful projects which have been shown in cinemas around the world, sold on DVDs, and have more than 300 million views online on my work. I don't have any notable Oscars or Emmys on the shelf, so you don't have to agree with everything that I'm sharing. But if you can take away one simple learning from this course that can help you land the next client, that will get you a new client, because those clients like what you've done for the previous clients, then will have this ripple effect. Hopefully everything originated from something that you have learned in this course. So once again, I hope you enjoyed it. I wish you all the best in the world, and I hope that all your filmmaking dreams and career dreams will come to fruition, and all the best.